This is a day that will captivate the world, a day that transcends borders and unites us in the thrill of the game. On this day, the world will pause, eyes fixed on a spectacle of strategic brilliance, where every moment can be etched into history. Having triumphed over nearly 400 rivals, the Super 7 now stand at the precipice of ultimate victory. This is the tale of 7 individuals from 5 countries and 4 continents.
Doug Malott,
Johnny Gillum,
Matthew Tatonchi,
Christopher Ward,
Saren Kwok,
Ed Sullivan,
and Peter McNamara.
I think just from like the breadth of play that we're getting and the variety of things that are happening, I think anybody has a chance.
Who I fear on this board? Saren and Peter. You'd be a fool not to.
You have a lot of players, including myself, that made the top board that people didn't expect to be on the top board. So within that group of 3 or 4 players, I think Doug again is going to be coasting under the radar.
It's going to be exciting. It's a very varied group of characters, I think.
I think I have as good a chance as anybody else, and I struggle to say who has the best chance.
I've got no reason to be scared.
Each driven by the same relentless ambition.
Nobody's going to attack me all game. I feel pretty strong about my game.
I'm a tempo player, let's get tempo, and I think people react well to that.
I think I'm inherently collaborative, but I don't want to be a pushover, and I'm not going to let that happen to me on this board.
Intellect will clash with intuition, showcasing sharp, cunning, and brilliantly calculated negotiations.
David Hood doesn't call it tactics, he calls it diplomacy.
This dance of 7 minds is the collision between the immovable object and the unstoppable force.
I'm not sure I can win this game. I know I'm supposed to have a lot more confidence, but I've played in this game. It's really, really, really tough.
The Super 7 will play with fearless finality, as all eyes are fixed on who will be crowned the ultimate champion.
Honestly, I fear no one.
I think any of the 7 of us who think we have some great theory about what's going to happen, anybody who has some brilliant game plan is probably kind of shooting themselves in the foot. I certainly don't feel like I know what's going to happen.
I'm a Texas Instruments calculator. Interpersonal relationships are irrelevant.
Brace yourself for a roller coaster of diplomatic prowess. The 2024 DBN Invitational Championship game is not just an event. It's a defining moment in the history of the game of diplomacy. Fasten your seatbelt as the 2024 DBN Invitational Championship game starts right now.
Hello, and welcome to the 2024 DBN Invitational, the pinnacle of this diplomacy season where negotiation, alliances, and trust building take over center stage. Here, the classic game of diplomacy unfolds in its purest form as the Super 7, our top 7 players from around the globe, demonstrate their skills in one final winner-take-all game, crafting intricate alliances and devising devious plans. This championship isn't just a game. It's a showcase of how building alliances, maintaining relationships, and strategic thinking pave the path to victory. Words are your greatest weapon, and alliances your strongest shield. Welcome to the 2024 DBN Invitational Championship. And now I'm going to invite a couple of friends on screen with me. Hello, David. Hello, Katie.
Hi.
Hey there. How's it going?
It's going great. I'm excited for this game today. This DBN Invitational Championship on the whole has been some of the strongest play and the best play I've seen in a long time. What are your takes on what we're about to see today, David?
Oh, I cannot wait to see this. One of the things I wanted to pick up on from that cool video that Hal Shield produced for us, this promotional video, was what Peter said about how the variety of the players here should make for an interesting game. Totally right. You've got players from all sorts of different backgrounds, experience levels, modes of play that are their primary modes of play. That's what I'm really looking forward to the most. We only have one repeater from last year's Super 7, and that's Peter himself.
Mm-hmm. And how about you, Katie? What are you looking forward to today?
I mean, I think it's going to be a great game. I think that's pretty obvious. We've got a really excellent group of players. I love that intro video. I hadn't seen it. That was so good. I really liked what a lot of the players said. Wardy just coming out and saying, "I'm not afraid of anyone." I love that. I hope that translates into the game for him and for everyone, really. And I hope we just see a lot of fearless play and strategies. And I think it's going to be great.
I agree. I want to note that while you're going to be looking at our beautiful faces for the next couple of hours, our broadcast team could not be here in front of the camera talking to you if it weren't for people like Kevin O'Kelly, our producer, Zach Moore, Michalis Kamaridis, Karthik Koneth, who are doing sideline for us today, Liam Stokes, who is GMing the game, Hal Schild and Marcus Zilstra have been doing all the videos that you're looking at, and of course, Brandon Fogel for Dipcast and everything he builds here. So thank you all. All the work behind the scenes makes this possible. And thank you all, everyone who's watching today and already commenting, I see it, for watching today's coverage of the 2024 Diplomacy Broadcast Invitational Championship game. Particularly those of you who are watching us live, though we do appreciate those of you who are going to come to us tomorrow or the next day. And on YouTube, Twitch, and participating in the Dip Chat channel and commenting during today's broadcast. The diplomacy community celebrates dastardly deeds on a game board. But honestly, y'all are some of the most supportive and amazing communities that I've ever had the honor to be a part of. So Dip Chat is certainly part of that, and it highlights that these live broadcasts are really something that you love to see, not just us talking at nothing into the void. So thank you so much, and we'll be chatting with you for the next several hours. Next up, I think we've got David, who's going to tell us a little bit about the DBN Invitational in the background of that.
Yeah, let's talk about what we call the Invitational, or the DBNI. This is the 4th version of this Invitational tournament. As you can see from the stats of this particular season, just so you know, this is being played in 2024, but it's based on the people who actually made the tournament was based on their performance during the 23 season. So you can see the total number of players that we had who played at least one event that was scored as part of the DBNI. And the DBNI actually gets its results from virtual tournaments, online extended deadline or press diplomacy tournaments and events and leagues, and also face-to-face events. So it is a mixture of players in that sense. 302 total games, 26 countries represented, which is amazing when you think about it, over 5 continents. What a great cross-section of interest we have in the game that leads us to this top 7 tonight.
Perfect. Thank you, David. And next, Katie, I want you to talk a little bit for us about the journey that these players had to get here. Because as David said, we had over 350 players, and it came down to last weekend, the top 28 of them. So what was that journey like for them?
So for the top 7, it's a really varied group of people in terms of their primary play styles and their results. So if we're starting out with Doug, he came first in the Nexus Press League, and I don't think he played any other. Well, he must have played some virtual game to qualify for this, but he's primarily a press player this season. Although I know that he used to play face to face, so he should be he's ready for the live format. He won't be affected by the timing, I think. And then Johnny Gillum comes to us, coming 4th in the Nexus Press League and 4th in Weaselmoot. So he's got a mixture of virtual and extended deadline play behind him, and he is the kind of player who can just bust out a really good game at any moment. Matt came 3rd in VDL, which is pretty impressive. VDL is a really huge league with a lot of players, and so that just sort of shows his consistency. As well as 5th in Nexus Press League, again, extended deadline. Chris Ward, who I will be exclusively calling Wardy, in case anybody doesn't know. But he came 4th in Tour of Britain and 6th in VDL. So he's sort of the kind of player who will play a lot of games and will just get good results, and we'll get him here. And then we go to Saren, Ed, and Peter. Saren came 1st in Summer Classic and 2nd in Weaselmoot. She's a very strong player with a lot of good results. And Ed Sullivan similarly came 1st at Regatta, which is the Denver tournament that happened over the summer. And he came 3rd in the Summer Classic and at Carnage. So again, really strong tournament player. And then Peter McNamara came 2nd in VDC, 4th in VDL and in WDC. It's just a really strong group of players in a lot of different formats, which is really fun. And, 5 different countries, and it's great. I'm really so excited to see how these people play together and see what a board with these 7 players looks like.
Fantastic. Thank you, Katie, for that. So that's the journey of how our top 7 got here today and what they had to do it, which is beat a lot of really good diplomacy players, because as excellent as these are, there are so many strong players out there in the hobby, and no tournament is easy to win. So next up, we're going to talk a little bit about the journey of the tournament and a little bit about what happened last weekend and what we might see today. So David, I'll let you speak to that.
Well, let me say first that this format itself is something we switched to last year, and I think it's been a tremendous success. As you can see, the first round or the first stage is what we call first chance. With 28 players making the invitational field, you have 4 games of 7, and the winner of the game advances, and that's it. There is no other second place or anything else. It's a winner-take-all system. So then, out of the players, the 24 players who did not win that first round in the first chance game, they have a second chance. It's called the last chance stage, where 21 of those will play, and then there'll be 3 more winners to fill out our 7 top board. And you can see what happened here. You had Matthew, Doug, Johnny, and Christopher Ward all winning their first round, first chance games, and those were the players who won the players who won those games. None of them had ever played in DBNI before. It was an amazing thing to happen last weekend. All of those of us that were watching it live, I'm sure were just, our eyes were popping out of our head to see this. And you can see the seeds involved. Doug Malott being the highest seed of those 4 players at the 10 seed, but the others, 19 seed, 23 seed, 26 seed, winning those games was awesomely surprising. So then we get to the last chance stage, where you've got Peter and Sarah and Ed getting the last 3 spots into this tournament by winning those last chance games. Now, those were favored players probably coming into the DBNI, all with DBNI experience on the top board of the DBNI in past years, 1 or more past years. So those would have been surprising at all to see those players, but it certainly was surprising to see the first 4. And in terms of seeding going into this top board power selection method, the seeding is that Doug and Johnny and Matthew and Christopher are atop of Sarah and Ed and Peter in terms of the Paris method for selecting the powers. Let me just briefly go over how each player won their qualifying game. Doug Malott played a very slow and steady game as England in his first chance game, taking advantage of a strong Southern triple to consolidate his power on the other side of the board, while keeping players that he needed to on side to stop the South from advancing. He was really in good shape in that game from the beginning. Whereas Matthew Tatanchi's game, not as much. He was Russia. He was jostling for the lead with Ed Sullivan's France the entire game. And frankly, I think those of us watching the game assumed that Ed was going to take that game. And at the very end, Matthew made a deal with his former enemy Turkey to give him the centers to tie with Ed, which gave Matthew the win because of the tiebreaker. So it was quite a dramatic ending there at the end. Johnny Gillum came of what we sometimes called the board of death after we saw the 7 players who were going to play in that first chance game. The level of competition was insane. Johnny took Turkey and in fact, enjoyed the fact that he got Turkey. And Turkey is not a very popular country to get in the DBNI, but he enjoyed it and came right through there, coming back from a stab and managing to claw back to the lead from the front runner Russia right in the nick of time. Another really amazing finish. And then Wardy finishing his game. He had what I think it could be described as an extremely bold game playing as Austria. He gave away some hold centers early on in order to advance into Russia. He had a game-long alliance with Italy and then eventually sort of edged Italy out at the end for the win. It was really a quite impressive situation for Christopher Ward. Let's talk briefly about Peter, Sarah, and Ed's games. Peter was playing France, really had pretty good momentum from the beginning, and frankly, after he destroyed England, just was the clear winner, and everybody gave a concession to him in 1907. It was just clear from the second chance game that he played that he was going to be the person emerging from that game. Sarah, again, not so much. In contrast, had a pretty decent position as Italy, but was in a very competitive East for really the rest for the whole board until the very, very end of the game. She was able to skyrocket in supply center count, but that was not predictable really from the mid game. Ed Sullivan again, going back to sort of Peter's situation, Ed was in England in his second chance game in an alliance with France and really was in control of that game just about from the beginning. He played a slow and steady game, but his win looked locked in from early in the contest. So that's our story of how these particular 7 got through last weekend's games of the DBNI.
Fantastic. Thank you, David. And I'll leave this up for a minute. Just the structure of this tournament is very different than we normally see. But it produces some of the best play over the last couple of years that I've seen in a long time. And what we have today going into is what we call top board winner take all format. So nothing else from previous games in the tournament matters. It doesn't matter if you were a bigger power last time than the other person, but here it's just, you gotta come out on top. So we won't be seeing much of the shared board top. We won't be seeing everyone's out for themselves. So yeah, with that said, I'm looking forward to getting into this. So we've met our players. We've seen how they've gotten here. You know, there's some things that, David, you sort of alluded to, our 3 like experienced players on this board. We might call them Peter, Ed, and Saren. They've been called the fan favorites. One of the reasons is that on the polls that happened on the stream last weekend, you all got to vote to who you thought would win this tournament and who you thought had the best shot. Those 3 combined got overwhelming majority of y'all's votes. Saren was the overall favorite for each of y'all. And so they're up against, you know, what you might say were underestimated players. And those ones we're calling the freshman 4. You're going to see that through some videos and some stuff that we talk about. So how do you think that matchup is going to affect the players today? What are they looking at as this kind of experience level clashes? Katie, I'll let you take that.
I would just like to start by saying I think there might be a little bit of selection bias in the polls. You know, people are voting for players that they've seen before, but that doesn't mean these other players aren't excellent players. You know, I think all three of them did well in Nexus leagues, and we don't cover the press leagues very much on this tournament or on this channel. So I think, you know, like Doug might be unknown to a lot of people. He was unknown to me before last weekend. But obviously the freshman 4 are the ones who won their first game, their first round. Like, you know, they were playing on boards with, especially Johnny. We could all talk about that death board. Johnny popped, you know, like, I mean, he beat so many good players, and so did the other 4. So I like this storyline. I think it's fun. It provides some like entertaining, like trash talking opportunities, but I really don't think I don't think anyone is an underdog in this board. I think that all of them have proven that they deserve to be here. They're good players. And, you know, I think I'm really interested to see if this is something that affects their play, not just how we talk about it. You know, are people looking at the returning players as the big threats? Is somebody like Matt Tonchi going to sneak in and be an underdog and suddenly have 12 centers? You know, I think anything could happen. And yeah, I keep saying that, but I'm so excited.
I know, I'm right there with you. And, you know, I think you hit the nail on the head there. It would be a mistake to underestimate any of the players on this board. Just the level of skill it took to get to this point. You know, these aren't people who are coming into their 3rd ever game and just not knowing what they're doing.
Exactly.
So to go with that, but some of what I will say is some of these players do know each other a little better than they know others. We've got some players who have just fantastic relationships, histories of working together. Ed and Saren come to mind for me on that one. So do you think that's going to work in their favor, or do you think it's going to work against them? Like, will it be a rivalry, or will it be another lasting relationship? And so, David, I'd like you to speak to that a little bit. What do you think we're going to see in terms of the player interactions today?
Most likely we'll see some of both. We will see past experience, past working together, past not working together affect how players can interact in this game. You know, from a classic diplomacy point of view, it's not supposed to. Every game is its own game, and you should really play the game the way that particular country would play the game with that particular set of powers talking to you in that game. As a practical matter, it's impossible to divorce past experience, or even sometimes reputation. Even if it's not firsthand experience, it's hard to divorce reputation from affecting the game. In this game, though, it's not 7 players who have played with each other a whole bunch. Frankly, that's what the situation we were in last year. This year, we have a situation where we've got different sets of players who have different levels of experience with each other. For example, many of these players will not know Doug Malott. Doug and Matthew have played together in the press league for a while and know each other somewhat from that. So, and I think Johnny's played in the press league as well. So you're going to have some different relationships there. In terms of rivalries, you know, we had some interviews with each of the players that were shown right here on DBN before we started our broadcast. Hopefully you saw those. If you didn't, you can go back and watch them later. But one of those interviews was Ed Sullivan loudly complaining in an Ed Sullivan voice about how he didn't win his first chance game because of what I described earlier as sort of a last-minute deal between Matthew Tatanci and his neighbor in Turkey, who I think was Evan Balearis, had a last-minute deal, basically on a coin flip type situation to give Matthew some centers. Ed wasn't happy about that. Is Ed going to be able to work with Matthew depending on where they are on this board? The answer to that is yes, they can, for sure. But the answer to that is maybe they won't, for sure. So those kind of relationships / rivalries do matter in this game. I'd actually think relationships probably in this game will matter more than past rivalries, just because we've got a lot of people who haven't played with each other as much as, for example, last year's top board.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sums it up perfectly. And, you know, we aren't supposed to bring what happened in a previous game into the next board, but we all do. We're only human. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Ed reacts to playing with Matt Tatanci again. And especially so soon, because sometimes you get more time to sort of shake those emotional games off, but we'll see. And I would like to highlight just on this board, again, all the players are excellent, top tier, but we have kind of a legend on this board, and that's Peter McNamara. Any of y'all who've been watching DBN for a while, we've covered a lot of his play. We talk about him all the time. I mean, he was DBN's first ever Diplomat of the Year. He has won more DBNI games than any other player. And this is his third annual appearance in the DBNI. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive record. And this tournament has been described as some of the best levels of play that have ever happened. And seeing as Peter's coming in at the bottom seed, he's going to get last choice in Paris selection. That's usually something like Austria, but I have no idea. And so if he could claw from the bottom seed of Paris selection to win this game, I mean, there's a question about, does that put him as one of the greatest diplomacy players of all time? So, Peter, that's the title you're playing for today.
No pressure.
So now that we've talked to all of the players that we're going to be seeing play today, we've got a couple of interviews. There was a longer format that David mentioned. You can go back and watch it later. But specifically in this one, all of the players were asked, who do you fear?
Which other player do you fear the most on this board?
It's a very varied group of characters, I think. And Saren is the favorite.
Usually I think that fear is not the best mindset to approach these kinds of games with. So I wouldn't say that I fear anybody from the perspective of I'd be like inclined to, attack them because of it, because I think that that's like a fairly limiting kind of a strategic decision, and it really places a ceiling on your game if you think that way. From the perspective of who I think is going to have maybe higher chances of winning, just because people might underestimate them a bit, or not be as accustomed to their style of play, and that might give them more of an edge that I have to look out for. I would say Doug and Johnny. Doug being an extended deadline player that most of us, I believe, haven't played with ourselves. I haven't played with Doug, but I've seen from his results that he's clearly a very strong player, and he no doubt has a lot of experience and a lot of ideas for how he wants to play from extended deadline. And Johnny, because I think Johnny is a very very underrated player in virtual and face-to-face right now, and it's no surprise to me at all that he makes top board.
Who I fear on this board? Saren and Peter. You'd be a fool not to.
I make jokes about oh, this is scary, whatever. And it's certainly going to be a challenge. Is nervous, sometimes swimming in shark-infested waters. But I've got no reason to be scared. It's a game, and I feel like I'm here on merits, as surprising as it might have been. And we'll just take it from there.
What enamors me of diplomacy, I think, is that it is a game more about people than it is about the pieces on the board. And yes, we negotiate in the shadow of state of the board, but you can do so much in the game, and it's such an elegant game to play in that respect. It's always different, and I think because the real challenge is playing the players and understanding yourself, the challenge never ends, right? You're always going to encounter new players. Players evolve, you change. So it's that constant learning and striving to understand the game and the players and play the best game you can on any given board. I think I can work with any of them. And it's going to be more about what opportunities the board presents and how I can find a way to work with them and how they can find ways to work with me too. I mean, I think I'm inherently collaborative, but I don't want to be a pushover. And I'm not going to let that happen to me on this board.
So you're asking me who I fear most on this board. I probably don't fear the right people the most, just because I don't have experience with them. I've seen Saren's games, and some of them are just absolutely devastating. And I've heard the legend of Peter McNamara, so I probably should fear them, but I have no experience with them, so I have no idea how they actually are in person. Oddly, I fear Matt Tatanchi. And I don't know that it's his play. I think it's just the fact that he's freaking charming, and I keep watching people hand him games. Congratulations, here's your win. Congratulations, here's your win. And as you told me the other day, David Hood doesn't call it tactics, he calls it diplomacy.
Well then, we've got a little bit of insight into our players and their mindset coming into this game. David Hood, any first thoughts on that?
Yeah, it was interesting, that last comment that Doug made about saying maybe Matthew Tatanchi, because what better way to win a game than with diplomacy, not with the most killer, awesome convoy move you've ever seen. and he didn't put it that way, but that's what he meant. And I think that's really true. It doesn't really just apply to Matthew. There's plenty of opportunities out of this 7 for this game to end up really, really depending upon diplomacy. It's often true at the end of a top board anyway, just because of the nature of the beast. It is usually not some kind of forced tactical thing. It can be, but it's usually not in a top board situation. So I really thought that comment was prescient.
Fantastic. And how about you, Katie? What are your thoughts?
I wonder if you thought it was prescient because that's what you say. But it's true. And it's funny because one of my very first experiences with DBN was watching one of my own games and David Hood commenting, and he said that exact quote. So I totally believe it. And, I think Matt said something that resonated with me personally. He said he's an alliance player, but he doesn't want to get taken advantage of. I think that's really important. I think the contrast between what those two players said and Peter saying it wasn't just this interview, but back in the beginning, he's like, I'm a TI 84 or whatever he said. And it's about tact. It's basically, he's like, I'm just going to math my way to the top. It'll be really fun to see different styles of play.
Yeah. Well, speaking of styles of play, it's time for my favorite DBN segment ever, which is Hood's Hints. All right. So David Hood, take us through. How do we win?
Well, if you are Christopher Ward, who came into this DBNI as the 26th seed out of 28, which I just think it's important to point out, each of these 7 has what I would consider to be a superpower and a potential kryptonite. All right. So for Christopher Ward, his superpower, I would argue, is likability. There is probably no one on the virtual circuit currently who would score higher in the likability category than Wardy. And you can tell just from the interviews that we've seen on this show. He's engaging. He's endearing. He has a great sense of humor. He exudes personal warmth, a sense of fun. He's just got natural charisma, and it is very helpful to him in forming alliances and, frankly, in repairing relationships that he can sometimes strain himself because he will do an unconventional or unforeseen move at times. What Christopher will need to do to avoid his kryptonite is to avoid getting distracted. And it can happen a couple of different ways in Wardy's game. One is by what I would call peak. Another player does something troubling to him that distracts him from his game, and he loses focus. Or he will be sometimes seduced by what I would consider to be an unrealistic or unhelpful proposal from either an alliance player alliance partner, or someone he's been targeting or who's been targeting him. It's fine to listen, but sometimes he can be led down the primrose path. But assuming he can maintain and grow the on-board relationships and friendships he's likely to form easily in the beginning of the game without getting distracted, I think Christopher Ward could be a real contender if the game, for example, devolves into a popularity contest or a king-making session, which can happen at the end of top boards. Wardy is well set, well suited for that kind of end game. All right, let's talk about Matthew Tatanchi, who was the 23rd seed coming into this tournament, a player whose stock has risen quickly recently. He comes into this top board as one of several players whom many would not have predicted to be in this Super 7. I think he said that himself in his interview. A particular strength of Tatanchi is openness to collaboration throughout the game with both his allies and enemies alike. I have watched, particularly in an extended deadline top board he was on, he glided in that game skillfully between different goals and objectives. He was always trying to make sure that the temporary deals he was making would give him a path to victory. Now, I will say his kryptonite potential lies in failing to follow through with some of the strategic choices that he will make. In other words, not giving the choice enough time to play out before he goes in a different direction. If this game features a lot of shorter term sort of wheeling and dealing, which is a style of play that I think he could be particularly good at, he will have an opportunity to play to that strength and therefore could surprise many diplomacy pundits yet again by coming out on top of this thing. All right, Johnny Gillum coming in at seed number 19 to the DBNI. He is a crafty player and diplomat, I'm telling you. I would argue that his superpower, though, is really much more basic than that. He's got great instincts. He's got instincts for the board state of the game and to size it up quickly and well. And he's got instincts about sizing up the diplomatic state of the players in the game. He can read the room and skillfully adapt his language and his style to what is needed. So in addition to that super ability, Johnny's also a natural leader with whom others will want to work as long as, and this is his kryptonite, as long as his love of dramatic statements and moves do not get the best of him. He is a true risk taker in the best sense of the phrase from my point of view, someone who's willing to make bold decisions, make meaningful changes in his moves and his commitments if he thinks he can get others to follow. So he's got a risk-reward calculus, I would say. It can mean great for success for Johnny. It could also lead potentially to a crash because sometimes his risk-taking is too risky. But if past events that I have seen him play are a guide, he is much more likely to get this right than he is to get it wrong. And that would spell doom for the rest of the players on this board. All right, let's talk about the international man of mystery himself, Doug Malott. As you can see, I've listed his superpower as unfamiliarity, both superpower and kryptonite. And he was a 10 seed coming into this invitational. So he certainly had the season results in 2023 to have been considered a favorite. He's the top seed coming into this top board based upon his dominating performance in his first chance board. So Doug should be seen as a clear favorite to win this event, right? I don't think he is seen that way by most observers. Probably he's not. The virtual world was largely unfamiliar with Doug's abilities coming into this tournament. And as such, Doug can still probably fly under the proverbial radar in the early stages of this game. Now, I think this has already been talked about this week, so it may be that people are not going to give him that pass, but I think it's still likely that they will. And I think that would be a major advantage if he's playing France, which I think is likely, because, flying early under the radar can be a good situation for France, which is hard to attack in the beginning anyway. As the game progresses, will his relative unfamiliarity with the other players limit his ability to engage in the potential mid-game course corrections that you need to do to stay in contention in a game like this? We'll see. I would say this, though. The 100% of pre-DBNI voters who failed to pick him to win his game clearly underestimated our friend from Cabo San Lucas, Doug Malott. He had 0% picking to win his game. It's very possible the other 6 of the Super 7 may also underestimate Doug to their detriment. Moving on to our 7 seed coming to this tournament, the aforementioned Peter McNamara. As you can see, I've listed his superpower as experience. It's kind of hard for me to sit here and say anything newly insightful about Peter McNamara. He's the only player from last year's Super 7 to repeat. To say that he's experienced on the world stage and on the virtual stage is almost an understatement. He won this very event at the end of the 2020 season. He's also played in numerous top boards in a variety of formats under a cornucopia of scoring systems. No one in the current diplomacy tournament circuit worldwide, except maybe Nicolas Sahuguet, is such a veteran of big-time games as our favorite Aussie mathematician, Peter McNamara. So many will consider him the odds-on favorite, and I think that's fair. But let me talk about his potential kryptonite. The kind of game Peter is used to playing at this level, which is sort of a back-and-forth, one-center lead, going back-and-forth, balanced power game, that may or may not be how this particular crop of finalists actually play this game. Because some of these players, and we've already talked about this, are relatively inexperienced in playing a top board at this kind of level. There are other ways that people can play top boards. There could be some longer-term alliance play, or even people who want to be sort of static position holding. And that's something that's not normal on top boards. We may actually see it here. Could this potential mismatch between Peter's expectations and what he's really good at, could it affect his ability to win a second Calhamer Cup? As a Texas Instruments computer that he is, I think he's probably already calculated the odds here, and they're still in his favor. Let's move to Ed Sullivan, who was the 5 seed coming into this tournament, a very, very high seed. If there's anybody who could edge out Wardy in a class president election among this crowd, it would probably be DBN's own Edwin Sullivan. This is a Texas talker who has an everyman quality to his negotiation style. It makes him eminently relatable, which is why I said relatability, eminently relatable to players on from all sorts of backgrounds. He will be working on building relationships from the very first words out of his mouth during the Paris method. In fact, I would argue he's been working on relationship building all week with some of the comments that he's been making. So even as the 6th seed position in this field, odd makers would have to consider Ed to be one of the favorites to win this game. He's got such strengths. However, here's his kryptonite, and I think we've already seen it. If he has an early disappointment, a failed opportunity, something that he doesn't think was right, or a misfire in negotiation, that can sometimes derail his game mentally before he has the chance to coast into the type of alliance relationship that he usually rides to success. So if he can avoid that mental stumble, and I think he can, even though he's already pointed out in his interview what he thinks about his first chance game from last week, I think he can come back channel his way to this title if he avoids that early disappointment. Which brings us to the person who has the highest seed that's still alive in this tournament, who is Saren Kwok. Saren Kwok may be the player who is on the hottest hot streak of the entire Super 7 coming into this. Good success both in virtual and face-to-face play during 2023, as well as tremendous success, frankly, in the seasons before that. Saren should be a very popular choice for all those prognosticators out there trying to handicap this particular game. Now, Saren is sometimes seen as an uber alliance player, and then other times she can be seen as a ruthless opportunist. Guess what the answer is? She's both. It's the multifaceted nature of her game that makes her such a strong player. Whichever game she chooses to play, she has the ability to lead others to follow that and that is her superpower, and it should not be underestimated. However, it is possible for Saren to get off on the wrong track and not play what I would consider to be a Saren Quat game. Again, it's a little bit similar to Ed. If she feels that someone has made a poor move or a bad decision that has hampered her plan, she can get indignant, and sometimes that overpowers her flexibility. It turns her into an early guided missile aimed at the heart of the offender instead of worrying about the end game. Assuming this doesn't happen to her, though, Saren Kwok, as the highest remaining seed left in this tournament, should have a very good chance of adding the DBNI title to her long, long list of victories.
Fantastic. Thank you, David, for those. And thanks to Brian Pravel, I believe, who put together all of those awesome art cards for us. It feels like with every broadcast, the technical skills behind the scenes just get more and more impressive. We're going to move on to power selection next. So before we get into it, David, can you tell us a little bit about how power selection is happening today, what Paris method is, and how it works?
Paris method is a way that you choose the powers. You know, sometimes people who have in tournaments, either powers have been assigned to them or they have a preference list. It used to be old ways to do it. In a top board setting, you have seeds 1 through 7. And we've already mentioned that. Peter is the 7th seed. Doug is the 1st seed, for example. The top seeds coming into the Paris method get to decide where they want to pick in order, where they want to pick their country. So if, for example, Doug as the top seed wants to go first and have the first choice of country, then he can do that. Whereas the 4th seed will have to decide when they get to the number 4, they'll have to decide where they are in between 5, 6, and 7, but they won't be able to decide beyond that. So the higher seeds get to have a better selection of when they choose. Now, why would you not just want to choose early and get the power that you want? There's 2 reasons. One is you're trying to decide who you want to play next to. It's not just the power you're playing, it's where you're playing in relation to other powers and other players. So that's an advantage of picking lower, is that you get more information about where the other players are going to be on the board, and then you can make your selection based on that. In addition to the fact, reason 2 is the lower you choose your country is the better tiebreaker if this game ends in a tie for supply center count. The person that selects last has an overall tiebreaker against everyone else, and it goes up from there, from 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 to 2. So it's great to pick first if you really want to pick your country first, but you lose all tiebreakers if you do that.
All right. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of tactic and maneuvering that happens during Paris selection, trying to figure out not just what country you want to play, but who you want to be next to, and the ability to choose or have some level of control over who your neighbors will be is a unique way of doing this. With that said, we've got a video of what happened in our Paris method.
Thanks, Siobhan. I am excited to kick off Super Saturday with the Super 7. Without hesitation, we are bringing them to the board right now. We have number 1 seed, Doug Malott. Number 2, Johnny Gillum. Number 3, Matthew Tatanchi. Number 4, Christopher Ward. Number 5, Saren Kwok. Number 6, Ed Sullivan. And number 7, Peter McNamara. Peter, as unfortunate as it is for a defending champion to be number 7,
I'm not a defending
that is where you start
champion.
the process.
Brandon's the defending champion.
Ah, that's true. Defending, but you as a
like
former
to pick
champion.
first, please.
Ed Sullivan, where would you like to go?
First.
Ed Sullivan will go in front of Peter McNamara. Saren, where would you like to go?
I'll go before Ed.
Before Ed. Christopher Ward.
I will pick ahead of Saren, please, Kevin.
Ahead of Saren. The button, there we go. Matthew, where would you like to go?
I'll go before Wardy.
Before Wardy. Johnny, your turn.
Much as that. Much as the temptation exists to drop to 7th again, I will pick after Wardy, please.
After Wardy and before Saren?
I know, Peter. I'm sorry. Yeah, and before Saren, yes.
Just confirming. And Doug, where would you like to go?
I was firmly instructed to shut up and pick first.
By whom?
Pretty much everyone.
All right.
Well, with that choice, you do get to go first. Which country would you like to play?
I will play France.
France it is. Matthew.
Russia.
Matthew chooses Russia. Wardy.
I would like to play Germany, please, Kevin.
Wardy takes Germany. Johnny.
Yeah, sorry, give me a second. That wasn't what I predicted. Okay. I'll play. I'll play Italy.
Johnny chooses Italy. Darren.
She's in Matt Tatanchi time.
What an interesting choice. I'm very sorry for the delay.
Don't worry.
I'll play Turkey.
Saren chooses Turkey.
I'm gonna need Matt Tatanchi time.
And this is why I picked first.
Some of us didn't have that option.
No, your choice is just as easy.
I'm taking England.
Ed selects England. Peter.
I also am going to need some Matt Tatanchi time.
That request is denied.
I take Austria.
There it is. So we have Doug Malott in France, Matthew Tatanchi in Russia, Christopher Ward in Germany, Johnny Gillum in Italy, Saren Kwok in Turkey, Ed Sullivan in England, and Peter McNamara in Austria. Players, congratulations on making it here. We look forward to speaking with the winner at the end.
See you then.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck,
Good luck, everyone.
Have fun.
All right.
Sorry about that. So what are your immediate reactions? There were some surprises in that one today. Katie, we'll start with you.
Can I comment real quick on Johnny saying "see you then" at my inners interview? Love that. It's great. It was pretty interesting. I love Doug's approach. That's what I did the one time I had a Paris method choice, and I just was like, you just got to do it. So I love that. I really like Russia going second. Russia is my favorite country to play. I think Saren's decision was the most interesting to me because, she basically is deciding, does she want to be sort of in the West with someone, with the players that are already known in other countries, or she can be an Austria, Turkey. And I predicted her picking, well, I don't know what I predicted her picking because I'd rather play England than Austria, Turkey, possibly. But when she picked Turkey, I thought Ed might pick Austria, and I predicted that the two of them would maybe work together. And I wonder if she maybe thought that, or if she thought that whoever of Ed and Peter that was next to her, she could get along with better than the players that were already over in the West. Because it always comes down to preference, but I think picking Austria or Turkey over England is noteworthy. And so I have a feeling it came down to more of the who do I want to play with, who do I think I can play with situation.
Yeah, I agree with that. We had a little bit more of picking your neighbors in this selection than I've seen in a while. So that was really interesting. David, your first thoughts?
Well, I understand what Katie's saying about liking Russia as a second choice. You said you particularly like Russia. I do think it is an unusual second choice. in a top board. I'm not saying it's a bad choice. It's just not, it was probably not necessarily what people were expecting. And then Wardy really made it unexpected by going to Germany as the third pick. So there were lots of curveballs thrown here at folks further down the list. So you can understand why they needed a little Tatanchi time, which is what we're calling it now, because at the top board for the VDL, he took like 2 minutes to make a decision. So that's always called Tatanchi time when you need extra time. But you can understand why the choice was hard to make after that. Obviously, Saren's choice of Turkey is fascinating. I would argue it is probably because she feels like she can work better with people that she has more experience with. And she has less experience with Doug and with Matt. Not as much with Wardy in Germany, but certainly the other two neighbors as England. And so I think she took Turkey because she thought she could work maybe with people with whom she's more familiar. I mean, we shall see. As you say, Katie, she may have also been expecting Ed to agree to follow suit and go into Austria with her, which did not happen. There was a comment from Preval here in the comments. So Ed has chosen England so he can get ganged up on. I'm not sure that's necessarily true. Wardy, for example, I think is definitely somebody that Ed has worked with in the past and can work with again. And frankly, so is Doug. Now, the fact that Ed and Matthew Tatanchi are England and Russia is an interesting situation. And that might be another reason why Ed did not take Austria or Turkey, where he would have to have even more interaction with Matthew. You obviously have to have it between E and R, but not as much as if you were in Austria.
Yeah, and I agree that when we're talking about Saren's choice, that she fully expected Ed to follow her and take Austria, especially seeing that Matt Tatanchi was the one in Russia. I think Saren was possibly hoping to kind of use the grudge that Ed has lingering from round one and just do an AT and plow in, but that didn't happen. So, I mean, it's going to be a fascinating board. I did not expect any of those choices after France, which was really interesting. Usually I'm pretty good at being like, okay, then we'll see England, then we'll see this. This one was a surprising one. So given what we know now about where everyone is on the map, we're going to do some predictions. David, who do you think has the best shot right now?
I actually think it is Johnny Gillam. And here's my argument for that. Italy is a successful country on top boards, or at least has been in the last several years, for a number of reasons, including the fact that top boards are usually not decided by early gains. They're decided by mid-game course corrections and strategic alliance shifts. Johnny is good at that. As Italy, he can bide his time and wait for that. He is unlikely. He and Peter, as Austria, are unlikely to have some kind of bizarre, fruitless war between them. Maybe it'll happen. Maybe it'll happen because it is a fruitful war. You know, maybe Turkey will ally with one or the other and destroy them. But I think Johnny has a good chance of sticking around. And I do think Ed is in danger of being squeezed out in the West. So it would be Johnny, just because I think as between the freshman four, he is the one who has the most experience playing with the other players at this kind of level. I'm not saying Johnny has ever been on a lot of top boards, but he has played a lot of high-level diplomacy games with a lot of people face-to-face and otherwise that are on this board. And so I think he'll be able to parlay that, in addition to sort of the underdog factor of being in the freshman four, to a victory. Now, that having been said, lots of other ways this could go, but that's what I think a likely scenario could be.
All right. And how about you, Katie?
It's obviously impossible to predict. I think that Saren and Peter in Turkey and Austria is going to be really interesting to watch. I think I could see them working well together to sort of get a head start and then, then playing for themselves a little bit. So for that reason, it's hard for me to say Johnny or even Matt. But I don't know, maybe everyone will gang up on Peter, or they'll just take up Turkey. You never know. I think there's just so many options. I don't know. I think Doug, he's playing a really strong country, and I don't think he's feared by people. And I think that's really, really bodes well for him. I think he has a very, very high chance of doing well. I think I would say I have to pick somebody. I'll pick Doug, but with like a huge disclaimer, like this could go
Katie, Doug would have been my second choice. I think he probably has the second best chance of winning. So I like your pick.
Thank you.
I will say that Doug was my first choice.
Well, I stole him from you.
Yeah, exactly. So just to keep the variation here, I'll go to my second choice. I think that the East is going to be, I don't know if messy is the right word, but it's not going to be resolved quickly. And for that reason, I think that the winner will come from the West in this game. And for me, I'm actually putting my money on Ed Sullivan this time. I think he's got a great shot. He's great to work with. I think he'll have a good choice with whichever way he goes in the West, either Doug or Johnny, or maybe Western Triple. You never know. But I'm going to say Ed.
I hope we don't see a Western Triple.
Wash your mouth out with snow.
I'll be so disappointed.
You just said Western.
If I jinxed it, now we have a Western Triple.
That is bad word. Those are bad words.
After how excited I was for this game, if there's a Western Triple, I'm done.
I know. I'm sorry, Katie, if I jinxed it. Alrighty. Well, before we move on to our pregame coverage, just a quick reminder, everybody, we do this because of and for all of you who are watching. So please please subscribe, tell your friends, get us on there. We're not asking for money. We don't do it for money, but the more we like and subscribe, the more this will reach the people that want to see it, who can join our communities. So thanks again, everyone, for being here. And let's move on. All right. So before we get into the game itself, I do want to point out that this top board is named after a hobby legend, Alan Calhamer, without whom we wouldn't be here today. So I'd like to take a minute, explain, if you don't know who Alan Calhamer is, who he is and what he has done for the hobby. And David, are you comfortable taking that one today, or would you like me to do it?
I certainly can, having actually met and played with Alan a couple of times back in the day. He was a mild-mannered guy in person. The game of diplomacy came to him because of his training in college and in law school, and really getting into the diplomatic history of particularly Europe, and also particularly pre-World War I Europe, where he learned the lesson that the inflexible nature of the lack of diplomacy right before 1914 actually led the world into disaster. So one of the reasons that he invented this game was to try to encourage the education of people and the developing the skill that people would have to be diplomatic, to not be inflexible, to be able to go back and forth as needed in their lives. And so he invented this game partially because of his love of that theory of diplomatic interchange. Now, he did go to law school, but he never practiced law. He ended up working, I believe, the U.S. Postal Service, and was he was actually a humble man. And at the end of his life, I played with him, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 years before he passed away, maybe 10 years before he passed away, something like that. And he was even then still surprised and humbled by how many people loved his game. It was actually quite charming. And you would see him in person and he would be sort of, well, I'm really glad that I'm here. I'm glad people loved my game. He was actually really bad at this game. I think I've said that before. He was not good, but isn't it great that he was able to invent this game that all of us are still loving this many years later?
Fantastic. All right. Thank you, David. Alan Calhamer, without whom we would not be doing this because diplomacy would not exist. Before we get into game coverage, which is coming next, we've got a little video just lining up the players, reintroducing them to us one last time.
Doug Malott, France.
Matthew Tatanchi, Russia.
Christopher Ward, Germany.
Johnny Gillam, Italy.
Saren, Turkey.
Ed Sullivan, United States. It's the same thing as England.
Peter McNamara, Austria.
All right, and there we have it. We've got players from all over the world right now. I think it was 5 different countries and 4 different continents. So just one last time, we've got Doug Malott from Cabo San Lucas, Johnny Gillum from New York, Matt Tatanchi from Portland, Oregon, Christopher Ward from Chester in Great Britain. Saren Kwok, usually coming to us from London, is currently in Casablanca. So that adds a whole new continent to our list, I believe. Ed Sullivan in Houston, and Peter McNamara coming to us from Melbourne, Australia. All right, before we kick this off, any last thoughts before we get into the game? David?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure this is the only top board we've ever had people from 4 different continents playing on it. That's pretty cool. Can't wait to see how this goes. Well, and one should actually point out, this game is live. It's virtual face-to-face. It's a live game. And you've got people playing from time zones all over the freaking place. So we will see how that enters into it, but it certainly can, because this is a physical game and fatigue can play a role.
Absolutely. And how about you, Katie?
I agree. I think probably based on time zones, Peter's playing very early in the morning. So best of luck to him. If I were playing from Australia, I would not be winning because I don't think I would even make the game.
Fair enough. Yeah, the game of diplomacy fatigue is a real thing, and working around time zones means somebody has to compromise eventually. And I don't know who got the short end of the stick this go round, but maybe we can get that information.
Well, human computers need no sleep.
He's just a calculator. I mean,
he's what we call in Dune parlance a mentat.
Yep.
Go look it up. Go look it up.
Okay. All right. Well, then that has been enough stalling for now. Let's get into our championship game. All right. And here we have the spring of 1901. David, I'm going to give you the West, and Katie, you can take the East, and we'll go back and forth from there. So, David, what do you see in the West?
All right. We've got the normal sort of English church, what they call the modified Churchill opening, where you go to Yorkshire. Otherwise, standard openings. The bounce in Piedmont is really the only thing that is not really standard in terms of the Western opening. Obviously, well, not obviously, but probably arranged.
Yeah. All right. And Katie, take us over to the East.
Yeah, it has to be. There's no way Doug wants to be in Piedmont. I think it's actually really risky for France to do that because, I mean, I don't know if there's a point in Johnny doing this, but if for some reason he doesn't bounce him, that's not a great place for France to be. But, you know, the East is similarly standard. You've got bounces in the Black Sea and in Galicia. Saren moving the army to Ankara so that she can possibly move her fleet to Caen in the fall and get it out earlier. Seems pretty standard so far.
All righty. On to fall of 01. We'll stay in the East with you, Katie.
Okay, so we see Johnny convoying to Tunis and taking Trieste. Interesting. Not quite sure if it was arranged. I would imagine it probably wasn't, would be my guess. I don't know, but he did convoy it, so I'm not sure. Saren has supported Matt into Romania, probably unnecessarily, and they bounced in the black again, but she's moved to Syria. I think that's her saying, look, I'm not a threat. She can build a fleet in either Caen or Smyrna and maybe focus on moving out into the Med early.
All right. And then in the West, David?
Yeah, let me just say one quick thing about the Syria move. That is a move that was popularized by Andrew Goff back in the day. Mm-hmm. And the theory behind it is you put the army there and say, hey, AI, if you're coming to try to Lepanto me, good luck, because my army's sitting in Syria. So go find something else to do. So that's what that typically means. All right, looking at the West, obviously the supported convoy to Belgium may or may not mean anything. Sometimes the English army, as we know, goes to Flanders to die. Sometimes it goes there as a starting off point for the next move. So we will see which one that is. But that's obviously the only thing that's really interesting here. Is Ed getting jumped on early? It doesn't look like it, because if you're going to jump on Ed early, you actually bounce him in Belgium so that he doesn't get that second build. He's got 2 builds. It's hard to jump on England when they got 2 builds.
Yeah, agreed. And the only other thing that I'll come back to is the move to Trieste. Whether or not it's arranged really depends on the players involved. In this case, I think it might have been. I think that there's a strong case for Johnny going to Peter and saying, hey, you give me Trieste, I plop down 2 fleets, we can just get the jump on it, and we'll get you your centers later. At my most recent tournament that I was at, I had an Italy that was very upset with me for not just giving them Trieste in 1901. You can ask. I won't always do it.
Yeah, I think it's very presumptuous of Italy's to expect it. It's a gift.
Yeah, it was also somebody that I hadn't worked with before, and I didn't know the style, and it was a whole thing.
Well, I have one thing I'm really looking at for the winter builds, which is what do the Russians build in St. Pete?
Because it's going to be something in St. Pete, right?
It's going to be something. It's got 2 builds. They got to build it in St. Pete, whether they wanted to or not. And they probably would have wanted to anyway. The question is, what is Matthew Tutanci's relationship with Ed Sullivan and vice versa? We're getting ready to find out with this build.
All right. All right. I'll just talk us through the builds. I'll go right to St. Pete that you were curious about, David. Matt has opted to do double armies. Saren puts down a fairly standard fleet in Smyrna. We've got 2 fleets out of Italy. The only build that Peter could make as an army, fairly standard from France, Paris, Fleet Marseille, and a northern fleet build from Ed in Edinburgh. So first reactions, David.
Well, the army in St. Pete means Matthew's trying to say, hey, we're not really enemies, are we, Ed? I'm going to be defensive here. The problem is that Ed Sullivan has built an army. The France has built nothing in Brest. This is such an obvious EF situation. The only question now is, where is Ed's army going? Is it intended for Norway to eventually go up into Scandinavia, or is it intended to go into Germany somehow? We shall see. But that Fleet Marseille is probably the most interesting build on this map.
All right. And how about you, Katie?
I agree. It looks like Trieste was certainly arranged, and Johnny put 2 fleets down, like you suggested might happen, Siobhan. But I totally agree. I'm very unused to seeing Fleet Marseille. I think even in a lot of EFs, you still see that fleet built in Brest, because in an EF, your target's probably Germany rather than Italy. And I think usually you still build it in Brest with the, knowing it's going to go there, and then you sort of, it doesn't have to be anti-English. So Marseille is pretty, I feel like it sends a message, and I imagine, I don't know, Johnny's got 3 fleets though, so we'll see. Who knows what
build in Marseille if you're France, if you have not yet picked up Spain, if you've bypassed one of Iberia's centers, you can build in Marseille and totally play it off as, it's going west, it's going to Spain or Portugal or whatever. You can do that, but in this case, they'd already taken the 2 Iberian centers, so
Yeah, well, I think there are going to be some interestingly tense conversations between Doug and Johnny next year. So before we move on to 1902, I do believe that we've got some sideline reporting that we'd like to show.
Nice.
So we begin in the East, where Peter and Johnny have one of the first talks, Austria and Italy. Naturally, Johnny suggests ganging up on Turkey, and Peter remarks that he's really happy to be Austria. They both agree that they're more scared of Saren than anyone, and they don't really want to see the 2 witches in Ed and Saren get big and run the game. Peter does note that the last time he dealt with Matt in Russia, Matt avoided making a decision until Peter felt the need to sort of blow up Matt's fleet and make some moves in Romania. Saren goes on to talk to Peter next, and Saren said that she didn't want to be next to Wardy, Doug, or Matt on this board, and that she and Peter actually share a lot in common because they both have a major bullseye on their back. Peter says that he wants to go full team at Russia and suggests that he could make an 0-1 move on Romania if she moves to Armenia. She sort of waffles on that a bit and doesn't really want to do it, but does point out to Peter that historically DBNI results in extreme success for France and Italy, and that Peter should be wary about that. Peter pushes back kind of heavily on that and doesn't express sort of any sense of agreement there. Johnny and Matt then go on to talk, and Matt says that he wants to play in the East and the West, and he doesn't want to pick a target in the East. This goes back, I think, to the crux of Peter's issue to playing with Matt earlier on, and I'm really curious to see if this continues to be an issue going into 1902 and onwards in this game. And Johnny then warns Matt, though, that if he doesn't pick a target, that an AT will form against him as a result because they need somewhere to go. And Matt says he'll think about it and do something. Then Matt and Peter come and talk. Peter apologizes for how they played last game and says that he is sorry for the poor communication that they had between them. But when they talk together this time, there really isn't that ultra aggressive committal to something, and I think that may result in some issues down the line. They do agree to a bounce in Galicia, and then they sort of talk in general terms of the rest of the board, but nothing really concrete. And that's really going to be, I think, the defining factors of the East for spring 1901.
And in the West, spring 1901, Doug and Ward in France and Germany split off to speak first. Doug says to Ward that he thinks they are the same type of player, by which he means neither of them likes to stab. He says, I know you won't stab me unless it's to win the game, unlike someone like Johnny Gillam who might stab me just because it's Thursday. Ward brings up Burgundy. He says, I'm not going to move there, but Doug, it's fine if you move in. And Doug, several times throughout this conversation, mentions a Western triple. And then finally, the last time, he pushes it and said, is this something you want to do? Ward is not interested. Doug backs off, said, hey, I'm a do what you want type of player, citing his real estate background. Ed and Ward, England and Germany, then split off to talk. And Ed right away says the Western powers need to reduce this to a 1-in-2 chance to win this game. Ward says, not on a coin flip, though, I reckon, making the crack right away. Ed says he's cooled off about the coin flip, referring to background with Matt Tottenchi, who's playing Russia. Doug then goes into a room with Ed together, and they both make the same pitches to each other that they just made to Ward. Doug says, I think we play the same style. Ed says, I think we need to make this a 1-in-2 shot. Doug makes a wisecrack about the coin flip. It's the same conversation, just with different players. Now, towards the end of the conversation, Doug mentions offhand, like he did with the triple and Ward, he makes an offhand reference. Maybe Ed should convoy that army to Norway. Ed doesn't respond to it, but after Doug leaves the room, Ed mutters under his breath, convoy to Norway? I ain't doing that. That is 1901 spring in the West.
Cool. So that takes us down into 1901 fall in the East. Johnny and Wardy have one of the first conversations here, which is really interesting because it's not as deep as you'd expect it to be for an early East-West talk, when they want to talk as early as they do. Wardy says he gave too much power to Ed and that there are no clear alliances in the West. Johnny isn't buying this for a second. When he presses Wardy on it, though, Wardy can't explain why he feels this way when Johnny asks for reasoning. Johnny does confirm that Piedmont was arranged, and he starts to push for an EGI to go after France and for Russia to be let into Sweden. Wardy does agree to give Matt Sweden, but waffles a little bit on the EGI. Does give some say, hey, it's a good idea, but doesn't really commit to the moves I think necessary to make it really happen. Then after that, we go on and see that Saren and Peter talk about Johnny and whether he's going to go east-west. Peter says that if he puts the fleet in Tunis, he's serious about it. Otherwise, he isn't. Saren agrees with this pretty quick. Matt and Saren then talk. Saren says that Peter gives him nothing. Matt agrees and says he's being given nothing. Saren doesn't really seem to believe it, though. Saren tells Matt that she wants Johnny to go west, but won't believe it until she sees it either. Matt says he doesn't imagine it's happening, and I think Saren reads into that pretty quickly. They agree to bounce in the Black Sea. Matt asks for no bounce in Romania. Saren agrees. It's gearing up to be an AI versus RT, I think. Or at least that's what she thinks and wants. Peter and Matt ask if they're bouncing Galicia. Matt says yes. Peter wants to dig out Turkey pretty quickly and says that he can't have Turkey behind him. Matt agrees. But when he talks about the moves here, Peter accepts the fact that there's going to be a bounce in the Black and there's going to be an army in Romania, but doesn't seem to be getting the tempo that he wants. Johnny goes to Saren and asks for an army in Armenia. Saren sort of expresses her worries that this is just an AI and she's getting played. Johnny says that Matt doesn't want to do anything and see if he can get away with it. Johnny says he doesn't really want to let Matt get away with it, but also doesn't care that much because Russia isn't his problem early on. And Johnny says, though, if she moves to Constantinople, that he has to operate under the assumption that he is facing an RT, and he would rather not have to deal with that, not have to worry about that. Saren agrees that she will not go to Constantinople in that case. And
in the West, the big conversation we get is between Ed and Matt, England and Russia, talking for the first time this game since their big hullabaloo in round one. It's a cordial conversation. They both say they don't want to tangle up with each other. Ed agrees that he needs Matt to be stable against a very powerful South. And then the rest of what happens in the West is England, France, Germany, all agreeing together that Ed is going to get Belgium. Ed asks both of them for it. Neither of them rebuffs him. And then when France and Germany get together, they both say, hey, Ed asked both of us for Belgium. Why don't we just let him in and then decide if we're going to kick him right back out in spring of 1902 and then let Siobhan say her little catchphrase about English armies going to die. Ed and Wardy have a good conversation about how they could run an EG. Ed says to Wardy, everything you're saying, I'm buying. And that's the fall in the West. Nothing too complicated. Back to you all in the studio.
All right. Thank you very much to Karthik and Zach for doing this. Sideline reporting is no joke, and it's a ton of work. So it adds a lot to the broadcast, and we appreciate you. Given that, any surprises in what you heard from the backstage? David?
It's surprising to me that the argument between F and G would be, let's just let Ed convoy to Belgium, and then we'll just kick him out later so Siobhan can make her comment. I mean, it's fun, but if you're going to, why let him in there to begin with? It doesn't make any sense to let him in there. Then you got to worry about if he gets to retreat to Picardy or not. I guess you could cut that off if you're really coordinating. But what this really does is give EG a chance to work on France if they want, because there's no build in Brest. So Belgium can go to Picardy here, maybe, and Germany attack Burgundy with support, and then Paris can't cover both of those. So this is dangerous if you're France to be thinking that way, that you can just kick them out there later. If you're going to build in Marseille, it's dangerous. I mean.
Yep. And how about you, Katie?
Yeah, I agree. We heard the cursed words Western Triple a couple times, but doesn't seem like people really want to do it. And if both France and Germany are okay with England getting Belgium, then that suggests to me that they both think that they're the one who's going to work with Ed. Of course, we can all, yes, do Siobhan's. That's where English armies go to die, and that would all be fun. But I agree with David. I think it's I think it seems like both of them are going to be sort of fighting for Ed's alliance.
I think the real question in the East is, does the AI continue to work together here? That's really the question, I think.
I mean, I don't think Johnny has any reason not to. But
yeah, it would be Peter that would turn on Johnny and take Trieste and overwhelm the fact that there's no armies to defend through Italy except for the one.
Yep. All right. So I guess we'll wait and see. Get back to there it is. Katie, we'll start with you in the East this time.
All right. Well, the AI are certainly working well together. Johnny backs out of Trieste, and Peter takes Bulgaria all on his own. Saren building in Smyrna and putting the army in Syria meant that Bulgaria was very vulnerable. And Peter said, thank you for not going to Khan, like I asked you. And now we don't see an RT, but I'm going to take Bulgaria. Matt is moving into the Black Sea, which further does not bode well for Saren. Although, if you do have an RT, you probably want someone in the Black Sea. And so I think it's very possible that he's going to stick with her and use it to sort of support, but he also might just, just join in the gang up on her and grab a sender. The army in Bulgaria is piffed, which is sort of a bummer for Saren, and Johnny's already in Aegean, so it's really not looking good for Turkey at the moment. We'll just have to see if Matthew joins in or not.
Well, the EG that I was talking about has, in fact, come to roost here. This is another way to play it. Go to the English Channel, move your army over to Wales instead of doing the convoy and the move to Picardy, which is what I was suggesting. In fact, had they done it that way, they would have had Burgundy, and the army in Burgundy would, have had to retreat to Marseille. So it would have been cool. But this is not bad either. It allows Ed to get the fleets in position a little bit better, but it is EG-ish for sure. It doesn't surprise me too much.
Yeah, that was what I was predicting, especially after we saw the build Fleet Marseille. It's almost impossible for Ed to look at that and say, oh, I can drop into the channel, backfill North Sea, we can get some momentum going here. On the east side of the board, what my eyes were drawn to initially was Johnny walking right back out of Trieste, which screams to me that whole thing was arranged.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the Russian moves are interesting. Not even trying necessarily to take a shot at Norway, and Ed holding Norway as opposed to even going through the motions of supporting the Germans to Sweden. So Ed's at least trying to keep his options open here a little bit on the. He doesn't want to fight a two-front war yet if he can help it.
Agreed. All right, let's see where this takes us in the fall. David, we'll stay with you in the West.
Yeah, he still doesn't have to fight it. Again, the Russians didn't even try to take Norway, so that matters. They're in Germany's self-bouncing and Baltic. So they're trying to be all friendly, playing footsie with Matthew while they attempt to do something against the French. Now, they do. They kill the army in Picardy. That's been eliminated. The French do, of course, get in North Atlantic. That is definitely a way to play this with a forward defense. But Ed does have the army to defend back there, and he knows that. So it's going to be interesting here to see how much progress EG can make before anybody reacts to it. And the answer might be they already have, not to steal Katie's thunder, but Venice to Tyrolia might have been Johnny's attempt to react to that. But who knows what that means for Trieste. Katie, Gray, what do you think?
I don't know. I think that Johnny is probably turning on Peter here. I sort of doubt Greece was agreed, although maybe to get back Trieste. But then, let's see, Peter gets Trieste and Bulgaria and loses Greece, so he'd still have a build. Johnny gets Con and Greece, so he gets one build. So I don't know. Maybe they just both get a build, and that's how they agreed to do it. That actually might be totally fine. The army going back to Romania and moving to Tyrolia, I first saw that as Johnny wants to build an army in Venice and go after Peter, but I don't know, that may be totally wrong because Peter will have a build too, so things might still be in lockstep for them. I think it's interesting that Matt, I think he did support Aegean into Con, right? So I think Matt's joining in on this AI against Turkey, but I'm not entirely sure how much Matt's going to get out of it. Johnny's already in Constantinople. Turkey's down to 2, and maybe Matt gets Ankara. Difficult to say. Yeah, I would love if Johnny's up in Tyrolia to sort of mess with Wardy a little bit because it is not looking great for Doug so far, but he'll get to rebuild that army that was piffed. So it's really not, it's nothing he can't bounce back from.
It's hard. It is hard to take down France. We all know that, hard. Particularly if Italy is not participating, and Italy's definitely not participating.
He's not, yeah.
Right. Now, folks that are watching this stream, they're trying to learn this game. Why would you convoy Tunis to Rome? And the answer is because it gives you more options of where you can go in your next move. You would think you maybe go to Tuscany because then you're closer to Piedmont if you're trying to go up there, or maybe you go to Naples. But no, Rome allows you to now. He can go to Venice. He can go to Apulia to be convoyed later. So that's why you would do that for those of you trying to learn this game.
Yep. All right. I do think that the AI is holding strong, that's just a basic swap of I want Trieste back, you take Greece, we can move forward from there. Everyone feels a little bit more secure in their positions. You got to feel for Doug and Saren on this board, though. It's happening fast.
Particularly for Saren.
Yes.
Yeah, very fast for Saren.
All right, let's jump right into the winter. And here we do see the rebuild of that piffed French unit with an army in Brest. Johnny takes his up 1 and drops down another fleet in Naples. Peter takes the only choice he can with an army in Vienna, and Saren piffs the Aegean, which I guess makes the most sense. Any thoughts?
Doesn't surprise me.
Doesn't surprise me either. I think it'll be very telling what Johnny does with that army in Tyrolia. I think it's also possible he sees a dying France and decides he can get Iberia out of it. Doug is really defensive against EG right now, and Johnny can slip into Lyon and maybe Western Med, and he might end up with Spain before England's in Brest.
Or he could even take Marseille if he goes to Piedmont and Lyon and has to support an attack on Marseille. I mean, who knows?
Right.
I mean, this is a great situation for Johnny all around.
Gosh,
but let's find out.
Who could have picked Johnny to do well in this game? I
don't know. Okay, well, then let's take a look at what's happening behind the scenes in 1902. I believe we have some sideline.
All right, Spring 02 in the West starts with Doug in France and Ed in Germany immediately heading into a room. They are both very concerned about Italy's 2 builds. But they look at the board and Ed says, I don't think we can advance right now. He asks Doug to support Belgium with Burgundy. Doug wants to know what London's going to be doing, but Ed is non-committal. First, he says he's going to convoy to Norway. Then he says maybe he'll hold. This is a short conversation, and they don't get into much detail. Ed switches over to Ward, and they immediately start talking about it in EG in a much more detailed and lengthy conversation than what Doug and Ed just has. Ed repeatedly says, "I am with you, Wardy," something he did not say to Doug. Doug and Johnny, France and Italy, have a tense conversation where Johnny's upset about the build in Fleet Marseille, but Doug says, "Johnny, you told me you would not be getting Trieste in 1901. He was put off by that surprise of the second build and built the Fleet Marseille defensively." That's what he's telling Johnny. They both insist to each other that they don't want to fight, but you can hear in the tone neither one trusts the other.
Fantastic. Thanks for the update, Zach. In the East, Johnny and Peter talk, and Peter asks Johnny to go to Venice. He says he's going to be pressuring Bulgaria, but Johnny wants support into the Aegean instead. Johnny tries to argue tactically for it, but eventually concedes that Peter is right, that Bulgaria is forcible, provided that Serbia isn't tapped, whereas it's very, very easy to prevent an attack on Aegean if Bulgaria taps Greece. Peter pushes Johnny to go to Eastern instead, and for pressure to go after France. Says a major fear of his is that Wardy does something bad, and that Johnny should push the Wardy to agree to an RG. Saren and Peter then talk. Peter says that he wants Johnny to go west. Peter says that he'll take Trieste if he doesn't. Saren asks why Johnny says he's going to the Aegean point blank. Peter stumbles for a second before saying it so that he can either win a guess if he's attacking her or to surround Greece if he's attacking him. Saren pushes for him to attack Romania, and he agrees at first, and then pulls back and says he wants to take Trieste instead. Tells Saren he will not support Johnny into Bulgaria, but will take Trieste, and then will take her support into Romania in the fall. Peter and Matt then talk. Matt says he'll go to the bloc, he'll bounce in Galicia, and will give support for an attack on Bulgaria, saying he wants the AIR to move on full steam ahead. Peter says he'll cut the support, but appreciates it nevertheless. And that's everything I have for spring 1902.
All right, well, we get into the fall of 1902 in the West. Doug, you can tell who he is the most disappointed in from the moves of the EG. He immediately pulls Ward into a room and says, on a list of bad plans, this is the worst plan ever. Ward is straight up with Doug that he was surprised by the Fleet Marseille, and he felt like he had to take an ally wherever he could get one. He said Ed was pitching a spring move, and that was compelling to Ward. But Doug's pitch is this: I can't tell you what your next dot is if you're attacking France, but I can tell you where your next dot is coming from, attacking England and the dot after that. Ed and Wardy go into a room and they talk about that, the next dot. Ed says he can sense some hesitation on Wardy's part, and so he immediately talks about where the next dot is coming from, saying in 1903, we need to attack Matt in Russia. Ed then pulls Johnny's Italy into a room, and he's a little upset because Johnny's telling him, well, Johnny showed him that he didn't swing west as decisively as Ed hoped. Ed says, you're the one who orchestrated this. I had a good EF going. Johnny says, I'm going, but it's going to take an extra turn, to which Ed says, no, Johnny, don't give me that.
That's about right. In the fall of 1902, Sarah and Matt talk, and she tells Matt that while she didn't like being surprised with the Black Sea, she's still open to working with him. She just wishes she was told in advance. She pitches putting Matt into Bulgaria, says that there's a clear EG, and she wants Johnny to be able to go help out Doug. Matt says that he wants Johnny to help out Doug. Stern says there's no chance that Johnny helps out Doug here, and will likely try to take Marseille and maybe Iberia if he goes over there at all. Matt doesn't want to make a play for Bulgaria. Saren tells him that our RA will not work here, but an RI might. And if she's going down, that's her advice to him. And then complains to Matt that he's doing nothing tactically to prevent her from crumbling, despite saying nice words after nice words after nice words. He admits that that's true and says basically outright that he has no desire to oppose AI right now. Matt and Peter then talk. Peter says that EG isn't good. Matt says that he wants this to be a brief call. And then Peter says, okay, fine. I'll take Trieste back if they can DMZ Galicia. Matt says he wants to be able to take Silesia potentially, so he's totally fine with that, and that to make a good RA, Peter needs to take Trieste. Johnny and Matt then talk very briefly and say Saren is going down, but in order for Matt to be okay with this, he wants stability, a center and understanding between him and Johnny on how Peter is going to crumble. And after that, he finally agrees to put Johnny to Constantinople. Saren and Peter then talk, and Peter says that there is a way for her to survive so long as she has a fleet in the Black Sea. If she's a Black Sea power, they have reason to keep her. And yeah, that's Fall 1902.
All right. Thanks again to Zach and Karthik. Any illuminating thoughts that came out of that for you? We'll start with you, David.
I understand Doug's pitch to Wardy. And this is the sort of pitch that Wardy might fall for to his detriment, is what is pointing out during Hood's hints. He probably just needs to put his foot on the gas here. You got to make a decision and go forward. Particularly if Johnny's going to go west also, then that allows Wardy maybe to even get a better deal here than Sullivan's going to get with an enemy fleet in Sullivan's North Atlantic. In the East, I do think it's probably true what Peter's telling Saren. If she can end up in the Black Sea, then I just don't see how she ends up in the Black Sea. Unless, I guess the Italians could support her there and all that, but why not just take her stuff at that point? They wouldn't really need her fleet in the Black Sea. So I understand the pitch there, but I just don't know what going into the Black Sea to maybe survive in Sevastopol is really going to do for her.
Also, really, why does Saren care? Like, this is a top board. Like, surviving here on one center doesn't really get her anything except maybe some small amount of influence in who wins. And if I'm Turkey and my neighbors are ganging up on me, I'm not helping any one of them against the other. I'd rather just go and enjoy my evening. So, I don't know. It wouldn't work. That pitch would not be particularly motivating to me. But on the other hand, I have been Austria in a Austria-Russia alliance against Saren on like a 2-center Turkey, and I've made that pitch to her, and she was like, "All right, I'll survive. I'll use my fleet to help go out, whatever." And then she totally stabbed me, and like she did better the game than I did. So maybe she'll accept the pitch just because it buys her a little more time, and then who knows? She could still top the board because I think she has the capability of doing that.
Now, it is true what some of the people have been saying the last couple of years about Matthew Tatanchi's play. He's not really doing anything.
I was just going to say I'm worried about Matt. Yeah, I really think he's not going to get a lot out of Saren's downfall. And I think he's really banking on Johnny and Peter going after each other. And maybe he's hoping for a wintergreen. He said he wanted that assurance that he and Johnny had an agreement, and that's why he put Johnny in con. I hope for his sake that's what Johnny wants to do. But also, like, France is pretty tempting probably for Johnny, so it might not be what Johnny wants to do.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine how Peter could really turn on Italy here. There's just so many fleets you'd have to deal with in the long run. The only way that would work is if you've still got Saren's fleet alive and you can use that, and if you've got the Russian fleet alive. Otherwise, it's going to be hard for Peter to turn around and fight Italy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard for Johnny to fight Peter. He's got 2 armies.
That's why you do things this way.
It's
that's
very
why
stable.
That's why, exactly. If Italy owns Greece with a fleet,
right,
that's very stabilizing for that alliance.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed. All right, let's see what happens in 1903. David, let's start with you in the West.
Red arrow, 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 red arrow. And a move to Liverpool. Over to you, Katie. Well, okay. I should also point out the holds. You know how much I love holds. I think they're awesome. Not. Holland hold, Denmark hold, Sweden hold.
Hey, you're getting interesting green pieces moving into your theater now, David. So
I guess that's right. Yeah. I mean, I would want Holland to get in on the action here somehow.
Yeah.
If you're going to succeed in an attack, one army in Burgundy isn't enough. You've got to get some more power projected. I know he's worried here. He's worried about Ed, but I wouldn't be worried about Ed when there's a French fleet in North Atlantic. I mean,
yeah. All right, Katie, how about the other side of the board?
I think, the big news on the other side of the board is really Johnny going west. So it's on both sides of the board, but I think he was more tempted by French centers than by any sort of wintergreen or anything. I mean, Marseille is guaranteed unless somehow Wardy decides to work with France. I don't see that happening. And, he can follow a fleet into Western Med. And I think this is looking really good for Johnny, and things are still going strong between Johnny and Peter. Johnny's in black, which is very fun. I think it's interesting that Saren heard that pitch and was like, "No, Peter, I don't want to be black. I'll put Johnny in there." Good for her. But I think this is also maybe Matt sort of reading the writing on the wall, and that AI aren't breaking up. I mean, I don't know. The retreat to Bulgaria, could it be planned? It's not a big deal. All of those taps might be agreed upon, but I really can't see this going well for Matt because he's not getting anything out of Turkey dying. He's really not. I mean, he's lost his shot at Ankara. And if Italy and Austria continue to disengage like this, then Peter's coming after Russian centers next.
Now, we'll say this. If you're Johnny Gillam, a long-term threat to you is having a living Peter McNamara, who is not going to let you get too far ahead of him before he does something about it. So Johnny's really going to have to watch himself here. And it is easy to do as Italy to get yourself strung out in both East and West. And it is often the key to success, to be honest, is to have something going on in both theaters. But he's really got to watch, make sure that Peter doesn't have the ability to come after him, because Peter, even if it's not a winning play, he can't let Johnny get way in front of him where he doesn't have a chance.
Yep. Okay. Well, then let's move on to the fall. And Katie, we'll stay with you in the East.
So Johnny is back in Con with help from Russia
and Turkey.
And Turkey. I think Matt and Peter are clearly fighting, right? I mean, there's an attempt on Romania, Moscow going down to Ukraine. Matt's decided to make peace with Ed so that he can go defend his south. And I think that I can't see that being agreed. The one part of me that is unsure is that it's a fleet, and maybe this was, we're going to get rid of Austria's fleet, but Austria is losing Bulgaria, and the bounce in Trieste. Austria's going down one, right? He's not rebuilding that fleet as an army. It's just gone. So I think that this doesn't bode very well for Peter. Matt's getting a build out of it, and he might be getting an Italian ally, and maybe we're going to see Wintergreen right now. Sorry, that's the West. I just noticed something else.
I know, right?
David, hurry up. Talk about it.
It's a very good comments, Katie. And you know what the West is about? The East. That's what the West is doing right now, is looking at the AI and saying, "Oh crap, we can't let that happen."
Yeah, because Wardy did support Marseille. Love to see it.
Supporting Marseille. The French are leaving to go south to defend against Johnny, and Ed is totally saying, "Yes, please go do that." And Ed didn't try to move his fleets around. He's just doing a lot of stasis there. So this is the West reacting to an alliance that they thought was doing well. In other words, the West playing good diplomacy. And Wardy does get Belgium here, probably with Ed's blessing, and Ed's going to kill that army Picardy. It's probably what's going to happen, so that Germany can build an army in Berlin and then, be able to have flexible response to the East.
I hope we don't see a triple. It's totally unnecessary. Don't do it.
We thought we'd written it off.
It's a defensive triple. I don't think it would be a triple that would last forever.
No, I don't think you don't need to be defensive against Russia in this situation, right? I don't know. We'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
Well, we'll see if Katie's dreams or nightmares come true today. All right. And last but not least, 03 builds. You were correct, David, that the intent was to piff that army in Picardy, allow Germany to build the army in Berlin, and Matt puts down another army in Moscow. I don't think there's much to talk about here, but any quick thoughts before we go to sideline?
Army Belgium. Oh, or I said Belgium, I meant Berlin, and then I also realized it's the only place he could build an army. It doesn't mean anything.
Yep.
So,
all right, then we will send it back over to Zach and Karthik on the sidelines.
Awesome. So in the East in spring 1903, Johnny and Saren start out talking, trying to get Peter to make a move unilaterally on Russia before Johnny actually takes the Black Sea, to make sure that Matt is pissed at Peter and not him. And they talk about how to convince Peter not to take Bulgaria back while walking to Khan and so on and so forth. Oh, sorry, not to take Constantinople off of Johnny. They agree to keep Saren alive and that the Black Sea will be taken by Johnny. Peter and Matt then talk. Matt notes that Saren is pissed at her. Peter says that Matt should ask Johnny to support him to Ankara, and that'd be a way to get around this whole issue. Matt asks for a continued DMZ of Galicia. Peter asks if he's going to Silesia. Matt says no. Peter isn't too happy about this, but says he'll take Mongolia. Johnny and Matt then talk. Matt says that he wishes Johnny built another army, but Johnny just says, like, hey, like, you know, I couldn't base because I thought Aegean would still be there. Johnny asks Matt what the relationship is between him and Peter, and sort of gets a lukewarm answer. Matt asks Johnny to give him a build in Ankara. Johnny says he's going west, and then the question basically changes to him. It changes to the tenor of the conversation, then changes towards tapping Ankara to get him into Armenia, which Johnny then agrees to do. Peter then talks to Johnny, and Johnny says that he'll take the Black Sea, but that Constantinople can't be taken because the retreat for Romania will be an issue. Peter then says, sure, like that's a good point, but I just want to take Romania in that case. I'll take Romania at the end in the fall. He says it's so late that Johnny ends up taking Black Sea without Peter going to Romania, and the inverse of Johnny's plan, where he was going to be the one that makes Peter look bad, ends up getting done to him by Peter in a classic reverse-a-roo.
Well, in the West, there was a theme that emerged that every negotiation seemed to hinge on, and it might not be what you think. It was what Matt Taunchi in Russia was going to order with his army in St. Petersburg. That's what every conversation revolved around. Ward pulled Matt aside right away and was pushing hard for Matt to stay in St. Petersburg, find an excuse to stay there. He wants to stab Ed for 2 in the fall, with Ward taking Belgium and Matt taking Norway. Matt had previously talked to Ed in England this turn and regrets that Ward didn't get him sooner, because he said he already committed to moving that army down to Moscow, and he was not willing to break that commitment. So Ed and Ward get in a room together, with Ward's plan to stab Ed stifled, and they both agree it's not time to take Matt's dots yet. And while they're chatting with each other, Johnny sends Ed a text saying, "This is the turn. I'm moving fully on France right now, as long as the West commits to giving Johnny in Italy, Marseille." Ed agrees immediately yes to Johnny's offer. Now Doug and Ward get into a room, France and Germany, and they are talking about that same army St. Petersburg. Doug is convinced that it's going to stay and be in position for a false stab. Ward has already heard the opposite, so he's not so sure. But Doug is kind of needling Wardy here with talks about an AIR. He says the AIR moving on you this turn is a given. He's not even trying to sell it to Johnny. He's just talking as if it is preordained that there's going to be AIR attacking Munich this turn. He says he hopes that Ward defends Munich because he doesn't want to see him murdered quick.
Cool. Now, the theme for the East in the fall is one of strategic realignment and the ensuing chaos. Saren does a really good job here in her conversations with Johnny and with Peter, trying to get both of them to flip. Peter offers her Constantinople, saying that she can build if she just simply walks in behind as Constantinople goes to Bulgaria, and she assures him that the Black Sea would be tapping Sevastopol. She thinks about it for a second, but then talks to Johnny. Johnny makes her an offer saying that he's down to stab Peter right now. If she's willing to work with him, he'll guarantee her survival for the rest of the game. All he needs is for the Austrian fleet into Constantinople to get blown up, with support from Ankara and Armenia going to Smyrna. Saren eventually agrees to this once he says that he will make her that survival offer. And then we have Johnny talking to Peter and Matt talking to Peter, trying to sort of figure out where their place of strategic realignment is. Both of them are trying to convince the other that it's time to move and break up the AIR, presumably in response to those negotiations that you were mentioning in the West. Eventually, it seems that Johnny gets the better of them all. Matthew holds his units in the Austrian Bulgaria, and the fleet in Constantinople does get blown up.
All right, and in the West, the theme this turn is that there's going to be a new triple forming, but not anybody can agree who will be included in this new triple. Ward pulls Matt aside again. He says to Matt, "I kind of think we need France, and I kind of think we don't need England." But just like last turn, Matt is not giving Ward anything back. In fact, he doesn't even respond to that. He's so preoccupied by what just happened in the East with the stab that he completely ignores Ward's West talk and he's just ruminating on what AI had just done. There's very little engagement from Matt about stabbing Ed. So Ed drops into the room and he expresses the same idea. I think we need to work with France here. I'm not looking for Peter or Johnny to solo, is what he said. So Ed and Ward go into a room. They're agreeing, we got to leave Doug alone. We got to stop Johnny from getting Marseille, breaking the deal they just made. And finally, they just bring Doug in, and they all three hash out a deal. Ed's going to give Belgium to Ward. Doug's going to move south, and Ed's going to disband Picardy. Ed says the three of us need to work together for a year. Doug, does that sound good to you? Doug says, no, it sounds absolutely terrible to me, but it's the only shot we've got. Finally, Ed and Johnny get into a room to discuss Russia. Neither of them want to see Russia crumble, despite what Johnny just did last season. They agree that the West should leave Matt alone because Johnny wants Matt there as a counterbalance. So when he sees the opportunity to stab Peter, that door will be open.
Alrighty. What did you learn from that about what was going on? Katie, we'll start with you.
I am really interested in what's going through Matt's head right now. I think he sounds to me like he might be a little flustered. He's so focused on what's happening in the South. And what's really telling to me is Wardy is asking him, turn on Ed with me, you'll get a build in the North. Like, Wardy is offering him, like, a real deal. And I understand he wanted to move to Moscow. But I think the danger that Matt's in is where he now has a fleet in Sweden, and that's the only thing he has in the North. And if he can't get Ed and Chris to start, Chris, I can't believe I said that, Ed and Wardy to start fighting, then he's going to lose Sweden and he's going to lose St. Pete. And I think you have to be really careful when you have sort of a peaceful agreement with the country that they have a plan that's not turn on you. And I'm concerned that Matthew is not giving Wardy that opportunity. It's hard to play Russia. It's hard to play in the North and in the South. I understand that. But the South is, especially after this year finished and he got a build out of Bulgaria, the South is looking so much better for him that I wish the army had not moved. I don't know. Did he need it to be? I don't know. I don't remember the exact news, but I kind of wish he had taken up Wardy's offer, and I think it would have been fun to see that dynamic change, especially since Ed said Western Triple, and now I think Ed needs to die. So,
I mean, yeah, I think you're spot on with all of that, Katie. I also wish that there were something in the North for him. He's so focused on the South. It's almost like he just has become myopic about it and isn't seeing the larger picture, which is Russia can be really debilitating.
And it's hard to avoid because you lose the South. There's so few games where you can win as Russia
in the North.
South. Right. And you can lose the North and still win as Russia, but I don't know that you can do it on this top board. And I don't want to see him completely excluded from the North, because once you lose Sweden and you can't build St. Pete, you're done. Like, the North is gone.
All right. And how about you, David?
I'm still trying to figure out exactly what the AI relationship truly is.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if there is still an AI relationship after this last year.
I understand. But I'm not sure that it's not still going to be fine. I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's do that. And David, we'll start with you in the West.
See, I think it is fine. And
okay.
He moved back to Trieste there. The Italians go to Tyrolia, I think, because he's making sure the Germans don't bounce him there. I still think they're working together. That's what I think. Okay. And I think they were working together before. So I think all of that was sort of an elaborate something. All right. Which way am I going? Am I going east? Am I going west?
Why don't you take the east? We'll switch it up.
All right. So that's since I was talking about the east, that seems fair. But you do want that fleet, if you're of Russia, you want that fleet in the Black Sea where fleets belong. So I like the fact that they moved the units around there. Maybe he wasn't expecting the support into Galicia, but he sure got it. And he went to north with his army, which is probably a good idea given what's happening in the West, Katie, right?
Yeah, I mean, Ed's in Barents, Ed's in Norway. I think Wardy has to make a decision right here, and we'll see. I don't want to predict what Wardy will do. I think it's notable he's in Bohemia and not Prussia or Silesia, so he clearly was not fully on board with this Let's Western Triple for a year, although if you only have 1 year, maybe there's no point in being in those places. But, Ed's coming after Matt, And, Matt moves the army up, but I really wonder if Matt had just built like a fleet North Coast or something, once the South seemed a little more stable to try to like, I've been Russia begging Germany not to kill me in the North, begging to like hold on to my spot up there. And I don't want to like harp on you too much, Matt, if you're watching this. I don't, I know how stressful these games are, but I think if Germany's making you that offer, I think you really do need to consider it. Because it doesn't sound like Ed is making you an offer like that. And you do need an ally in the North if you want to continue to have a say in what happens up there. So Peter supported, I'm in the West. France sort of in a holding pattern. I think that makes a lot of sense because Johnny's also in a holding pattern. His fleets are still there. So obviously Doug's not going to go north when there's Italian fleets in Lyon and Western Med. And I think, Johnny moving Venice to Trieste is really telling. I don't think Johnny has any plans to back off of Doug at the moment.
I think the real party who has options here, who's not exercising any of them, is Wardy. Really playing somewhat passively, that can be okay, particularly in a top board situation, but it's striking that he is really not going any particular direction. Bohemia is not a bold move in anybody's book. And it certainly is not helping. I mean, if this is, I don't know what this is, but it's not an EG going after Russia. That is not what this is, because you don't do that in that situation. You go to Prussia and Silesia.
Right. Yeah, and I'll completely agree that Wardy's. Sorry, I had an interruption. All right,
gotta catch them all.
Go on.
No stay.
Wardy's waffling is going to be to his detriment in the end. He needs to make a decision. Things are happening forcefully and quickly on this board, and you don't want to be the one who doesn't make a choice.
I think he tried. He really sounded like he really tried last year, and Matt wasn't into it. And maybe he needs to respect Matt's no and say, "Okay, Matt, you're next. Then I'm taking Sweden now." And then maybe that's what he'll do in the fall.
Maybe.
All right. Well, speaking of the fall, let's see what happens. Katie, we'll start with you. You're in the West now, right?
Sure. Okay, so Wardy doesn't take Sweden. Matt defended it perfectly. However, he is in Baltic, so presumably that falls next year. I have to assume north to Belgium is agreed. Although I think if it is, it was a mistake by Wardy, because you got to know your chances of actually getting Sweden are pretty low, right? Like, I guess it's always a guess.
It was a guess. It was a guess.
Well, it's not a guess. I think that the best thing you can do is balance yourself in Norway, right? Because you can't protect St. Pete if Barents supports Norway there, and then North can follow to Norway. I don't know. We'll see.
Well,
Wardy is going to have
been Denmark to Sweden, Sweden to Norway, Norway to St. Pete. It could have been the situation. So that's why it was a guess. But it was a guess. It wasn't a guarantee for sure. It was a guess.
Okay. Yes, I see that.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, the way it worked out was not really great for Wardy, right? Like he did lose Belgium. The English army was convoyed down there, and Wardy's in Picardy, which is kind of a weird place to be, with Munich going to Bohemia. That was really brave, actually, because Johnny could have walked right into Munich. That would have been so funny. I don't know. Doug's still sort of playing hold, although he's getting a little bit of a break because Western Med retreated back to Tunis. Not retreated, but moved back to Tunis. And I think he's... I don't know what Wardy's doing. I don't know what Wardy's doing, Siobhan. I feel like... you were like, I think he needs to make a decision, and I think that's true. And I think he's right now doing things that are very pro-Ed, and I'm not sure how pro-Wardy they are.
Yeah. These moves are not... You need to be in Silesia in the spring, not in the fall. Bohemia and Silesia together are not awesome. But I don't. If we don't know what Wardy's doing, I know exactly what Saren Kwok is doing. She is building.
Yeah.
And that's cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
all right,
what did Serbia supported? That's really interesting, right? Serbia supported. So Peter supported Johnny back into Bulgaria, but then supported himself out of Galicia. It's interesting.
Yeah, as opposed to just bouncing the Germans there. I thought that was interesting also.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't feel like he had anything else to do with Trieste, but I'm not sure what that means. So there's got to be something a little goofy going on there.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the all-important Italian fleet in the east coast of Bulgaria. That's really important. I don't know how that could be important, but it's.
I disagree with everything you say.
Yeah, I was throwing that out there. It's like, wait a minute, how could that possibly be a great place for a fleet? I mean, it kind of is in the sense that it touches Black Sea,
but yeah,
it can mess with Romania.
There's 3 Turks now, though. There's 3 Turks, and you now have 1 fleet in Greece to deal with them. I know you brought one back from to Tunis, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we really want Saren growing would be the question on this board. And
only Saren.
Yeah, exactly. I did see in the comments there was a question about the support around Marseille and Piedmont. It looks like Marseille supported Lyon de Piedmont. Probably Doug's subtle nudge saying, I know you're moving away, but I'd like you to move further away.
Faster. Yeah. Well, he didn't really. I mean, Piedmont's still there. Lyon is still there. Like,
yeah,
he's really not.
Tunis moved. That was it.
Yeah, it's like maybe slightly better, but it's not really.
Well, I don't think Johnny thinks he can move away now. I think he thinks if he moves away, France just comes in. I think he believes that there's been a Western rapprochement. Now, the fact that there's a German in Picardy belies that. But
yeah. Well, we shall see. All right, let's see what they do with their builds and disbands. Saren, unsurprising to me, builds a fleet in Smyrna. We get another northern fleet from Ed Sullivan, and the German disbands Silesia. Any thoughts on this?
You disband Silesia instead of disbanding Bohemia? I'm not seeing that.
It must just be pro-Russia. Maybe he's trying to apologize. But
it's definitely pro-Russian. So maybe he's going to work with Russia against Vienna? Maybe?
He's got to worry about Ed. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Picardy's I assume Picardy's just going back to Burgundy, or something, just for defensive purposes. But still,
why not get rid of Picardy? I don't know. I might have got rid.
Yeah.
I can't help but notice that there's a guy in Holland that's not doing anything and hasn't doing. I know you've been worried about Ed, but sometimes when you're the Germans, and frankly, when you're anybody, you have to take risks.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go back to Karthik and Zach in the sidelines.
Right. It is 1904, the spring, and in the West, there is indecision everywhere. Ed and Chris go into a room right away. Ed's already pitching that they need to be wary of Ed. Peter McNamara is pulling Ward aside and saying EG needs to take Sweden right now because there's a vicious wintergreen forming. They agree on that for the time being, but nobody can quite stick to a plan long term. Ed goes to Doug. He tells them exactly what they planned, and Ed's saying, Doug, you should move to Picardy to get into position to stab Ward in the fall if that's what we decide we need to do, because at this point, Ed and Ward have agreed that Ward is going to take Sweden and Ed is going to fill into Belgium. So a Doug move to Picardy puts them in great position to gut him in the fall. Doug is non-committal here, and Ed says, Doug, I'm feeling the like, but I'm not feeling the love. Doug replies, if you move out of English Channel, you'll probably feel the love again. I'm not trying to make Wardy mad. He's supporting Marseille. Now, Ward and Ed get back into a room, and Ed is pushing, we need to pick between France and Russia here, and late in the clock, in the last minute, they pivot away from taking Sweden because Ward is expressing hesitation, which he has all season long. And even last year, Ed, out of frustration, says, we can't Wardy this all game long.
Well, it's funny that that's your theme, because the theme for me was also frustration and confusion. In the East, we have Peter and Johnny talking, and Peter asks why Johnny decided to do the stab. They go back and forth for a little bit. Johnny explains he expected to build and to get the fleet blown up, but now he has to contend with a Western triple. And that says, despite the stab and everything that's happening, we sort of have to come together because we're the rational people here. We're the ones that can negotiate, can come up with a deal. And he expresses frustration at Matt not wanting to do anything anywhere. Just sort of sitting on the fence and not really either attacking them or going to attack the North, pulling down from it. Not great for him. He's worried about Ed and Doug dropping into North Africa. The fleet's coming down south towards him and just basically trying to figure out where to go. Peter says we either need to find a way to actually cut a real deal with Russia, and if we can't, we need to cut one with Saren. But he makes it very, very clear that they need a deal with one of them. Peter and Saren then talk, and he asks Saren to convince Johnny to send fleets west and to cut the deal. Johnny and Matt are talking in the meanwhile, and Matt says it will not be a triple if it isn't AI. Johnny looks at Matt in confusion and says, Matt, it isn't an AI. I literally just stabbed Peter, blew up his fleet. What more do they want? And at this point, the conversation stalls out, in part because I think Matt kind of showed clear lack of interest in the cock, so ends up just kind of fizzling there.
All right, well, into the fall of 1904, everybody wants somebody else to move decisively. That much is clear, but nobody is excited about the prospect of being the one to do it themselves. Ed pulls Matt in a room right away, and you can hear his frustration. He says Wardy is mentally unable to commit to a plan. So Matt says maybe we need to come to a decision where Wardy's decisions are not an X factor for us in the North, but they don't come to a decision. The conversation fizzles. Now Ed, Johnny, and Ward, EFG or EIG in a room. Johnny says, we can finish off Doug right here, and then I'll turn on Peter. I'll give you two literally whatever you need to make this work. They don't make an ask. That talk fizzles. Now Ed and Ward in a room together. Ed says, you can't play this game being friends to Matt, Ed, and Doug, Wardy. You have to have an enemy. Wardy doesn't want to hit Matt. He's open to hitting France, but he doesn't want to hit. And Ed is driving the pressure into Wardy now to act decisively. You can hear that he is audibly frustrated by Ward's waffling. But then when Doug pulls Ed into a room, the roles are reversed. Doug is pushing Ed to make a decisive move against Wardy, and Ed is all of a sudden cautious. He doesn't want to take the big swing. He doesn't want to convoy off of York. He eventually, as you can see, decides to do that. But it takes, at the end of this conversation, they do not get that. And then Ed and Ward, at the last possible second, you'll see why he finally convoyed off the island. It's not to stab Ward. It is because with 30 seconds left, Ed tells Ward, fine, we can't agree on anything. I'm just going to attack Russia. Ward, are you in or out? Ward reluctantly agrees with 30 seconds left on the clock, and they come up with the moves that you see here.
Nice. The theme for Fall 1904 is sort of a continuation of the spring. It's confusion and a failure to communicate. So Johnny and Wardy start off talking and saying that we've been criminally negligent in our communication with each other, and it's kicked us both in the head. Johnny wants to understand why the triple continued after he stabbed Peter. He makes it clear that he understands why the first report hold on Marseille happened, sort of a wait and see, but doesn't understand why they're continuing. Wardy said it's not really continuing because Ed wanted him to take Sweden, but didn't. Johnny asked if they can work against France, and Wardy says it'll be hard since he doesn't know what Ed wants. Johnny complains that he has asked both him and Ed straight up why France being allowed to live is good, and has yet to get a single real answer. This doesn't really go anywhere. At that point, I leave to go talk, listen to Saren and Matt talk. Here, Matt expresses approval for Johnny fighting Peter. Saren says it's actually probably arranged at this point now, and they're probably back together, and wants help into Constantinople. Matt says that if he was to do that, that would just help AI come together, and declines to do so. Peter and Johnny then talk, and they agree to support Johnny into Bulgaria, and then go from there. The thing is that Aegean has to go back to Greece to ensure that Bulgaria gets blown up. Johnny says, sure, that's fine. Johnny and Saren then talk. Saren says that he has no desire to work with Matt at all because he will never make clear who he actually wants to work with and who he wants to work against. Johnny wants Saren to go to Armenia, but Saren declines for now, and then says at the very end of the negotiations, like, look, maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'm going to keep secret what I want to do here, but I'll definitely consider at least going to Armenia. As we see, she doesn't. Johnny and Matt then talk, and Johnny says it's going to be an EF right now. And what are we going to do given the fact that we are going to be looking down an EF? Johnny says that he wants to attack Austria, but Western positioning gives him no chance to do so. Matt then suggests pulling back from France to give France room to maneuver. Johnny looks just completely stunned in my head. I can only hear by the tone of his voice. But Johnny asks, why would I want France in an EF to have room to maneuver when that just simply means that he's going to be coming at me? Like, the proposition just didn't make any sense to Johnny at all. And then negotiations end there, and we see the AI come back together because of it.
That's excellent sideline reporting there. Katie, first thoughts.
I think one thing that Zach said is a theme for a lot of diplomacy games, especially where good players are playing. Everyone wants somebody else to make a decisive move. I think there are some games where being decisive and taking your shot really work out for you. But at least in my experience, if other people are making decisive moves away from you, that's only good, right? Maybe they'll grow. Maybe they'll get an opportunity that you would have had if you had made the decisive move, but at least they're not coming after you. And that really sounds like what's happening, especially with Ed in the West. He's trying to get Wardy to go after Russia. And I just think that it's risky to be that person to make the decisive move. You want to be the one who convinces other people to do it. So I fully appreciate that perspective from Ed. But then, to his credit or whatever, but this year he does. He's like, well, okay, I'll go after Matt and I'll sort of force the issue. And I think he's tired of it. I'm tired of Wardy maybe not making a decision. And I think Wardy does need to make a decision. I think Doug has a better sort of excuse or a better reason to hang out and wait, because if somebody is going to get ganged up on, it's probably Wardy. I don't think he can afford as much to play and be defensive. And because Doug is still dealing with Italian pressure. So he sort of can't do anything that aggressive. He's just waiting. And I actually think that's a great position for him to be in. I think it might work out really well for him. But I for a different reason from Ed, I wish that Wardy was making a little bit more of a play, because I can see myself in that. I think he's just doesn't know what to do. He doesn't want to burn any bridges, but I think you got to do something.
All right. And how about you, David? What are your thoughts?
Instead of talking about specific moves, let me just talk about the theme of that last set of sideline reports, which is fizzled negotiation attempts. In both fall and spring, you had all sorts of discussions that literally went nowhere between various players. I would suggest that is because of what Katie's talking about, the inability, or not the inability, but the unwillingness to commit, which if you're a balance of power player, you can sometimes not want to commit because that's just not your game. But some of these folks are not true balance of power players. They should realize that commitment can narrow the number of players who can win this game in the end, which is a reason not to play balance of power. I know you knew I was going to make this pitch at some point, but balance of power is actually not always the best way. Sometimes you want an imbalance of power so that you can be one of the people who is taking other people out of contention. Look at all the people who are still in contention in this game. Answer everybody. Saren is back up to 3 with a not terrible defensive position. So you've got 2 6s, 3 5s, a 4, and a 3. Okay. It's almost as if we haven't played. And that's what happens when you don't commit. And so nobody's committed to doing anything. You end up with a situation where nobody's any closer to being in contention to take this game down.
Yeah. No, I will agree with that. And, I don't know how long this game lasts. I have no spoilers, but if I were to bet now, I would say we're in for a long one.
Is there what's the time limit or year limit, or is there one?
I'll see if I can find that. Yeah. So Kevin, you're listening in the background. Can you let me know?
I believe
is there
that
hard stop?
The preliminary games, that was 1915, right?
I think that's right. Is that true for?
So that may still be true for the final. I'm trying to remember now. I've only done this 4 years in a row, and I can't remember what the rule is.
Well, they changed the format.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Well, I'll track down that information.
I think there's a time limit, and I think it's the same one, but I'm not positive.
15 then. Okay. All right. Then in that case, on to spring of 05. Katie, let's start with you in the West.
All right.
Let's hear it.
Ed said, you know what, Wardy, I'm sick of it. You're taking too long. And, he's dropped into Helgeland Blight, and he's put Barents into Norway, and he's dropped into Skagerrak. I don't know if it's gone well for him. It certainly doesn't look great. Doug is in Irish Sea. He's got Liverpool. Doug is getting a build this year, 100%. And, well, unless Ed can talk him out of it, but it seems very likely. Wardy has taken Belgium back, and I think he loses Holland. Maybe there's some guesses because he's in Kiel. I'm not sure, but I imagine that France is probably on board to work with. I would think that Doug wants to work with Wardy at this point, since he's an Irish, he's probably taking Liverpool. And Matt has. Oh, he supported Barons into Norway. Okay, so Matt's basically got Ed off his back. Wardy's in Denmark and not Baltic, and Matt now suddenly has a much more stable position in the north than he did a year ago. So I don't know. It would be really funny if all this talk about wanting someone else to make the first move, and then Ed finally makes the first move. But now he's making an aggressive move on Wardy, and if Doug takes Liverpool and he doesn't get Holland and it just doesn't work out for Ed, then I think that'll cement Ed's play forever as you be the tip of the spear kind of player.
Well, I think that we have the answer to the question of why did France and Germany want to put that army in Belgium? Because they wanted to get it off the English continent.
Yeah, I mean, Belgium is a place that British armies go to die, even in 1905.
No, it's going to Ruhr, folks. It's going to Ruhr.
Yeah,
okay,
going
fine.
to Ruhr first,
Yeah,
but
And that's a much cooler place for an English army than lots of other places, like the various people that have been in Picardy.
That's true.
All right, what is the answer to the question of the following question? What is cooler than having an Italian fleet in the east coast of Bulgaria? Answer: an Italian fleet in Romania, which is even less useful, but honestly, probably still the right move. This AI was always there. I heard the sideline reports, and I still think that it was always likely that those guys were going to stick together, and they are sticking together for now. I see Piedmont to Venice. I see that, but I just don't believe it in terms of it being a precursor for a move against the Austrians. I don't think Italy thinks they can do that at this point. They got to worry about the Turks now, for example. But yeah, the real thunder here is what's happening in the West, not necessarily what's happening in the East, which is continued AI working together and the Russians and the Turks trying now to work a little bit together. You can see that Wardy knew that Ed was coming, though.
Yeah.
Whatever negotiation was going on about Wardy, are you now finally ready to do this? Something must have broken down there, because Wardy knew that Ed was coming.
Yeah, I see Marcus in the chat said that Belgium supports Picardy to Burgundy. It's possible that Doug tipped off Wardy, deciding that he'd rather work with Germany than with England. But regardless, he obviously didn't. Well, he did kind of take Ed's support, but I don't think in the way that Ed was hoping for.
Kind of.
Oh, sorry, Picardy to Burgundy. Oh, yeah, that's actually really interesting.
And just for the commenter there, I'm not saying that it's terrible to take Romania with the fleet. I'm just saying, wouldn't it be cooler if it was an army that could go into Russia? But I get
that would be.
I get the theory that, and plus, he didn't have an army; they had fleets. I'm just saying that the fleet is not very flexible in Romania. It's better for their Austrian army to be in Romania so they can have play on Ukraine. That's basically the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see what that fleet in Romania does now. David, take it away in the East.
Well, it survives, so that's something. AI pushes the Russians out of Galicia, and this is Johnny basically had to change tack because he's dealt with he's now got the Turks back, so he had to send his fleets back to the east, which is what is happening here. So it's AI. It's essentially, this is like a 1903 position, or a fall 1902 or something, where you've got the AI trying to knock out the Turks after 3 years of interregnum. We finally back to where we were 3 years ago. So in the West, what do we have going on? Katie Gray's going to tell us.
Yeah, so Irish does go to Liverpool. So Doug is getting a build. Wardy, I think, made a bad guess with or just the wrong guess with Denmark, because he's losing Holland and he's losing Denmark both to Ed, although he keeps Belgium. But it's still a net one for Ed. And actually, no, Ed has got to be neutral because he lost Liverpool. So Ed's not building. Wardy's down 1 and Doug is up 1. So, and Johnny has completely moved back. So this is looking great for Doug. It is interesting, like you said, now we've got AI against Turkey in the East, but with France at a much more sort of forward position than you would normally see at that point. So excited for Doug. I think this is really good for him.
Yeah.
He tapped, was that Belgium?
Let me see what's in there.
Burgundy.
Yeah.
Which must have been agreed, right? Because, well, I don't know. I'm basing this solely off of his interviews where he was like, the games of diplomacy. I
Mhm.
imagine he's not attacking Ed and also messing with Wardy at the same time.
That would be too much. No.
It would be a lot, yeah. So
No.
I assume it was some sort of like tactical thing where he's preventing a retreat or bounce or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. No, but as Jasper in the comments points out, Ed is building because he took both Holland and Denmark and only lost one.
And Helgoland was disbanded.
Piffed.
Yeah. Oh, and Hell was disbanded. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, good to know.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of those builds, let's see what he does with them. We got an army in London and another fleet in Marseille. That's a popular build for Doug this game.
Why? Oh no, I'm so sad to see that.
Katie, you had an immediate reaction to that. Tell me what you're feeling right now.
Well, I just think you finally got Johnny moving off of you. You finally made progress against Ed. There's so much bad blood between Germany and England. If I were Doug, I think I would be pressing that. I would think I would be supporting myself into the channel, and I would be saying, like, let's go. You know, Wardy's still got 2 fleets. He can take back Holland. I would be, because if you get Germany on your side now, I think you still get all of England. Like, Wardy gets back Holland and Denmark maybe, and you get all of England, and you have the West. And I think that would have been really fun to see. Maybe he doesn't want to be a huge target. Maybe he doesn't want like an Icarus situation. Maybe he doesn't believe that Johnny's really backing off. I don't know. Maybe he's never been attacking Ed, and Ed agreed to give him Liverpool. I have no idea, but I would have really liked to see a fleet in Brest. And without knowing the negotiations, if I was dropped into the France position, that's what I would have done. But we'll see what he does with it.
He may be playing a longer game here, making sure if he distracts Italy a little bit, that he can keep Saren alive as an irritant to the Italians. That might be the theory.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he may see Johnny as his biggest competition, and maybe he can get dots out of Ed, but he still needs to keep Johnny contained.
I think Johnny is his biggest competition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
All right. So, David, if you are Johnny in this moment, the next time you have a negotiation with Doug, what are you saying to him?
To be honest, I try to get that fleet to move out, and I talk about working together against Munich, maybe.
Yeah.
Something.
All right.
So try to come up with some way to work together. Now, if I'm Doug, I'm not sure I agree to that. I mean, it's hard to know what Doug's theory is here, but to be honest, I find the army loading interesting.
Yeah.
As
I'll
opposed
agree with
to
that.
building it in Edinburgh and having immediate, pinning that French fleet where it is. So I don't know. There must be some kind of deal that Ed thinks he can work out here, and maybe there is. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't
maybe
know
they
who-
are on the same side.
I don't know. It is possible when you've only got a fleet in Liverpool to leave it there and not be terribly threatening. You can have an EF with a big F and a little E for a while. You can do that. So I don't know if that's the theory or not, but I do find the fleet build extremely fascinating. And, Doug's position is obviously a lot better than it could have been. This really is like at the end of 1903, where there was an EF and France got the jump on England instead. And AI is trying to kill the Turks in the corner. That's really what it looks like 2 years late.
Yeah, it's a little bit of deja vu for sure here. We've had a lot of back and forth in this game, and so I'll be curious to see if it can ever stabilize. All right, well, let's see what's going on behind the scenes and give it back to Zach and Karthik.
So much, Brian. We're now here in spring 1905, and the theme of this year, especially this turn, is what I like to call a goat rodeo. Famously, this was used to describe me playing with Andre and Nicola 3 years ago at Tempest with this little style of the R in the East. This time, the East remains once again the proverbial goat rodeo. Saren and Peter talk. Saren's begging him to attack Johnny, pushing as hard as she can. Peter then immediately goes to Johnny and sells her out. And then Johnny says that Doug is willing to attack England if Johnny gives him space to do so. They agree that's probably a good idea. And now Johnny knows that Saren wants a rat. Johnny then goes to Saren and sees if there's any way they can work anything out. Saren says that she needed Khan to stay in the game, but gets that he kind of has the need to attack her until Smyrna is gone at a minimum. And Johnny says, okay, fair enough, so be it. Wardy and Peter then talk. Peter wants Wardy to make a decision on St. Petersburg and what wants to happen there. Peter complains that he's getting a bunch of requests to do things, none of which actually benefit him. And they go back and forth for a little while until Peter jumps in with Ed at the end of the turn and asks Ed if he's taking St. Petersburg. Ed says, no, I'm done with Wardy and I'm attacking him. So that's how the spring ends in the East.
Well, in the West, we start with Johnny in Italy and Doug in France talking about their détente, and Johnny lodges a familiar charge, which is that he says Ed seems incapable of coming up with any alliance structure. So at this point, it might as well be FG. Doug's open to it, but he wants to see Johnny move away for one more turn. Johnny understands that. After Doug leaves the room, Johnny says to me, Zach, I'm losing my goddamn mind over here. Now Doug and Ed get into it, and Doug is kind of throwing up his hands and saying, look, all I need is one more fleet so that I can go wreck Johnny. I'll put the fleet into Liverpool. He's very open, or at least saying he's very open to fixing things with Ed. And Ed signals the same thing. He says, look, I'll give you Belgium. And for the first time in this negotiation in spring 1905, Ed and Doug, England and France, are talking about detailed, concrete orders that they can enter to make a lasting alliance with each other. It hasn't really happened until this turn. Ed says, I'm tired of Chris Ward's back and forth. But despite all of this talk, they still don't agree. They still don't agree to anything decisive against Ward. They talk about a holding pattern. Now, at the end of the season, Ed pulls Matt, Tanchi, and Russia aside, and they're talking very late about Ed wanting to reorient his fleets against Ward. He wants to go all in against Germany. Matt is happy for Ed to do that, but is not so willing to enter any orders that upset Ward. That's the spring of 05.
Perfect. Now we go to the fall of 1905, where in the East we have Peter and Saren beginning talks. Peter says that he isn't mad at her, and he's only really mad at Matt and Johnny, and he wants to work with her and see what they can do. He wants to work against Matt really badly now because he simply has no enemies, according to him, and he says that's why he didn't do exactly what he said he was going to do and did some work with Johnny in that turn. Saren demands that Peter support himself into Greece, and Peter sort of semi-acquiesces. This will become important later, but before we go there, let's go to Matt and Johnny's talk, where Matt expresses frustration that he's been following through with his obligations, but has not been getting that back. Johnny sort of agrees with his claims there and plays nice, but they can never actually come up with any real plan of working together. They go back and forth for a minute or two. Nothing really comes of it. Matt and Saren then talk. Saren asks Matt what Johnny's offer was and if he can beat it. He says he got no offer from Johnny, so that's simple as that. And then they go into tactics on how to blow up Romania. Johnny and Peter then talk, and they discuss wanting to be in the Aegean, wanting to get Romania back down to Bulgaria, and sort of like some more tactical work there. And then they discuss, like, potentially Albania tapping Greece and like all the other, ways that they can work this out nicely. Saren then goes to Peter, and Saren once again reiterates her desire that Johnny die. And that she'll give Peter all his dots if they can work together. Peter equivocates before Johnny bursts in and demands a bounce and Trieste in front of Saren, to which Peter agrees, ensuring that Albania cannot cut Greece's promise to Saren and certainly cannot be supported in, thus basically neutering a large part of Saren's plan and ensuring we get the bounces that we end up seeing on the map in fall.
Well, in the West, Doug and Ed are talking right away, again, trying to fix things after Doug made a decisive move up north. Ed's pitch is this: I am a much better ally than Wardy. And he says, I'll enter any set of orders you want me to. How about that? Doug says the same thing. My main motivation is getting another fleet on the board so I can go after Johnny. This is his way of doing it. Now Doug pulls Ward aside, and you can tell in his voice this is his preferred partner at this point in the negotiation period. He says to Ward, Ed has offered me you. I don't want you. But Ward sits there and they throw out tactics. Doug tells Ward everything that Ed has told him about his orders, and Ward can't seem to come up with any decisive, concrete set of orders for them to move forward together. He just wants more time to think about it. This eats up 5 minutes of time, and finally Doug says, all right, you think about it, and he goes back to Ed. He says, Ed, I hate to say it, but you're right about Wardy. He's taken a ton of negotiating time, and he's not settling on any plan. Ed immediately spits out 5 orders. Boom, 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 boom. Here's how you can get a build off of Ward. Ed says, you have to work with someone, and I don't think you think you can work with Ward. Now, Doug goes in at the end and said, all right, that's what we're going to do. I'll go talk Chris into some bad orders. If I can talk him into bad orders, will you support me into Belgium? Ed immediately says yes. He says, all right, I'll go talk Chris into some bad orders. And he goes off and he talks to Chris. Finally, Ed and Matt get each other at the very end. Yet again, they keep getting each other at the end. Ed asks for support into Denmark, and Matt changes the subject. He doesn't promise that support. He changes the subject, he talks about something else, and he quickly leaves the room after only a brief chat. So it's very up in the air whether he's actually going to come through on that. As you can see, he clearly decided to work with Ed.
All right. Any thoughts on what you heard there, David?
Well, the confirmation that this is all happening because Wardy wouldn't make a decision is an interesting point. Now, Ed did not support the French to Belgium, right? He supported himself to Holland instead.
Yeah, very Ed thing.
Which is understandable. And so, and yet Doug didn't do a Fleet Brest. He did the Fleet Marseille. So I think Doug knows what he's doing here. I understand the concern about not doing Fleet Brest and continuing on, but I think Doug thinks that he can just point Ed as a laser against other people, and Doug's going to pick up the pieces eventually behind him. That's the way Doug, I think, is going to try to play this.
Which I think is also what Ed was trying to do with Wardy. But yeah, I agree. I'm constantly confused about the dynamics in the East because it doesn't seem to match the way that it looks like the board's happening to me. You know, like David says, despite the sideline, I don't think AI were ever fighting, that kind of thing. It just, it's really fascinating to me. I think you have just really good players who are just doing what's best for them. I think if Peter really wanted to, he could have done what Saren wanted. He could have turned on Johnny, right? He could have bounced Trieste with something else, and he
with
could
Vienna
have
instead of going to Greece.
Yeah, and he could have gone to Greece. He could have made that decision, and he chose not to. So I don't know. I wonder if it just is such a scramble. I mean, look at those colors. Like Italian fleet of Romania, like Russian Bulgaria, like it's a mess. It's
how do you untangle that?
I don't know, and I wouldn't want to be playing over there, but it's fun. It's fun to watch.
All right then.
Johnny's going to get tempted in the fall of 1906 to take centers from Peter. He's going to get tempted to do that. Well, unless Peter goes back, as he's done already once this game, go back from Galicia to Vienna. Well, we'll see if he does it.
Do you think he needs to, David?
He's going to get tempted to do it because he's Johnny.
I know, but do you think it would be the right call?
It might be the right call. I'd like to see the position in the fall turn. It might be the right call. It depends something about part of it depends on what Marseille does. So there's some things here that I think it could be the right call as a way to sort of break out from the pack a little bit.
Yeah, but you're right. Marseille's not great for Johnny, which I'm sure was Doug's.
It goes to Spain and goes around. I mean, who knows?
And it does go to Spain. We'll start off with you in the West, Katie.
Okay, Marseille goes to Spain. Liverpool goes to Irish. MAO holds, but he does get into Belgium. So it looks like a lot of Doug's not doing much, but he's just sort of casually grabbing a center. Although I think he loses Liverpool, right? Like he can't defend that. So Belgium was German?
It was German.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's really interesting. I'm not sure because Munich going to Ruhr, it could have just been a guess by Wardy. Maybe he thought Burgundy was going to go to Ruhr and he wanted to bounce it. But I don't know. It kind of looks like they intentionally blew up that British unit, which doesn't make a lot of sense if Doug is still going to be attacking Ed. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's really hard for me to tell, like, I don't know, maybe Doug really is Team Ed, and he's like, well, yeah, you can have Liverpool back. I'll take Belgium, and I'll be even, and you'll be even, maybe, depending on how it turns out with the, like, lowland centers.
It's also possible. It's also possible that Doug got bamboozled here by Ed.
Yeah.
And that he really thought that Ed was just going to let him keep Liverpool and not try to take it back. I mean, that could very well be what happened here.
If that's true, then I really would want to be in the room where Doug talks to Matt this turn because, I mean, Matt can finally take Norway. Matt can finally, like, have play in the North. And well, I guess it's not guaranteed, but it would take all of Ed's resources. Wait, no, it is guaranteed.
It would be guaranteed if he wants it.
So do it. Do it, Matt. That's what I want to see.
He would have to risk losing Sweden to guarantee it, but
can he? Well, no. Okay, I guess it's
Denmark
not...
would go to Sweden. I mean, he just ordered that way to begin with.
Yeah, and like
so.
But North
Denmark's
have
probably going to get
Southampton
killed
and-
here. Denmark's probably going to get killed here, unless the North Sea. I mean, there's a lot of choices to be made.
I think this is Matt's turning point in the North. I think he's gotten a lot more chances in the North than I would have expected him to because of just the way that the EGF dynamics have played out. And I would really like to see him take this chance.
On the other hand, an anti-Matt move has just been made, which is Silesia. In other words, I said earlier that the Italians were going to get tempted in fall 1926. Not if they move their units away, they're not. So they have let the Austrians into Greece. I mean, this is Johnny doubling down on the AI.
Yeah.
Maybe because of the Fleet Marseille, maybe it did backfire on Doug to try that. But you can see exactly what happened is that now the AI is all totally on. And the question now, I think it always was myself. But the question now is, does Matt want to take that move in Norway when he knows that he's facing this strong alliance in the south? And probably yes. I mean, he needs to get a build.
Yeah. And especially if Germany's on his side, and if Germany and, well, I don't know if Germany and France are working together. I have no idea what Doug's doing.
I think it's going to be hard for Germany and France to work together in this situation. That Germany's not in a good enough position. France is going to be in a position to stab him. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of we'll see, David, we'll stick with you in the East.
Is that a three-way bounce in Munich? Just FYI.
Yeah. That's in the West. That's my turn.
I understand, but there's the reason I'm looking at that is because Silesia didn't go east; it went west.
Yeah,
I was looking at that, but
yeah, that's
fun. You don't see that as much. You see that a lot in gunboats. You don't see that as much in a negotiation game. All right, the saga of the Italian fleet in Romania is now, or the Italian expeditionary fleet is now gone, which is too bad. Of course, it was going to get cornered there. That's the point I was trying to make. It's just not a great place for a fleet. But yeah, Johnny has now said, I've had it with you, Doug, building in Marseille, then going to Spain and freaking me out and faking me out. I'm just going back to Piedmont and Leon. And it's clearly just all in on that situation. Now, what has AI done here? They have allowed the Italian fleet to be killed, I think, right? It could have been supported from Budapest. So they've allowed that, or from Serbia for that matter. So they've allowed it to be killed so it can be rebuilt, maybe.
Well, but
he's losing
also loses Greece.
Never mind, he's losing two centers. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he also loses Greece. So,
well, then what? So this is Austria then ditching the AI? Maybe that's what it is.
It's not good for Johnny. It's really not good.
Terrible for Johnny, and maybe that's what Austria is doing. Maybe they're going to build a fleet in frickin' Trieste. It's a possibility.
Please.
Which is why they bounced. I totally misread that at first. I think that's actually what's happening is that Austria didn't defend Romania at all, took Greece, and is leaving Trieste open for a build.
God, I can't imagine that would be the play though. Like you still got Saren with 3, and there's Russia, Turkey,
why would you
let
the Russians? Why would you let the Russians take Romania? I mean, I guess it's 1, 2, 3. They could have defended it.
It was defendable.
Yeah,
they had options.
They could have hit Bulgaria.
Wild.
They could have supported from Serbia.
Yeah,
they didn't have to. I mean, Serbia didn't need to support Greece from what?
So there's one unit on it.
Right?
You know what? It's probably Peter probably just made a tactical error. He makes those all the time.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's so common for Peter McNamara to make misorders. So Serbia supported the wrong
breaking AT, maybe. That's what we're gonna get.
It might.
Oh, that would be funny.
I don't know. We're still seeing Russia-Turkey cooperation. I don't know.
Yeah.
See, the problem with Johnny is you send those units over there. What were 2 units going to do in this situation? French units are just sitting around doing nothing. So
Yeah.
you're just giving them a place to go now.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Johnny, I picked you, man. Do better.
All right, Katie.
Well, in the West, we've got Matt. Matt moves on Norway, not in the way I wanted him to. Why don't you just put St. Pete in Norway? You could build at St. Pete. It's done. I mean, I think he still does get a build from Romania, and St. Pete is open, and he could take back Sweden. And it's probably not a big deal. But Wardy does retake Denmark, and Ed retreats into Sweden. So I think, what is Ed? He gets back Liverpool. He loses Holland. He gets Denmark. So he's building at least one, and maybe there's a PIV. Does he build two? I don't know. We'll find out. But he's building at least one. I think Doug. If Doug ends up winning and we interview him, I'm going to ask him about this year because I'm really curious what he's really going for. I mean, he has so many units not moving, and not to be a David Hood and say don't hold your units, but really like they're bouncing in the channel. I'm sure that was arranged. He's supporting Holland. He's staying in MAO in Spain. Like, he's just giving up Liverpool that he just got, and understandably he couldn't keep it, but I don't know. I mean, he obviously gets Belgium. He's not disbanding anything. He's not in a bad position, but I'm not really sure what he wants
He's also
to
not
do.
Going anywhere.
Right. I have been many times on DBN, especially as France, I feel like, criticized for not being decisive, and it's always made sense to me in my game. So I'm really not criticizing Doug here. Like, a lot of times you just kind of want to wait. But I'm really curious like what his plan is and where he's trying to go, because it seems like it's changing, and I think he's now back in the same position he was in 3 years ago. He's got Italian units coming after him, and he's like, well, now my goal is to defend. And it could be a long game. Maybe he defends long enough and he survives long enough, and at the end he turns on the offense, and that would be really fun to see. But for now, it doesn't seem like he's really fighting Germany, even though he's clearly sort of working with Ed.
I'm trying to figure out why you would want to stay in the Irish Sea if you're France. Why don't you support yourself the English Channel just to get to a more interesting place?
Yeah, or like go to MAO and bounce in Western or Leon or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, what would be wrong with Mid-Atlantic supporting that move to go to English Channel? The Irish Sea is, I mean, with an English army sitting in Liverpool, what good is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, before we move on to winter, I would like to draw everyone's attention to the cutest little convoy in the west. That is a convoy from Holland to Denmark. The blue arrow is almost completely covered.
Wait, so that's not German?
That's not German.
Ed keeps that?
So Ed keeps Holland, loses Denmark and Norway.
But gains Liverpool. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I totally misread all those orders. I didn't even. Wow.
Yeah.
But Wardy, why do you want an army in Denmark? I've never wanted an army in Denmark.
The one time I had an army in Denmark, and it was like the only choice I could make. For some reason, I resented it for the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, Denmark itself doesn't even want a Danish army in Denmark. They want fleet.
Yeah.
Even when Denmark is a power of its own, it doesn't want its own army in Denmark. It can't do anything.
Wait, that's so strange because it's not like Kiel supported hell. Like, why?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so strange.
I'm baffled by all of it.
Okay, if Wardy wins, I'm going to ask about this turn. No matter who wins, I'm going back to fall 1906.
I'm going to make a note of that because...
What's going on in fall 1906?
Well, as interesting as the West was, what really happened here was Johnny got screwed in the East.
He did, yeah.
We'll just have to see what that means in the long run. That's kind of the big news here, really.
Yeah,
all right.
Good for Doug.
So many questions.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So we've got Fleet St. Pete South Coast from Matt, which makes sense. Fleet London and a disband of the fleet in Lyon and a build of Army Trieste.
All right.
David, thoughts?
Well, actually, if you're going to go after Italy, that's okay. But the fleet would have been cool because then you still go to Adriatic and then move an army to Trieste. So I'm not entirely sure why you would build an army there. That can be bounced in Venice instead of doing anything productive. I guess Austria likes armies. Unless this really is still an AI, but I just don't see.
I can't see it lasting much longer.
How likely that is. I mean, it's on the other hand, it is hard to fight Italy with no fleets.
Yeah. Well, maybe he thinks French fleets will help him.
I guess.
But that's
I mean,
for France, not for
far be it
Austria.
for me to question Peter's ability to figure out what to build correctly. I mean, I'm sure he knows more than I do about what his current situation is. But I'm trying to figure out what you do there, unless this is a big fake out to make the Italians think you really aren't coming after them, and then you slip into Venice anyway and move two armies behind and then take Venice and Rome or something while Italy's doing something else.
You got to be worried about Russia, though, too, right? I mean...
Yeah, I mean, presumably he's got to deal with Russia now, I guess, but maybe not. Maybe he's got to make a deal with Spain and Italy. I don't know. There's a lot going on here, but it does surprise me.
Yep, I'll agree with that. Well, let's find out a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes and jump back over to our sideline reporters.
We are back. It is spring of 1906 in the West, and Ed and Doug get to chatting right away. And this is the part of the game where Ed starts going into his bag, not tactically, but charismatically. All the one-liners he can throw at you, he's spitting them out. But first, him and Doug do get right down to moves right away this turn with no equivocation. They agree Doug is getting Belgium. The sticking point is that Doug insists Ed is not allowed to build another fleet for the rest of the game if they're going to work together. Ed thinks this is ridiculous, but he's clearly in no position to push back on that. Ed tells Doug, when you have the whip hand on someone, you beat them to a pulp and feed their testicles to their children, talking about what Doug should do to Ward from this position. After Doug leaves the room, Ed, exasperated, says to me, 3 fleets? That's what my master says? Forget my master. I do what I want. Then goes to Ward, and to his surprise, Ward also agrees that Doug will get Belgium. So Doug is getting this without having to stab or lie to anyone. Doug spills all of Ed's orders to Ward so that Ward can use them against Ed. Then Ed goes to Chris, and he also spills all of Doug's orders to Ward so that Ward can use them against Doug. So Ward knows everybody's orders. These 2 so-called allies and Ed and Doug have revealed all of the others' plans to Chris, and he just gets to choose what he wants to do. Now, Doug and Ed get back together, and Ed is very nervous that Doug is going to cycle the fleets back north. He doesn't trust the position right now. At which point Doug accuses Ed of negotiating like Karthik. A stray for the sideline commenter. That is the spring of 1906.
What the hell does that mean? I negotiate kindly and gently, and unlike y'all, I wouldn't do this dipsy doodle stabby nonsense. Anyways, in the East, Saren and Peter start to talk. Saren continues to ask Peter to attack Johnny, and Saren, when Peter asks, Saren what, thinks will happen, Saren tells Peter that he's better at seeing the future than she is, and Peter basically just says that that's idle flattery. Johnny and Matt then talk. Johnny says he can't turn on Peter until he blows up the Smyrna fleet. And then the talk kind of go nowhere with Matt keeping on repeating the old refrain, hey, all y'all lied to me. What do you want me to do here? I can't, Saren's been good. Why would I do that? And the talks kind of end. Peter and Johnny talk, and they negotiate tactics in which Albania is going to go to Greece, and then Greece will go to Bulgaria, while Bohemia goes to Silesia, all of which should end the RT for good in this year. They're scared of Doug. They want Johnny to go to Piedmont. Johnny says, I'm not going to do it in the spring. I'll do it in the fall. Peter says, fine. And Peter goes to Matt and says, hey, Matt, I need to get kicked out of Galicia here. I do not want to be in Galicia. I want to be in Vienna, but I can't walk there. I need you to force me out. Matt thinks for a little bit and then says, okay, sure, fine, I can do it. Saren interrupts this conversation and asks if she should begin throwing, at which point Peter says, me and Matt are talking about that right now. Let us finish. And then Saren's happy to leave and praise that they continue to act Johnny.
Well, moving on into the fall of 1906, we head back to the West, and we see that Ed and Ward are starting to agree that Doug's position is getting a little bit dangerous. They need to counter him, and Ed is desperately searching for a plan that will allow him to build. He says he needs to put a fleet in London to counter Doug. At one point, he's so desperate for a plan, he even offers Wardy a convoy of Holland, Wardy's army Holland, to York, just to clear that dot back to Ed so he can put down the build. Ward goes back to Doug and he tells Doug that Ed's feeling stressed out. Doug says, I feel terrible for causing Ed Sullivan stress. I'm holding back the tears. They don't really come up with anything to do together. So Ed interrupts, pulls back Ward. He's found his plan. He tells Chris, "You force Denmark while vacating Holland. I'll blow up the fleet in Denmark and rebuild it in London." So Ward agrees. He says, "I'll take Denmark via convoy from Holland." And as you can see, that's exactly what happened. Now, Doug and Matt have an interesting conversation, France and Russia here, with each other, where Doug is kind of letting Matt take the lead. He says, "If you're going to go against Ed, then I want to go against Ed. If you're not, then I want to go against Chris." He's fine going either direction, but he wants it to be in concert with Matt Tatanci in Russia. Matt, as he has been in every negotiation this entire game, is non-committal, doesn't reveal his hand either way. Ed and Matt are back together. Now Ed is pleading for Norway to stay English. He doesn't want Matt to run in here, but he's worried that he will. And he has good reason to be, because he asks Matt straight up, "Can I count on you to not mess with Norway or Denmark?" Matt says, "I think so." And you can see where his thinking brought him in the fall. And finally, Doug and Ed get back together, and they're still open to working together. But Ed says, "If you're not attacking Johnny and you're not attacking Wardy, I'm the only one left." And that has rung true of Doug's negotiations. He's been unwilling to go into the Med. He's been unwilling to move against Wardy. He's kind of just hanging out there. After Doug leaves the room, Ed says to me, "This guy is my way or the highway. I almost prefer Wardy's no way or no highway to negotiate."
Ed has a way with words. And if the theme of spring 1906 was Peter trying to do what everyone wants him to do and go into Greece, the theme of the fall 1906 is I must decide. This turn really hinges on what Peter wants to do. So when Matt goes to Peter and says, "I think you should keep Greece and do that," Peter says, "Yeah, I kind of want to keep Greece here and build." Peter then suggests to Matt that Silesia might go to Munich with permission from Wardy, and that he's going to let Romania go and let Matt get that build, so long as it's a fleet build in the north. Matt talks to Saren and then asks Saren if she should collapse Ed. Saren asks if Matt trusts Ed. Matt says yes. And then Saren says there's no reason to kill him then if you do trust him, right? Peter then goes to talk to Johnny, and Johnny agrees to guarantee Bulgaria for Peter with some very nice orders, very generous orders, and where he'd cut Khan, cut Black Sea, leave it so that Bulgaria could be taken by force no matter what. And as we see, he chooses not to take that, but Johnny was being, I think, pretty kind with that offer. But Johnny ends up losing Greece and Romania for it. Romania's force piffed. Greece is just lost. And now he has fleets and armies just completely out of position. Silesia is just chilling all alone. Venice is now in Piedmont. Tyrrhenian is in Lyon. Aegean and Eastern, while there are no southern fleets that can negatively affect him, it's just not a great position for him to be in right now.
Yeah, I think everyone's muted. So it means I get to talk, which is, I now have another term to add to our diplomacy lexicon. We all know what a fogel is. 11-11-1, 11-11-11-1. We all know what a Tatanci is, spending 2 minutes to think about what you're going to do in a Paris method decision. We now know what a Karthik means. Overly aggressive negotiation while luxuriously dealing with your Aquaman hair. So I think that's awesome. We now have a term for that. I've been looking for a term for that, and now we have a term for that.
Somebody who I'd never played with before once compared my game to Karthik's, and let's just say we did not get along after that.
Fair enough. All right. Any thoughts from you, Katie?
I mean, it makes so much sense, and yet I can't believe that little convoy thing was an Ed suggestion that Wardy agreed to. I just feel like this is a situation where Wardy needs to think about why. Like, you don't have to do what Ed wants you to do to work with him, right? Like, I think that's something I used to struggle with a lot when I started playing. And I think to be likable, to have an ally, I need to do what people want me to do. That's not correct. Everybody on the board is going to be doing what they need to do for their own game. You can still be a good ally to a player while keeping your interests at heart. And you don't have to just agree to this wild convoy that helps him just because he asks you to. And so I'm not shocked that that's why, because what other explanation could there be? But I just think that was a point where Wardy could have just said, no, we'll figure something else out.
Remember what I said about Wardy's kryptonite, the ability, listening to sort of outlandish proposals from his targets and sometimes saying yes.
Yeah, I think that's good.
All righty. Let's jump back into the game with Spring of 07. And there we go. Katie, we'll start with you in the West.
Is that worse supporting France to Munich?
It is.
Okay, that's very fun. I don't want to say it. Siobhan, don't make me say it.
Say it.
You got to say it.
Katie, say it.
It's a Western triple. It's so ugly.
Oh, we did it. We got there.
And you know what? Like, Germany should never agree to Western triples, and they should especially never agree to one that puts France in Munich right now. I mean, I get that, like, Wardy might have no options. Like, he's got that. Okay, Wardy, you don't want an army in Denmark. Like, you have one army inward, and you've got Berlin and Munich. Like, it's rough. Okay, I don't want to harp on it. It's already gone. It's done, and I understand.
No, it's done. It's dusted. We will have to harp on it for a couple more seasons, but
you're going to have to, because you can't defend your German centers with one army. I mean, that's really unfortunate. I don't remember what happened. He disbanded. He didn't disband an army, right? Like, it must have gotten
no.
Okay, at least that's good. That it wasn't necessarily his choice, but like, he's on borrowed time, and I assume that's why he's agreeing to this. Like, what's he going to do about it? Like,
wait, he has a second army. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
It's in Denmark.
Right.
Where even the Danes don't want it.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think what's really really interesting to me about the West. I mean, you've got Doug moving on Italy. I think it's telling that he didn't. Why didn't you move to Western Med and NAF and grab Tunis?
Yep.
That's why.
That's the question everyone's asking.
Yep. Someone said that they could do it in the chat, and I was like, well, that's what we're going to see. So that's really curious why he didn't do that. Might again be a threat issue. Maybe he really enjoys that Matt has an extra center and he can be like, look, Matt's a target. But I don't know, Wardy supporting Ed in Sweden doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like,
yeah,
I think he thinks it's his way to survive, but I don't know.
That is what he thinks. That is, he thinks that he can survive by throwing in with Ed.
I guess so, but like, Doug's the one who's going to get his centers. This is so great look at his French armies in Burgundy and Belgium and Munich.
This is great for Doug.
I would actually, on one hand, I would love to be in Doug's position. On the other hand, if I saw this board in like the spring before this turn before the moves happen, I would have been so tempted to be like, well, I'm going to English Channel, I'm taking Tunis, I'm walking into Holland, like I'm
You're in
securing
this
my
position
board
here.
top
Yeah.
right now. And it's a long game, and it's probably a good idea that he didn't do that. And I have no idea how long this game goes, but like, wow, it would be such a power move. But yeah, I think Wardy's he's in a rough spot. He's in a really rough spot. And this is just looking better and better for France and for England. But even though France isn't even though Doug's not attacking Ed, I think Doug's like, I mean, he's coming on top of it so far.
Yeah. All right. Well, then to you in the East, David.
Yeah, I would say the East is not really as interesting in the sense that there's a lot of holding and supporting. You know, I kind of, if I were, Peter, I maybe wish I had built the fleet. It'd be a little bit easier to do your attack on Italy if you had a fleet in the Adriatic. There's still a play on Venice, although there is a, well, I guess there's no guess there because they can go, well, no, they can't. They cannot defend Venice. But still, it might be cool to be able to put a fleet in Adriatic because you have to deal with the fact that there's no Southern fleet there if this truly is an AR or something. I know you have Turkish fleets maybe, but they're not even moving yet.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think the real action here is the West, not the East, but we'll see. It could very well be that Doug is just trying to pace himself here, not take Tunis yet, under the theory that somehow that keeps him under the radar. I don't think he's under the radar. I think he's wow. Doug Ballot's doing well. I think it's just loud clap on.
I mean, yeah. I still say he should have gone to NAF and West, but nobody listens to me.
Well, now he can take. He either takes Tunis or takes Tyranian. That's the argument here. The Tyranian's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's
Who
good
cares
too.
about Tunis? You take that later. You get in position in Tyranian. That's the theory behind this move.
All right. And well, let's take it away.
Go to Marseille.
How do you guys feel about this? Let's get some emotions checks here.
Why? Why? Okay. You can.
I have so many questions.
Okay, if you're worried about Peter and you don't want to gut Johnny, you can do that from a position of strength. You can be that person who's like, I will defend you, Johnny, and then maybe in 3 years I'll take your stuff. But I can, you can be a defense against Peter while still being in a position to help you. I assume Marseille is maybe to potentially bounce Piedmont, but I feel like after seeing the last moves, like the chances are so low. I don't know. There's clearly AI tension.
Yeah.
What I really sorry, go ahead, Swan.
Oh no, I was just gonna say what I'm most confused about here.
I know.
MAO hold.
How do you feel about it, David?
I understand the theory behind it, but it is a poor theory that you need to have flexibility and all that sort of thing. You need to be in freaking North Africa is where you need to be.
Yeah.
He needs to be a Tyranian in North Africa right now.
I mean, that is really vulnerable to Ed. And if you know you're not getting a build because you're walking out of Belgium, why? Then maybe you don't want to risk giving Ed that opportunity. But I don't understand.
No, you got an army in Picardy. That's
true.
That's not that bad. If you see that Ed is going to build a fleet London, then fine, you pull the fleet from North Africa back to Mid-Atlantic.
Okay, that's true.
If you don't, then the best Ed can do is fleet North Sea to English Channel, and you have Picardy.
True, but also, why did he walk out of Belgium? What's that?
That was my next question.
A triple, and he's giving because he's taking Munich from the Germans. He's making a swap.
Okay.
Why? I guess you can get Belgium back easier. Why does Wardy agree to this? Why?
Wardy gets Holland.
Agreed.
So England doesn't build here for taking Norway. The only person who builds here is Wardy.
Okay, then I think my struggle to understand this map is I don't understand Western triples and they're hot trash. And also, okay, if it's full on Western triple, if all of those moves, Germany and England are all Western triple, then 100% he should be in NAF. I totally agree. Wild. And Tyranian Sea.
And maybe it's not really Western triple, but you're certainly making it look like it. And why are you doing that?
You don't need to support Munich. You don't need to support Munich.
It was very unlikely that AI was going to get together and attack Munich. That's what I mean. You cover Marseille from Burgundy, and you move Lyon to Tyranian Sea. Now, again, are we privy to the communications involved here? No. So there may be something here that we don't understand information-wise, and that is perfectly legitimate. You know, Doug is playing this game for a reason because he got to the freaking finals of the DBNI. So nobody's trying to say that Doug didn't know how to play the game. It's just it is puzzling to see that level of backwards movement at this point in the game. Because Marseille is a backwards move.
Yeah.
And Mid-Atlantic is a no move.
Right.
Yep. All right. Well, let's did we talk about the East? I can't remember now after I let Hullabaloo of the West.
There's really very little to talk about. We knew that Venice was going to get taken. The Italian, sort of misdirection play was to try to get into Galicia and maybe do something interesting. That doesn't even work. The Turks don't go anywhere. The Russians just support themselves. Done.
Yeah, AR cooperation too.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Okay. We got a couple of builds and disbands.
There's the fleet. There's the fleet.
There's the fleet. The fleet that we wanted last year has finally arrived in Trieste for the Austrian. The Russians disband their fleet in Bothnia.
That's really bold.
That's
really bold.
A choice.
Sorry, not Matt's. The fleet in Trieste is kind of bold. If this is a Western triple, like Peter knows that, everybody in the East knows that, and he's still saying he's going after Johnny. Like that's just everything keeps coming up, Doug. So what am I talking about? What am I talking about? Not taking advantage of it. Like
it's a Western triple. They really don't have the fleets. If France would ever decide to get off the pot and actually send them, they don't have the fleets to deal with French power. So there's an argument that the fleet could either be anti-attack, because at this point, a fleet against the Italians doesn't really do as much good as an army does.
That's
because
true.
you pump yourself into Rome and Venice with armies. You don't worry about the fleet. So the fleet is almost a response to the Western Triple potentially.
Yep.
The theory that you need another fleet to try to defend the Ionian Sea.
True, although coming after he just took Venice, I don't think it's going to be friendly to Germany.
I know, but if I'm Austria and I'm going to continue my attack on the Italians, I might build an army there and support it to Venice while you move Venice to Rome or something. The fleet's actually a longer term play against the Italians than an army is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's a lot going on here. I can't wait to hear the sidelines on this one.
This has been a very exciting year. And so speaking of the sidelines, let's hear them.
The theme of this turn, I think, is that the West matters more. In the East, we have Matt and Peter talking about what happened from the last turn, and Matt basically says he built the fleet South Coast because he thought Peter would like it. Peter tells him he's very happy to see that build and suggests they bounce in Galicia, while basically planning on how Russia and Austria will collaborate further. Peter then goes to talk to Saren and tells Peter that they should kill John. Peter tells her that he really wants to kill Matt right now. That makes the most sense to him. Saren doesn't really like that very much, wants to really go after Johnny for perceived crimes against her. Johnny and then Matt talk, and basically he wants to push Peter back and doesn't care if Matt wins because of it. He is tired of what Peter did and wants Peter to go down and recognize that he made a mistake in attacking him. Matt, very, very happy to hear that and realizes he sort of has the East at his beck and call, because the one person who kind of wants to attack him is being told by someone else that no way they're joining in on it. Saren and Matt then finally talk, and she confirms that she won't do what Peter wants and that she doesn't trust him very much, and that there's just not going to be very much happening in that relationship because of all the lies. And at the meantime, let's go talk about what happened in the West, because that's where the real interest is.
Well, the theme in the West in the spring of 1907 was, can we all just work together? All the Western powers were alarmed by the decisive move of Austria and Russia in the fall of 1906. They see a real threat on the board. And you see Doug, Ward, and Ed, the Western three, all in a room pretty early in the spring of 1907. They're worried about the AR. They all agree that they need to give Wardy at least one dot, maybe two, so that he can hold on to the middle of the board and build an army or two. Ed immediately agrees to give up Holland. He implores Doug to do the same with Belgium. And Doug and Ed have this continual back and forth where Ed accuses Doug of not being willing enough to sacrifice for the good of the team. And Doug throws the accusation back at Ed, saying, I've been wanting to work with you from 1903. You lied to me. You attacked me. And now I need to make sure I'm covering my butt against you. Doug even goes so far as to Ed calls out Doug's negotiating style. He says this should be a game of win-win. He says Doug has a reputation of being too singular, imploring him to be more collaborative. Peter pulls that aside and he asks Ed, who do you want me to attack? Ed kind of hems and haws. At first he says, you just do whatever you want. You play your game. And finally he concedes, if you attack Johnny, it helps me with my Doug problem. Now Ward and Doug get together and they're laughing about the clash of personalities between Ed and Doug. Ward says, it looks like you two have a clash of personalities. Doug retorts by kind of going on a tangent about his issues with Ed's play style, that Ed is argumentative even when he feels they're both saying the same thing. So they are just not seeing the board the same way. They're not understanding what the other one is saying. And Kartik, you probably want to know what happened with Munich. I can't tell you what happened with Munich. I think Doug was surprised by getting into Munich. I never heard a single negotiation about Doug getting Munich in the spring of 1907.
That's fantastic. I love to hear that. In fall 1907, the theme of this, shock and awe. Peter and Matt begin the conversation. They cannot believe that Munich was supported in. And they're like, look, this game is over if we don't move to the line, if we don't figure some way to stop this godforsaken Western Triple from moving across and just giving the win to Doug, because that's what they're convinced the West is up to. So we would just have to do it. Peter and Johnny then talk. Johnny says he's not going to defend Tunis. That's his opening, starts the conversation. And that basically, starting by giving them Tunis, and if you don't work with me, I'm going to give them 4 more dots or whatever. and then he's going to win this game for sure. Peter then says, why don't I just blow up Bohemia? Johnny just talks past Peter and kind of misses the what the actual offer was until finally, 10 seconds later, 15 seconds later, he realizes what Peter is actually offering and agrees. Peter points out that it's only worth something, though, if he defends Tunis so he can rebuild the unit, because if he loses Tunis, then there's no rebuild. Johnny eventually agrees. They go back and forth a little bit. And then finally, Peter leaves the conversation and Johnny says, fuck my life, Karthik. This fucking sucks. Matt, Peter, and Saren finally get together and they form a triple. They talk together about whether or not Peter should take Venice. And the conversation really doesn't go anywhere, which is kind of like a hallmark of conversations between Peter and Matt. They say things and then it's just an awkward, silence. And then the conversation ends. So Peter just says, just tell me when you have a plan on what I should do. Johnny and Wardy then talk. Johnny asks Wardy, point blank, why is there a French army in Munich with your support? Wardy says he was just trying to push French armies through to stop the massive AR threat. And Johnny just sounds confused by the entire theory and strategy behind it all. After the conversation, Johnny says, just get me out of here, Karthik. Want to play roulette? And honestly, I think if some of these players were playing diplomacy roulette, they probably have a better position than they are right now.
Well, they sure would. And that's fascinating negotiations around Tunis towards the end of that season, because there was a moment with about 45 seconds left where Saren pulled Doug Malat, Turkey and France, into a room and said, you need to support yourself into Tyrrhenian. Johnny's going to cover Tunis. And if you let him in, then I can slip into Aegean behind. But Doug Malat was confident in the conversation that you spoke of between him and Johnny. He really believed that Johnny was letting him into Tunis, so he didn't even entertain it. He went for it, and you see him get bounced out. Now, towards the beginning of that season, you can guess what the talking point was. Ed is incredulous about Ward's decision to let Doug into Munich. He's scolding both of them for making that move, and it's still unclear whether Doug knew he was getting in or if Ward just made the executive decision thinking that he'd push him through to Silesia. They spend 5 minutes trying to resolve the Munich situation so that Ward can still get builds and everybody can be happy. Ed and Doug rehashed the same argument they've been having for years. Ed says Doug's too selfish. Doug says Ed is too argumentative, and they get nowhere with that. Finally, Peter cuts in, Austria, and says, you three have a Western triple, and we all have the same exact enemies. Can I please talk to you? And Peter leaves the room, and Ed begs his two so-called allies, when you talk to Peter, just realize that he's trying to talk you into things that help him. Doug goes off and chats with Peter. They talk about Munich. Doug says, I haven't decided yet if I'm going to keep it. Do you have any thought? Peter wants him to do it. Peter wants the two of them to just go and knife through the North together. The moves that you see in fall of 1907 were exactly what the West decided. So clearly Doug decided here he's not ready to plunge the knife in. He still wants to play ball, at least for a little longer. And why wouldn't he with the type of deal he's getting?
Alrighty, and we're back. So big year, lots of stuff going on. First thoughts, David.
Yeah, big year, and we still don't know exactly what the plan is. As somebody has already pointed out in the chat, England sure has a lot of fleets and one army who's not even being convoyed to Norway. There's one of the questions in the comments was, why would you want an army in Norway? Because that's actually how Western Triple works. You pump armies into Russia, English armies into Russia. So the fact that England didn't do that is partially because there is a French fleet sitting in the mid-Atlantic still, I agree. And also because maybe this isn't truly what's going to happen. The other thing that Ed can do is use his fleets and army to go after German centers. And maybe that's what's going to end up happening in the long run. In the East, I understand that what Peter's saying is that if there's Western Triple, he has the same enemies. There's some truth to that, but he's got to hope that the Triple doesn't stick together, which I'm sure he doesn't think it's going to. Because even in this situation, Wardy's position is like, what is he doing for the Triple? He's got a fleet in Holland. That's not, what is that doing? It's not going east. So it's not a true Western Triple. It was a reactive Triple that was more defensive than anything else. It's getting ready to fall apart in some direction. We just don't know which direction that is.
And I think it was one that Wardy was sort of forced into, which, to be honest, the only Western triples that form should be because Germany's forced into it, because Germany probably shouldn't agree to it. But I hate Western triples. I hate Germany agreeing to it, but I'm not going to sit here and tell Wardy he shouldn't have done it because I don't think he had a lot of choices.
Yeah.
Now, all that
All
being
right.
said, if I were Ed, I would try to lock down St. Pete before I turn on Germany if I can. If there's any way to do that.
I think the big question for Ed this year is if he's going to want to lock down St. Pete, probably with Wardy's help. How does he convince him to convoy the army from Denmark to Livonia?
Just ask him to do it.
Christopher Ward is a convoy machine. Just give him a convoy location, and he's like, "Oh yeah,
there we go.
Good plan."
Because that helps Ed take St. Pete, and it gets one more German unit way away from where Ed is.
Yeah.
So,
I wanted to comment real quick, if that's okay, about the negotiation between Ed and Doug, because I love Ed telling Doug he's being selfish, and it's like, why should Doug not be selfish? Like, Doug is not under any threat. Doug doesn't need this pairing for himself. Like, I think Doug is intentionally playing slow. I think he has to be almost. And like, why does Doug want to be a team player? I mean, you want like relationships and stuff, but like. Sure. I don't know. It seems like Ed is sort of berating Doug for not wanting to like be all in on the Western Triple, and like, what does that get Doug? Tunis, but he could have had Tunis anyway. I don't know.
Yeah. I always find that when someone accuses someone else of being selfish in diplomacy, that it's such an empty thing to say. Like, of course the goal is for me to do what's in my best interest.
Right.
Like, what else am I doing?
Yeah.
Sometimes that means working with you. Other times it doesn't.
Right.
Well,
and it certainly doesn't mean
such a thing-
overextending yourself so that someone can.
There's such a thing as being overly selfish in an alliance situation. It is an alliance that is supposed to work. I know I'm old school, and we used to have alliances back in the day that actually lasted for several years. And so in that situation, well, we did actually have those back in the day.
I have those too, David.
And not triple alliances that you're going to get a Fogel with. That's not an actual.
Okay.
But I'm saying there is such a thing as being too selfish and not realizing that you've got to give your alliance partner a chance to thrive with you, or why are they with you?
Yes,
that's true.
Yeah, so, you have to keep them on board enough to make the working relationship continue to be viable. But sometimes I feel that people are calling other players selfish because it feels like that'll work when it's just sort of an empty insult.
Well, let me say this about Ed's negotiation style. We've talked a little bit about somebody pulling a Karthik, and is Ed pulling a Karthik here? And I said in my kryptonite, if Ed is feeling like somebody has done something that is really screwing up his game, he can lose a little bit of composure. It's possible for him to do. He's done it before, and he may be doing that a little bit with Doug. It's possible. Now, in Ed's case, this could be several layers deeper than that, and he is playing a game with Doug, and he thinks that Doug will somehow respond to this. He's reading Doug. We're not reading Doug, so maybe he is doing that. But I have seen Ed lose his composure in a situation like that. I hope that's not what's happening here.
All right. Well, let's get an idea of what is happening. And Katie, we'll start with you in the West.
All right. Denmark to Sweden, certainly arranged. Has to be, absolutely has to be, because Ed gets St. Pete this year, so it's a net neutral for Ed. Sorry, just in the Marseille to Piedmont.
Yep.
Like, why not Lyon? I guess because you can walk into Turn Sea, you don't need Lyon. I don't know.
Because you can.
Because why not? It's a little odd.
Guaranteed to Rennie. Yeah. Anyway, I'm stepping out of the commentary.
Right, but it's true. It's true. Yeah, I would think that Lyon would be a better place to be, but I don't know. Maybe not. What's interesting to me is that MAO does actually leave. I mean, Doug is not still saying, "Oh, I'm gonna see what's happening." I think Doug's like, "Well, I'm getting Tunis this year, and it's guaranteed." Sorry, moving into the East. Yeah, I don't know. It's Western Triple BS.
Tell us how you really feel. I should take you off the West for a bit, Katie. Maybe we'll swap.
Can I talk about the East next year? What? Let me make an argument
for Marseille to Piedmont.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
All right, so he hopes that Piedmont is not going to Marseille and is leaving, but he's not sure of that, which is why he doesn't want to go to Lyon and the Italians slip in.
Okay.
And he's not absolutely sure that the Austrians or somebody isn't going to Piedmont, so he just goes to Piedmont because if he bounces somebody, that's cool. If he goes there, that's fine too. At least the Italians didn't slip behind him. So that's the theory behind it.
Okay, that makes
But
sense.
let's look at the East, where it is all. Wait for it. Saren Kwok.
Welcome back,
Been waiting
Saren.
in the corner, as Turkey can do, waiting in the corner to do something cool. And she's just taken Bulgaria to kill the Russian fleet, which is very cool for her. And she's in the Aegean with the Italians having to leave, and the Italians taking Greece. And she's going to build again. And she still has the possibility, if she wanted to, she has power in the Black Sea. She got purchase on Sevastopol if she wants. Saren Kwok. Yeah, Jasper made this point earlier, and it's true. Now, that's
especially
fine, except that, it was going to take a while to kill Turkey when Russia wasn't really helping. So that's that's one reason that and at the time, Johnny thought he had to send units west because of the French situation. So there were some reasons why they didn't kill Saren. But Jasper's totally right that this is what can happen, and we all know this.
Yep. We've seen it before and we're seeing it again. And
I've done
Saren
it
has. I've done it. Yeah.
Made that mistake. Will happen again, Saren, but.
All right. Well, let's move on to the fall. And Katie, we'll start with you in the East.
Wonderful. Thank you. The East is actually really interesting. So Johnny loses Rome. No, sorry. Johnny moves back to Rome. And so Peter doesn't gain Rome. He keeps Rome, actually, but he does lose Tunis. But he stays in Greece. So Johnny's at net zero. Matt has moved his army into Serbia. And he's still got Saren's support. So that's actually, I think that's actually looking really good for Matt. He's got armies right in the Balkans. He's ready to go. And Saren only has one right there. And if he can sort of negotiate his way into keeping that position of strength, then maybe Saren will build fleets and move out, and they could get off on they might have something good going. Peter does move into Galicia. The retreat to Bohemia, I think, is because Matt's just going to build an army in Warsaw. I mean, I think that's what we almost have to see from that, because he's not building. He loses Bulgaria. Oh no, he's piffed. Okay. He piffed that fleet. He's losing Bulgaria. He gets Serbia. So he's building one, and I think he'll just build in Warsaw. I think that's why that's happening. It puts a lot of trust in Saren, because Saren's still in the Black Sea and Saren's building. So it looks good for Matthew right now, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
We sure thought there was an AI alliance dominating this game several years ago, and now A and I are both in serious trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the West, you do have the French being knocked out of Munich, but they killed the unit instead of retreating it. So that makes me think that that's some kind of deal, or at least that Doug's going to try to make a deal. For example, as opposed to retreating it to Tyrolia or Silesia or something like that.
It might mean there's not a triple. Because why not move to Silesia if you're in a Western triple?
Well, there can't be a triple anymore. There's nothing for the triple to fight. I mean, the Germans mess with the fleet. Germany's actually moving out of Sweden, if you guys notice. So that means that Ed doesn't lose a center there.
For that ever famous Denmark army.
That's because apparently where armies go not to die. They just
that's where they go to live.
Oh, keep Sweden, Wardy.
Here's an interesting question. Why did Bothnia just hold? And I think the answer is he was hoping that the army Finland would actually leave to go to St. Pete, maybe.
But why didn't he just take St. Pete? It's not 100% guaranteed, but
it was a guess, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I guess
he could have lost Norway as a moving unit.
There was a 50-50 there.
But you could put North back in, and you could not double bounce in Belgium. Like,
if you're trying to keep the French out, where armies go to retire, that's a good one, Keith. It's a good one.
Yeah,
I think he really wanted to keep the French out of Belgium. Maybe.
Yeah, must have.
It's hard to tell.
Well, I mean, it's such an odd turn of events. A couple of years ago, I never could have predicted this. We had such a strong AI. Johnny and Peter looked inseparable. and now they're both hurting hard. So speaking of that, I've got a little bit of some interviews to play, and so we'll just jump into that right now.
Why do you play the game of diplomacy?
It's a really good question, Brian. Like, I ask myself that every time. Every time there's like a three-way on me, and then I'm like, why do I play this game? But I think I just keep coming back because there's like really a social element to it that's like missing from so many other strategic games, and like in the same sense, a strategic element that's missing from so many other social games. I don't think, like, short of like going on Survivor or something, I don't think like I could find the same blend of like the social and the strategic side.
Why do I play diplomacy? God, that's a question I ask myself almost every day. The anger, the hurt feelings, the frustration. Is my life not depressing enough that I need a game that beats me down mentally, sometimes physically, just playing 10 hours in a row? I don't play for the friendship. I play for the challenge.
It's fun. I was introduced to it by a family friend probably about 20 years ago now, and I played half a dozen games and sort of over a prolonged period of time, but then had a 6-year break and came back during the pandemic. I think the fact that there's like 7 players, there's so many different. I like when there are a myriad of different relationships that around that can sort of play off. That I find fascinating. I think there's also an element of personal development as well. I can be a bit timid, and I think this is helping me sort of develop the more element of one's character that sort of makes you stand up for yourself a bit more.
Why I play diplomacy is simple. You can't murder people in real life. This gives you the chance to absolutely brutalize some people. And my very, very favorite thing about the game is when you try and convince someone not to murder somebody in diplomacy, you're not trying to convince them not to murder somebody, you're just trying to convince them to murder somebody else. So it restores my faith in human nature.
I love that.
I'm kind of glad that Doug is in Mexico.
Yeah, I think we should go back to the who are you afraid of on this board question and replay that.
After that interview.
Or I want to be in the same physical location as Doug.
That restores Doug's faith in human nature.
Because he could convince people to murder somebody else.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Wait, can I also say one other thing? Yeah. I really liked Wardy's response about like working on standing up for yourself. I think that's like, I think if this game helps you do that, that's really wonderful. And I've been working on that in the game.
Sure.
And I don't know, I have no actual thoughts about this, Wardy, but I really like that response, and I hope it's helping. And I think it's great. That's it.
Well, Wardy is a great interview anyway, because he's just such a verbose, fun guy to talk to.
He's great.
Mm-hmm.
Wardy's great.
Oh yeah. No, and the range in answers was so interesting to me, from Edge saying, I don't know why, I'm already depressed in real life, why do I need this to add to it? To I think it was Saren who, credited the social aspect of this community as something that brings her back, even though the game itself is contentious. And it's the thing I say all the time too. I agree with her completely. And sometimes it feels a bit like a pageant queen answer, like, I just want world peace. But it's true. It's the people that keep me coming back time and time again after a bad tournament, after a bad game. If I didn't like y'all, I wouldn't still be here.
Right. Ask Waletsky why he travels across the country multiple times a year and doesn't care about the game at all. Like, it's really about the people.
Yeah. And I'll add from Marcus in the comments real quick. The teacher who introduced me to diplomacy always said, it's where good people go to be evil.
Well, that explains how Marcus plays, so that makes sense.
All right. Well, we have covered fall. We didn't cover fall.
No, we did.
No, I think
we did. Okay.
We did.
Yeah, I think we did.
Perfect. Then we will get to winter and check out the builds. All right, so we've got Fleet Breast finally.
For the first time.
Oh my
It's just going to
goodness.
go to Mid-Atlantic. I don't know what y'all are so excited
Oh,
about.
you're right. You're probably right.
We've got Army Warsaw. Poor Peter has to disband 2, and those poor unfortunate souls are Venice and Apulia, which is just heartbreaking.
Not for Johnny. Johnny's not upset
I mean,
about
not for Johnny at all, but for Peter. And
Wait,
then
why not the fleet? Why doesn't he get rid of the fleet? Does somebody else know?
That is an excellent question.
Because I would think, you're Austria, you're trying to just turtle up and stuff.
Yeah.
He wants to play a more dynamic game than that. Wants to have more purchase on more spaces, I guess. It isn't. I think it's an interesting question. I probably would have removed the fleet myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I probably would have removed the fleet and the army in Apulia. And then Saren builds the fleet Smyrna, which I don't know that there was much else for her to do.
No, not if she's still with Russia, I think. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Any other thoughts on this winter season?
Fun.
We have no idea what fleet breast means. I'm telling y'all, we have no idea what that actually means.
It's going to go to the
Well,
right now.
We do not have a sideline for this season right now. If we get it a little bit later, we can play it maybe halfway through next year. So we will just move right on to spring. David, you're back in the West, I believe.
Yeah, I would like to, because Brest did go to the Mid-Atlantic.
Katie, as soon as we took you off the West, it stopped being a Western triple.
You know what? I'm cursed. Get me off the stream. If I'm on the stream, it'll be horrible Western triple games. And if
It
I'm
could
gone,
still be a Western triple. The French could go Mid-Atlantic to Western Mid. The English could go English to Mid-Atlantic and send their fleets around. I mean, it's a possibility. But anyway, they do support their move to Belgium because it's not a Western triple.
it's not a Western triple, but why, Doug? But it's not an EG. He's moving to Baltic. Well, yeah, maybe it is.
Well,
sorry, it's you. It's you.
It could be. It could be. I mean, listen. Are you really going to make predictions on what this is? I'm not making.
But what does Baltic do? Like, you have the West, David. I'm sorry, I'll stop stepping your toes, but I would like a more experienced person to tell me what.
What does Baltic do? Baltic is now at some point potentially going to convoy an army to Livonia.
No, why?
That's why.
It's going to happen
because the EG can do two things. They can walk and chew gum at the same time. They can France and they can contain the Russians. That's what their theory is. I don't know if it's going to work, but that's their theory. Okay. And that's the West. Katie,
back to you.
Right. East. So Saren gets into Greece and leaves Black Sea. So Saren is still pro-Russia, but gaining centers. And I think she built, I don't think she loses anything. And I think she builds again. She's going to be back up to 5. And you got to kill Saren, guys.
No, she's going to, for the first time in this game, be up to 5.
You're right. She's going to go 2-5. Yeah, good for her. This is great. It's really fun. I think Johnny. Oh, okay. So Austria takes Serbia back from Matt, and both Serbia and Greece retreat to Albania, so they both get piffed, which is rough for both of them. I don't think Johnny's going to be able to rebuild that. But I think he's not going to have a chance because I don't think he gets the third center. I think Johnny's time is limited on this board. Let's see. Yeah, so Peter takes Serbia, Bohemia down to Tyrolia. Why not?
Why not?
That's fine. Sure. Okay.
Because you should go to Vienna there. That's why not. You should go to Vienna to give Austria choices to make.
You mean in the spring, in the fall?
In the fall.
Yeah, I mean, or he might walk into Venice. I don't know. And then also so Matt. Okay, Matt is the luckiest Russian player I've ever seen in my life, or he's really good at negotiate. Either way, but he has gotten so many extra chances in the North. Like, it's really impressive. Like, I thought he was losing St. Pete last year, 100%, and now he's got Ed supporting him back in. Like, sure, it's good for Ed because now Matt's not going to threaten him. I guess Matt could just take it next year if Moscow doesn't support it, but still, like, he's really just like, he's gotten a lot of successes.
Yeah, is he a cat or something? Does he have 9 lives here? Because he keeps getting a reprieve.
Yeah.
I'm just saying Russia would be way better off if they were in Vienna right now than whatever they're doing in Tyrolia.
Oh, they had gone to Vienna. Oh, no, I agree. I thought you meant that he was going to go to Vienna in the fall.
Oh, no. I mean, he should have done it right then. I didn't know
agree.
the Tyrolia move. I mean, yes, you're putting yourself next to more centers, but you want to be in Vienna. You wanted to give Austria more things they had to worry about in this spring turn.
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
And thus in the fall turn as well.
All right. So speaking of the fall turn, we'll stick in
the Trieste anyway.
Oh my God. We'll stick in the East with you, Katie.
All right. So Matt does lose St. Pete. His lives are over in the North. That's it.
Mhm.
And he decides to disband that, which I think is probably a good move because he's not going to really make progress in the North. Once you lose St. Pete, you're done. But he does sneak into Trieste, which is very funny. And I think that puts him at loss and disband. I guess he's even, so he won't disband. He won't build.
Oh no! We've got a misorder here.
Where is it?
Yorkshire was trying to convoy. And that would have been an incredibly awesome move.
Except English Channel wrote convoy north to Brest.
Oh my gosh!
Those when you're on Backstabber, the English centers are so tiny and it's so easy to misorder that.
Sorry, Katie, I just could not hold that reaction back. I mean, that is so painful. Having done it myself, to misorder at really terrible times, that is so painful.
That's okay. Agreed. R.I.P. Ed. Back in the East, though, so France just took Naples from Johnny, and he's obviously fighting England, so he's not going to, I don't think, continue making progress east, which is like, look at Saren's opportunities, right? She's got Grace. She's in Ionian. Like, Saren is in Ionian. She's got to build.
Wild.
She's got a Russian ally who's not doing quite as well as he maybe could have in terms of controlling the Balkans with his armies. Like, she's about to explode. 100%. She's about to explode. And then now back to the West. I think that's all. Why did Johnny well, I guess he can't defend it. Why not? Oh, and Johnny supported what? Tyrolia to probably?
Let me take a look at the orders.
Yeah. So, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. It got cut. But
I mean, Trieste was a better idea because it could cut support for various things that might have been happening otherwise or whatever. So it's not bad. I cut support for Serbia. They were trying to take Serbia here. So those are all good moves. I'm sorry, I just cannot get over. Can you imagine the position if Ed was in Brest right now? That would be wow. I agree, Marcus. That could have been a game-winning convoy. I agree. Wow.
Yeah, it would get rid of France's build, right? Ed would get 2. Yeah.
We are going to need the sidelines for this year because I need to know how Ed felt about this.
I think we know.
I said earlier, Ed can lose composure. And I wonder if also it's just very easy to do anyway. It doesn't matter how composed you are. You can make a misorder. The question is, does he lose his composure now because he's made his misorder? It's a temptation to get kind of desperate and mad at yourself. And then you certainly has happened to me before. I'm just telling you.
He's
make a really bad
move. He's still in a pretty good spot.
It's not a terrible spot. It's just wow what a position it would have been in.
Yeah. Oh, poor Ed. All right. Well, he's still up 1. France is up 1. Germany's up 1. Everyone's up 1 except for our poor sad little AI,
Johnny,
who between the 2 of them have to get rid of 1.
Well, it's not an AI anymore, but yeah.
But
yes.
But you know what? I'm sure they're bonding over their shared misery right about now. All right. So we get Fleet Brest, Fleet Liverpool, Army Berlin, Army Sevastopol, Army Smyrna, and disband the fleet in Rome. Thoughts on any of that, Katie?
I think Johnny's making a pitch to stay alive, probably. Like, I'll keep this fleet in Apulia and help you out, maybe support you in Ionian.
Okay.
I don't know if Doug's going to go for that when he's got an English problem. We'll see.
Yeah. David, anything to add?
He's got an English problem, and he's got a Turkish problem. So, I mean, he's got 2 problems. So if Italy can help him solve one of them, that Johnny's little gambit might actually work for survival. And you know how survival can sometimes bounce back. I see it once at 2.
We haven't seen that in this game, have we?
Not in this game at all. When we'd almost written her off there for a little while. You remember? Okay. Remember the whole discussion about what incentive does she have to do anything now and all that?
Well, there's a difference between being Turkey on 2 centers and being in Johnny's position. But
I agree. I certainly agree.
We'll see.
Yeah,
I'm being a little facetious, but it is.
We love a comeback story here.
It's also true that where there's life, there's hope.
Mm-hmm.
Or one of my favorite characters in literature, John Carter, always said, "I still live, and as long as you live, you've got the ability to fight and win." All right, let's go back.
All right, so back to this. So I think we'll just take ourselves right to the sideline and see what Zach and Karthik have to tell us about 1909.
Have we started yet?
Yep.
Cool, sweet. So spring 1909. In the East, Peter and Matt are trying to pitch ways. So Peter and Matt are talking, and Peter's trying to pitch ways for him to be useful to Matt still. He's offering his fleet, saying that a late game stab by Saren could be deadly. His fleet can get him going on Italy. That fleet is still really, really useful, and that Matt should want to end the game. Matt does not seem that receptive to this. I think he's kind of closed himself off to Peter a little too much here. Matt suggests that they keep pushing on Peter. Saren asks if the fleet in black can cover the east coast of Bulgaria instead of going to Constantinople. Matt pushes back. Saren then suggests putting Aegean in Greece and Black Sea Constantinople and Smyrna Eastern to get all the fleets going in useful ways. Matt says that's a great idea. Peter and Johnny come back together and they agree, like, hey, like, you know what kind of makes sense here? If we sort of stalemate RT together, and they say, hey, this is a working plan for us, and they go from there. Those, I think, are the key points of spring 1909 that make this a really, really interesting turn.
Yeah, in the West, most of the action was in the fall, but the spring saw Ed tell Wardy, he says this game's going to go another 3 or 4 hours, so let's just try to stay in position and flip a coin in the end. Coin flips, a recurring theme for Ed. They lock in some quick anti-Doug orders and move on to other conversations. Doug and Ward get together, and Doug is chastising Ward. He says that's a total of 2 stabs in this game for 0 builds and a couple of disbands against me. Let's just finish Ed Sullivan off. He keeps complaining about the lack of progress in the West, but he is the lack of progress in the West. He's imploring Wardy here. He says, Ward, you've been listening to Ed Sullivan all game, and it's gotten you nowhere. But he doesn't really make much progress with Ward in that conversation.
Perfect. The fall, I think, is the much more interesting turn here.
Yep.
Here, Johnny goes to Matt, and pitch is turning around. Matt says, sure, but there isn't like this really ironclad deal that is made on how that's going to look, which I think pushes Johnny towards Peter, where they try to work out a deal where he's going to go back to Matt and offer him support into Venice, which, as we see, is untaken by Tyrolia, despite being offered, with the goal of it being cut intentionally so that Adriatic can cover Venice and let Tyrolia slip in. They may have come back together again one time afterwards, in which case Johnny lets Matt know, and that this happened. They should go to Trieste. I just was not there to see that conversation if it did happen. Peter goes to Matt and asks to come together and says, if you win the guess against me, at least build fleets of Astapol so that we have a chance to do something together effectively from that point onwards. It remains to be seen in a minute and a half whether or not that does happen. But Peter says that he does want to work together with Matt because he really doesn't want to end up thrown to France, with the implication being that if RT keeps attacking him, that's what he's going to end up doing. Matt looks at him and says, man, that seems to be everyone's default reaction nowadays. And that causes a little bit of a laugh. And Peter saying it's the easy thing to guarantee. Peter and Saren then talk. Saren complains that Matt only wants her to build fleets for the rest of the game. Peter says the only reason he'd want that is to basically if he wanted her to ensure that Saren was shut out from the game completely and had no chance of winning. Saren agrees, saying that there's no hope of her getting onto the Italian mainland, onto the Italian boot, if she limits herself to fleets only, and says that that doesn't really give her a realistic path to growth. Eventually, I think she talks to Matt and convinces him that she should be allowed to build at least one more army, probably more, and for that reason, she seems to go along with him for now. Peter says the only reason, Ed then bursts in mid-conversation to ask if Norway can support Gulf of Bothnia to St. Petersburg. He does get that order correct. Norway does support Gulf of Bothnia to St. Petersburg, but something far worse ends up happening for Ed, which I think you'll tell us with glee, Zach.
Absolutely. Well, Ed starts the season ironically by telling Ward about spring. Well, that went well for once. And as you see in the orders of the fall, it truly was for once that things went well for Ed. Ward tells him that Johnny is no longer throwing, so that's a dynamic change. But they both agree they want to keep working with Matt. Ed is single-mindedly at this point focused on attacking Doug. He tells Ward, try to use what credibility you have left with Doug to slip him some false information, but I am locked in with you against Doug. Doug and Ed talk, and Doug is pushing hard. He's saying, look, Ed, I've been trying to get you to take Ward's dots for 14 turns now. You can't not take his dots and then complain that you don't have any. Ed responds by complaining that Doug is in MAO. Doug says, you're in the English Channel. And Ed, somewhat unbelievably, insists that he's only there because he's playing defensive. Now, Peter jumps into a conversation between Ed and Ward. He's been trying to get them to talk to him for a couple seasons now and finally corners them. And he pitches hard that EG, England and Germany, need to take St. Petersburg right now. He said, Ed needs a build. Why shouldn't it come from St. Petersburg? This isn't what they've talked about previously, and they don't commit. As you can see, late in the turn, Ed does decide it's time to take St. Petersburg. Doug makes his last plea to Ward. He knows he needs to flip somebody on his side, and he knows it will not be Ed. He just says, tell me what you need. Ward says, well, I'd like Belgium back. And Doug says, take it. We need to kill Ed and win this game. He says, Ed has no friends left, so let's play to win this game. We're running out of time. But ultimately, the orders that Chris enters are the ones that he and Ed agreed to. And if only Ed had successfully convoyed his army from York to Brest, he would be in a dominant position. But alas, he has not.
Man, poor Ed.
Oh, and back to that unfortunate convoy as a note to end on. I will say my favorite part of all of that was the quote, you can't not take his centers and then complain that you don't have any.
It's true, honestly.
I mean, yeah. So, any more thoughts of what you picked out from that? We'll start with you, David.
Not really. I mean, the fact that Ed and Doug's negotiations are not going anywhere is a little surprising. That Ed's not at least even trying harder to, to at least to fake Doug out, I guess. I mean, the only other thing I'd like to say is I'm enjoying looking at the supply center chart because that is every Crayola crayon there is doing this. It's awesome. Just
so I live in California. Yeah, I live in California. We're very used to earthquakes out here. Just had one a couple of days ago in my area. This is the most colorful seismograph I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
How about you, Katie? What did you get out of the sideline this time?
Yeah, not too much really surprised me, but I agree with David. It really seems like Ed is full on Wardy over Doug, and I wonder if some of that has to do with how he thinks like the end game might shake up, like who he thinks might be more willing to stick with him or might be easier to do. I don't necessarily think that Wardy is easy to like stab or whatever, but I think Doug's position certainly has seemed stronger throughout most of the game. So I think it's really possible that Ed is like, well, I'll keep working with sort of a person who will be my junior ally. And I don't think that Doug would be Ed's junior ally.
Okay. Well, this seems to be the moment to ask the all-important question. We did some predictions at the beginning of this game. We're going to reevaluate them given where we are in spring 1910. I will start with David.
Yeah, my pick of Johnny Gillam may have to be reconsidered. Well, I know what my pick would be if a certain convoy order had been written correctly.
Oof, same.
Given the fact that that was not written correctly, and now this is a much harder slog with the French, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think Saren figures out a way to get this win, which, by the way, would be a completely awesome story if it does happen.
Oh, yeah. All right, Katie, how about you?
I think I still want to say Doug because I think he takes Rome and can deal with Saren. I mean, it shouldn't take a lot to keep Saren confined with the fleets, I think, because I think Saren's got a lot of growth from moving north, and what's she going to get out of attacking Doug? So I want to say Doug, but it really depends on if Wardy is as committed to Ed as it seems like Ed is committed to Wardy. I think that's a little more dubious. I actually do think Wardy has a good shot, but I think he would have to be really aggressive about it, and I don't know if he's going to be. Ed's got a good shot too. Geez, I don't know. Look at this Senate count. How are we supposed to predict anything?
Well, I recognize that my pick is a difficult one to believe because she doesn't have the armies.
Oh, I don't think it's difficult to root for Saren at any point.
I'm just thinking, if anybody's going to figure out a way to snake a couple of centers on the very last turn to get one ahead or to tie with somebody who's got the tiebreaker on, it would be Saren.
Yeah. You know what? I wrote off Saren because you picked her, David, not because it's not because of her position, only because I wasn't going to pick the same thing you picked.
Yeah. No, I think, Saren has a lot of potential here. The comment section has been in her favor since her comeback. I think I'm going to stick with Doug. He was my choice at the beginning. I think I'm going to stick with him now. I do agree, though, if that convoy had gone through, we'd be singing a different story in the West. And really while I also agree with your assessment about Wardy in Germany, Katie, I just don't think he has it in him to be as aggressive as he needs to be to pull that off right now.
Yeah, he'd have to be really decisive, and I think that that's something that he struggles with, which I relate to. I feel similarly on my own game.
I get it.
But yeah, I think he would have to sort of overcome a lot of emotional hesitancies to do that.
All right. Well, we've got our predictions. Sorry that your initial one, David, didn't work out for you.
Well, I am also not sorry about that, Johnny Gillum. But his fleet right now could actually be really pivotal.
Yeah.
If he wants to, he could use his fleet to put the French in. Now, I understand the Turks could retreat to Tunis. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But that fleet could be really important here to at least slow the Turks down.
I mean, just imagine. Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of that prediction, we'll start. And Katie, you're in the East.
All right, in the East. Well, Saren's moving north and working with Johnny to take back Naples. All right, so not Doug, probably. So Doug does. I know that France is in the West, David, but Rome is in the East. So
I'm talking geographically,
the first thing I saw was Johnny Gillum taking Naples, which, by the way, he's not going to hold.
No,
not a shot in the world.
No, but Doug does get into Rome, and so I think the big story, right, is Saren moving into Black in Armenia. She knows where her builds have to come from. They've got to come through the Balkans and from Russian centers, and that's where she's going. Matt gets into Galicia, but loses Trieste. I don't know. I think Saren's a bigger problem. I think if he can, I think this is the turn to try to work something out with Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
just back in the West,
St. Pete and Moscow, everything empty.
Yeah,
we'll just completely vacate that.
As much as there has been a lot of units up there, there ain't none now.
Yeah,
and this really does look like EG coming, and they're coming. I mean, Ruhr, IRC. There's a fleet now that can go to North Atlantic.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand. We all were sorry about Ed's convoy didn't go through for Ed, but it's not as if Doug can hold with 4 units hold off, 7 or whatever EG units. It's just not going to happen.
Especially with just 2 armies. It's like Burgundy falls in the fall. So
yeah. Now, like I said, he should be able to take, unless I'm missing something, he should be able to take Naples back, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's 3-on-2.
Now, it could be dangerous because the Turks could end up in Tyrrhenian.
Yeah.
But still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, So, I mean, the options are there. Marcus does point out that if Johnny had gone to Venice instead of Naples, that it would have been a guaranteed survival for him.
Yeah,
Which-
hindsight, they call hindsight 2020 for a reason, man.
Exactly. All right, well, let's take a look at the fall. Let's stick in the West, David.
All right, West, yes, we do lose Burgundy. And by the way, also Picardy, because that's a nice way to do that, actually. Putting the EG armies into both spots. I mean, this is now they've got a well-oiled EG machine like they were theoretically could have done in like 1904 or something. But 1910, here we go. So that's what's going on here. There's just too many units for Doug to do anything about. Doug has no friends at all. Nobody's coming to save him in the East. From the East, I mean. So advantage Ed Sullivan, probably. But maybe Wardy. Yeah. Maybe Saren, because it's going to weaken the French, and then Saren can do something in the Mediterranean.
Saren's got a friend in Peter now, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not talking about the East because unlike some people, I don't trip with other people's stuff. So, East, Katie Gray, it's your turn. It's the East, you know.
All right, let's go to the East, Katie.
Talk about the East, David, and you were right. Doug does take back Naples and keep Rome. So Doug is actually building this year. I assume it's going to be, well, I'm predicting an army in Marseille. We'll see. Peter takes Trieste. That fleet came in useful. Take back Trieste, which is not good for Matthew. He's going to be down to 4. He's going to have 4 armies. I mean, he can do a little bit of defense, and I think his best bet is probably trying to make a pitch to one of the two to get them to fight each other. I don't know how much Saren and Peter are really working together right now. It seems like more they both think their dots are Russian, right? Like Trieste was Russian and Saren's moving north. But we'll see. I don't think Saren's going to continue moving west. I think even if Doug pulls back super far, like she's got 2 fleets, he can leave 2 fleets there and send one back. I think probably.
Yeah. What tells me that they're working together, or at least coordinating, is this one specific move, the Serbia to Romania, to cut one of the supports for Sebastopol.
Yeah. What did Bulgaria support? Serbia to Romania? Budapest
Bulgaria? No, I just pulled that up. Supported Budapest to Romania. Yeah.
Well, it would have gone. If she had supported Serbia, it would have gone.
That might be an intentional misorder. Who knows?
Yeah.
It would be pretty tricky. It would have gone. That's funny.
All right, but Peter gets to build. Congratulations. So Peter's up 1 and Doug is up 1 and Matt has to pull 1.
Yeah. Doug is up 1. Doug has got 2 more centers than everyone, but it's not looking great anyway.
I mean, that position's looking pretty awful. So we'll just go ahead and jump right into the builds. Army Marseille, Army Vienna, and disbanding the army in Albania for the Russian. Any surprises for either of you?
No.
No. Then I think we will push right into our sideline coverage and back to Zach and Karthik.
All right, we are back. It is spring 1910, and in the West, the theme for this season is Christopher Ward. Which way is he going to go? Everyone on this board is saying to Chris that it's time for him to make his move, but they all have a different idea of which way he should make that move. Ward gets into a room with Doug. He says he's starting to see Ed as his main threat. In the past couple of years, Doug has been pitching anti-England moves to Chris. Now Chris is pitching the moves to Doug, but will he stick with them? Peter hops in with Ward. You are a minor player in the West. The only way you can empower yourself in that theater is by making a move for a Russian dot this year. You need growth to keep up with them and be a serious contender in that theater. And Ward expresses to Peter, saying that he did to Doug, that he's very nervous Ed is setting up an attack on him. Meanwhile, Ed and Doug are in a room and they're talking about a potential détente. Now, whenever they talk about a détente, it's not very serious. It's almost as if they're doing this just because it's the thing to do. Neither one of them really seems capable of building trust with the other. Ed says, look, if you back off, I won't take advantage of it. Doug is not having any of that. He's not just going to pull his stuff back without Ed showing some good faith first. So Ed and Ward get back in a room together. He says, Ed says, I'm pressing on Doug. You need to press on Doug. He's got no army. Ward, though, is pretty openly expressing his concerns to Ed. He says he's worried about whether Ed's really serious about the EGR. He didn't know Ed was going to take St. Petersburg. He thought that wasn't part of the deal. Ed insists that Matt actually agreed in the last minute of negotiations to give him St. Petersburg. And at that exact moment, Matt Tatanchi hops into the room and confirms that exact thing. Ed says, Ward, you have the army advantage. This is what you've been waiting for. We've got 5 years.
Yep. And then in the spring in the East, Peter goes to Matt and complains that the build was not what he asked for, right? And he says, like, sure, like if you beat me in the guess, like, build a fleet in Sebastopol, we can be good from here. We can deal with Saren. You can win this game. You can be in really good position to, do what you need to do. It results in a back and forth that goes nowhere. This eventually leads to Saren coming in and talking to Matt. And she expresses to him that she's frustrated with what she feels are requests for unreasonable concessions that are bad for the alliance, namely his request that she just do not build armies at all. He tells her it's a security concern, and that's why she doesn't want it. She ends up voicing these concerns to Peter as well, which I think brings her a lot closer to him. Saren then goes to Doug and asks him for help gaining position and growth. And he says, while he would love to do so, love to get Saren active and causing chaos in the East, it's something that you simply cannot do due to the English strength right now.
Well, as we push forward into the fall of 1910, as we push the order set into the fall of 1910, Doug pulls Ward off right away, and he's a little bit surprised that he hadn't pulled Ward onto his side. Christopher says, I'm trying to walk a delicate tightrope here, and Doug says, it's simple. I win this game by killing other people. Ed wins this game by killing you, feeding into Ward's fear that Ed is trying to set something up on him. He's pushing him, much like Peter McNamara. You need to convoy into Livonia and hit Russia. Wardy hesitates at that, says he wants to cover Den, and Doug says, if you have to cover Den, what good is Ed as an ally? And it's a good point. Doug, again, to his surprise that he didn't pull Ward on side, he said, I really thought I had talked you into cutting north last time. Chris says, yeah, me too, for a while. Now Ed, Saren, and Ward, Germany, England, Turkey are all in a room together, and Saren is warning both of them that France is about to get another Italian center this year from Naples, going up to 8. But Ward again expresses his concern that he's not going to get anything off of France. And this is when Ed goes full charge, full soapbox monologue. He says, Ward, we can take Burgundy and Picardy now, then Paris and Brest fall easily. You're not open to me. I have no stab on you. Wardy, it's you and me, brother. Wardy then tries to look years ahead and says, well, down the road, I'm going to need you to flip me Sweden. And Ed says, we're both at 6. I'm not trying to be Doug here, but come on. And finally, his closing argument is the same one that Doug made to Ward in a previous year. He says, Doug has no friends and his tactics are poor. And with 90 seconds left, that is enough. They finally lock in the orders that Ed has been arguing for this entire time.
I love how Ed is saying his tactics are poor after the failed convoy to Brest, but I love it. I love it. In the East, Saren goes to Peter and says, we need to all fight France or we all lose. She then later goes on to ask him if there's any way France doesn't win in this game right now. Peter says if he can take Italian dots off of him, then he loses, and he then tells her, like, this is something that can be done. It is doable. Peter goes on to talk to Matt. Matt asks for him not to help Saren into Romania. Peter quickly agrees that he will not help Saren into Romania. What he doesn't let on is that the plan is that Saren is going to help him into Romania, and that conveniently goes unmentioned. Peter says that he'll consider helping Russia into Greece when asked for it. In reality, it's just a nice way to get the tap to happen and get Albania doing literally anything other than supporting Romania into Serbia or moving to Serbia itself. Towards the end of the turn, Peter goes and talks to Doug and says that he'll need help containing Saren. It's a big worry of his, and that there are some fleets that'd be good for that. He says maybe he'll consider it, look into it. he does have the English problem still, and I suspect that'll be a refrain for Doug for a long time. It's I have the English problem, and now I have the German problem as well.
We're back. That was quite the. Can we just go back to Doug has no friends and poor tactics?
Great.
It's true he doesn't have any friends.
Okay.
He doesn't have any friends, and he has hesitant tactics. Might be a way to put it.
Yeah, and then Karthik calling him out, but the convoy though.
But then calling Ed out for his misorder of the season before. That was amazing. Thank you. Oh, this is why the sideline work is so good, because this is the kind
one thing
of
that we had missed, or I had missed earlier in this turn, which I didn't notice until they were doing the sidelines, was the retreat problem in the spring turn when Tatanci retreated from Trieste to Albania instead of Vienna.
Right.
Really didn't make a lot of sense, and I didn't pay attention to it at the time. But that was real.
Oh. No, he would have.
I was.
Oh, okay.
I can go back to that moment if you'd like.
I thought it came from Venice or something. See, he allowed the Austrians to retreat to Vienna. He could have.
Yes.
It would have been better for both of them to get piffed. That'd be better for Matt. Because a unit in Albania is, I mean, maybe it's okay, but if you get talked into thinking you're going to get Greece, then the unit's totally useless.
Got it.
Yeah, maybe he just wanted to avoid the piff, but he disbanded it anyway. So yeah, maybe yeah.
Yeah,
it would have been better to piff the Austrian army. It would have been cooler. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. It was just a comment that. Sorry, I missed it earlier.
Oh,
and I
no.
pointed out.
No, that's actually a really good catch. I didn't catch it myself either. So yeah, we won't belabor the sideline too much. That's one of my favorite sideline reports that I think I've ever heard. Though behind the scenes, I am getting from our producer that in his own pregame reports about himself, Doug did say that he was the worst tactician. So
Everybody
Doug and Ed
says
finally
that.
agree on something.
Everybody says that.
Everybody says that. Even I say that.
Oh,
in
I say
my,
it,
in my case, it's largely
It's true
true.
about me, though.
In my case, it's true. But
Hey,
No,
We'll
in
fight over
my
it.
case, it's true. Well, with that argument settled, let's go ahead and jump into spring. Katie, since it's not a Western triple anymore, why don't you start us off in the West?
Yeah, so Ed gets into MAO, which was completely unstoppable. Doug doesn't even really try to prevent it. What he does instead is blow up that army, which I think is German, in Picardy.
No, that's English.
Oh, English. So
Yeah.
on one hand, sure, that's a win, but also Burgundy's in Paris now and can't keep it. Probably, I guess there could be a brace or something. Well, okay, Germany's in Paris. TBD on if he can keep it or if it's a guess, and even if it's a guess, he may keep it. But Burgundy's open, which is kind of interesting and fun. They bounced. Holland moves to Kiel for some reason. I don't know why. Don't know why.
To go to Denmark and force Sweden?
But that's maybe that's like
That's the only explanation I can come up with right now.
He could have just convoyed Berlin to Denmark.
That's fair.
No, I don't know. It seems very much like it's just EG against France, and I think that like it's easy to look at center count and think Doug's in a good spot. But if Wardy's really on board with Ed, he's not. But I actually think that like Doug had a good point what he said to Wardy about like, like how is Wardy going to win from attacking Doug? I actually don't think he does. I mean, Germany maybe gets Paris. Like Germany attacking France is real risky. Like at Cascadia, I was Germany, and I think I ended up with like Paris and Spain. Like I ended up with 2 French centers after like an entire game. And it's like it's slow. You don't get a lot out of it. England usually gets a lot more. So I wonder if this is a path to victory for Wardy, but it's certainly could be a path to victory for Ed.
It's definitely more a path to victory for Ed than it is for Wardy, I think. And
as opposed to what, ladies? I mean, attacking England? How exactly?
I don't know.
That's a fair point too.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, yeah, maybe it's not really an option. I don't know. I'm not saying he's choosing wrong. I'm just saying I do think that
it's a tough road.
It is. It's a tough, yeah. Similarly with when he agreed to the Western Triple, like I think he's doing what he thinks is his best chance, and he's probably he may and probably is right. It just it might not be the best chance, but we'll see.
Yeah,
we will see.
All right. Elsewise, David, what do you got in the East?
The late-breaking AT here to take out 2 Russian centers and to hold an Ionian to allow the French to reorient. So I'm not sure how that goes. I mean, one thing Saren's got to be careful about is you don't want Peter to get much bigger here for Saren to have a shot. Now, Saren doesn't have much of a shot anyway with the lack of armies that she has. She doesn't have much of a shot in the Balkans, I mean. But what you don't want is for Peter to get too big. So it's conceivable. I know that she's taking Sev. It's conceivable that the fall turn might be a chance to maybe see if she can work with Matt to take Austrian centers back out, because otherwise it's going to be tough for her to get the centers that she needs to win the game. We'll see.
I mean, just imagine Peter coming back as a force this late in the game.
Well, he is definitely coming back. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, now that the Russians are going to get pulverized and be out of the game, basically, that's probably bad news for somebody, and it could be bad news for Wardy, because that could be the way that Peter's going to try to win, is to send armies north. I mean, we'll see. He could also maybe go into, I don't know. We've got 8 turns left, or wait, 7 more turns left, right? So we got
potential for 7 more, yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that is the position of the board at the moment, and the moves. All right, Katie, let's hear it for the West.
For the West, Doug retakes MAO, keeps Paris, but in the process loses Brest. And actually, this is so great for Wardy. Wardy is now in Paris and Burgundy and Picardy. Sorry, in Brest and Burgundy and Picardy, which means he's got Brest, which means this is Germany's ideal attack on France. Like I was just saying, England gets most of it out of France. Not actually right now, so maybe I should have said nothing. This is actually really good for Wardy, because what's Ed going to do? Be like, no, I get Paris? No, what Wardy really needs to do is not give Brest to Ed. He should say, I got there on my own and it's mine now. But we'll see. It's looking a lot better for Wardy, and it's just looking.
I love this for Wardy.
Yeah.
All right. That comment is right. It was 9 turns before this one. It's now 8 turns. I can't do basic math.
Same.
But now
my 6-year-old son is quickly outpacing me.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying my 6-year-old son is quickly outpacing me in terms of basic math skills. So I feel that, David.
Well, as
go
you
ahead.
know, I have a PhD math student daughter, so I have been out mathed since she was about 5.
That is true. Okay.
All right. So if you are going to stake with the AT, then getting that Austrian out of Serbia is a good move, because at least that's less threatening, and maybe. So anyway, this is continued AT collaboration here. They got the Austrians into Ukraine. I guess they're going to take out Warsaw and Moscow next turn unless there's a switch.
They get Naples too.
The fact that you've got fleets and no armies in Italy is a little bit weaker than you. I mean, in other words, Tyrolia didn't go south. That's my point. Tyrolia could have gone south. So that would have really put pressure on the French centers. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. And Marcus points out in the comments that Ed is no longer adjacent to Sweden in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Wardy, 2012.
We'll see what happens
or
next
1912.
year.
It's your chance.
Well, I think he had to assume that Matthew could have in desperation gone to St. Pete. That's understandable.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, I understand why Ed made the move that he did, but he's got to be looking at it. I mean, because you look at it after we take all the arrows away and you go, oh, darn. That's less than ideal. So,
to be honest, my guess is that Ed has hitched his wagon to Christopher Ward, and if Wardy ends up winning the game instead of Ed will say, fine. That'd be my guess.
Yep. I think he would be okay with that.
I mean, he'd rather win. He'd rather win. But I suspect that if Wardy wins, it's not going to make Ed all that unhappy.
Yes. It's disappointed maybe, but upset no.
I disagree. I think Ed wants to win.
Well, he wants to win.
I think he wants to win.
He wants to win, but if he doesn't win, then his alliance partner wins. I know that he's been frustrated with Wardy in this game, but he's been more frustrated with Doug.
Well, I don't think Doug's gonna win anymore, so I think Ed can sleep soundly on that one.
Yeah, I'm rescinding my double endorsement of Doug. At this
We've all
point,
been
I
wrong.
think.
We've all been. We
Well,
were all wrong.
listen, there could still be a rearrangement in the East or something. Saren could take a shot at Austria and try to work with the front. I mean, it's still possible that Doug wins. It's just very unlikely.
I'm weirdly voting for Peter McNamara suddenly.
You can never count out the Australian mathematician.
Right. So, due to I'm trying to remember a series of PIFs and whatnot, the only adjustments this year are builds. So we get 4 armies in London, Berlin, Trieste, and Smyrna. Any surprises for either of you?
I don't know.
No, you might win. What's a surprise?
I don't know if it's a surprise, but Smyrna is,
I was just getting ready to say Smyrna might be a surprise unless you realize that anything else would have spooked Peter.
Mm-hmm.
So the theory here is it can only go to Armenia, and that's what Peter wants. So that's why that's why she ordered that.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think otherwise pretty on the nose. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, then let's jump behind the scenes back to Karthik and Zach and find out what's going on in our sideline reports.
All right, well, in the spring of 1911, you finally all get what you've been pining for this whole game. It is just me, and I start in the West where Doug and Matt are hashing it out. Matt is starting to switch his incentives in this game. He says, my goal from this point is to not let Saren or Peter win, so it's likely between one of the 3 of you, speaking of the Western powers. He tells Doug, I think you have a strong argument to switch up the West because you are the only one positioned to do something against Saren or Peter. Doug says, I just got to get Wardy to play to win. He isn't playing to win. He has no path to victory through me. Meanwhile, Ed and Ward are talking, and Ward says that that at this point, there isn't anything Doug can say to change the strategic direction. He is locked in with Ed against Doug. Saren and Peter have a similar conversation in the East where they agree they need each other's strategic cooperation for either of them to have a spot. And indeed, Peter pulls Saren into a room and says, we need to take the Russian dots between us. That's our only chance. And they start counting the dots between them available in the East without really mentioning who gets which dots. They're just counting up the aggregate dots that they can take together before shifting to the tactics. Then Peter and Matt get together, and Matt asks Peter what Peter wants to do here. Peter says we can try to take Bulgaria, and then he spills Saren's move to Matt. He says she's going to put 2 on Sev, and she's asking him to tap Ukraine, which is indeed what Peter and Saren talked about. He says that with those orders, and assuming that Greece supports Ionian, Bulgaria is vulnerable. So Matt agrees to support Serbia in. As you can see, Peter did not take that offer, instead doing the moves that he promised to Saren. Now, after that, they shift to the north, and Peter orders Matt to swing north so he can take St. Petersburg back off of Ed. This is a sticking point for him. He still sees the West, and in particular Ed, as a threat to his path to victory, and he wants to get Matt to move his armies up north, but as you can see from the moves, he's not really willing to do anything to incentivize that out of Russia. Now, Saren and Peter get in a room, and Saren is noticed that Peter and Matt had a long conversation. She said, you had a long chat with Matt. Is there anything I should be worried about? Peter said point blank, he doesn't have anything to offer me. Now, finally, Doug and Ward get together back in the West, and Doug says, I'm not going to let Ed win. This is his final argument to Ward. He says, I would let you win. It wouldn't bother me a bit. Ward says he needs to find a way to build a fleet, and Doug is sitting there kind of searching for an offer, something he can use to entice Ward to flip on Ed, but it's just too late. And you can hear in Doug's voice that even he isn't convinced by what he's saying. Now, shifting into the fall moves, the fall moves of 1911, getting into crunch time of this game. Starting back in the West, we see Peter pulling Ed and Ward in. And Christopher Ward is expressing some nerves about Peter's move to Tyrolia. But Peter asks, well, do you want me to put pressure on France or not? And Ed said, yes, please. Peter replies, then Tyrolia is the place I need to go. Now, Ed and Ward have a tactical situation here where they can't guarantee keeping Paris, and they realize that. Ed pushes hard for a set of orders that he thinks can guarantee taking one off of France, whether it be Brest or Paris. He wants Ward to cut Gascony and Picardy, while Ed supports Mid-Atlantic into Brest. And you can hear that Ward doesn't really like those orders. He kind of waffles and they don't come to a concrete solution. And you can tell that by the end of this order writing period, Ward has forced Ed to agree to a set of orders that gives Christopher the dot and not him. Matt joins the conversation, and Ed actually offers him St. Petersburg back if he wants it. He says, you just have to let me know before the end of the season if you're going to go for it so I can change my orders. Matt says he's probably going to take it unless he thinks he has a shot at Sevastopol. And as you can see, he determined that he did think he had a shot at Sevastopol, which he in fact did not. Now back to Peter and Saren. They're haggling over the builds. Looking ahead, Saren wants to put an army in Constantinople. Peter is not in love with that. Saren says it's perfectly reasonable, but Peter points out that it's a build that could immediately be convoyed to Rum. He thinks she should put it in Smyrna. That gives him a little bit of safety. She is not willing to commit to that. Now, Doug and Peter round out the fall negotiations, with Doug really imploring Peter to be more concerned about Saren. Kind of similar to pitches we've heard made at other times this game. He says, now's the time. This is the time that you need to push against her. And he says she's a way bigger threat to you than she even is to me. He wants Peter to move to Albania and position to take Greece and Bulgaria right away. Peter is pretty clear that now is not the time.
All right. So first thoughts, just listening to that. David, you kind of hit the nail on the head a little bit with your assessment of Ed Sullivan and would he be okay with Wardy winning if it couldn't be him? I think we heard some of that in negotiation. What do you take away from that?
Yeah, and Doug actually said the same thing. Remember what I said in the Hood's Hints about Christopher Ward. He is a popular guy, even if you're getting frustrated. He is just such a nice guy to talk to. If it comes down at the end of this game to where, all right, I can't win, but I don't mind if X person wins, Christopher Ward has a shot in that scenario, a good shot in that scenario, for sure. Now, I do want to make one complaint, though. Zachary Moore, I like the tie, first of all. I'm surprised that he's wearing a tie and I'm not. That's the first time that's ever happened. But he promised me when I interviewed him back in January that he was going to show more skin in his presidency, and he is not showing more skin. He's showing less skin. And so I'm complaining that he is not doing what he said as the president interview in January 2024.
Lodging some complaints here.
What skin? What is happening?
He said, I asked him, what are you going to do to be more presidential in 2024? And he said, I'm going to show more skin. And then he puts the tile.
I did a number.
I want politicians who will tell the truth. Is what I want.
But do you want politicians who are going to show more skin?
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen enough to get an opinion. I'll give you an opinion if I see more skin. It might be good.
Okay.
Well, I will say that for my part, I did a number of those interviews with David Hood over the terms of my presidency. And he does hold you accountable to what you said in years past. So Zach, don't say anything if you don't mean it.
Say that. Don't say that. Even, especially if you mean it, don't say that. Okay. Can I comment on the sidelines?
Yes. Let's hear what you have to think about the sidelines.
I am absolutely thrilled to learn that Wardy stuck up for himself and he got Ed to change the orders and he put the moves in that would get him the build. I think that's what he talked about in his pregame interview about standing up for himself. And I think it's brilliant and I love it. And I am full on Team Wardy now. Like, let's go. That was great.
Yeah.
That was really great. That's
all right.
And don't show any more skin, Zach.
And it puts the lotion on the skin.
Oh my God.
No, it's
I bet
so
Christopher Ward, if he wins this, it'll be by the skin of his teeth.
Oh my god.
1 second, everyone. Can you guys take it away for a second?
Yeah. I think we wanted to make a plug about likes and subscribes. Is that true?
Yes.
I've never done this. I'm not a real YouTuber. Can everyone like and subscribe? Drop a like, put a comment.
Please like and subscribe. That is how people find us. And there are people that are playing this game this season, and they have said so in interviews that they are playing because they found us on YouTube.
That's so
So
great.
please like and subscribe. Watch our other programming. We have lots of cool past tournaments, past league games. We've got my monthly news show you can go back and watch. It's all good stuff.
Yeah, 100% agree. It's we love doing what we do, but we love interacting with y'all more about it. And the more you can help us out, the more we can be here to do it. So with all that said, let's bring ourselves to spring of 1912. David, let's start in the East this time.
All right. Let's see. Austria, is she supporting Austria? Yeah, she's supporting Austria into Moscow. So they got their moves coordinated there. She's moving into Romania to make up for that. Smyrna does go to Cannes, which is probably not exactly what Peter is looking for, but maybe it doesn't matter that much. There is that a brace in Naples? I think that's a brace in Naples, right? The Austrians supporting the Turks in and the French coming out. So that is a brace in Naples. Austria goes to Silesia. And I thought when Austria went to Bohemia, that the whole point of that was to go up and be next to Warsaw. I thought that was kind of the point. And that is indeed the point.
All right. And what say you, Katie, about the West?
Well, so Ed gets back into MAO again. Unstoppable is 3-on-2. Wardy goes to Paris, which is okay. I mean, he'll keep Paris. He's not disbanding anything, and in fact, actually, France, right? Doug is piffing that army, so that's all good for for EG. I don't even know if this is realistic, but I really wanted Germany to keep Brest because I think that's like a natural English center in an EG, and I'm rooting for Wardy now, so I was hoping he would keep that one and also get Paris. But I think I don't know. It's all guesses. So I think it's still forward progress for the EG, right? They're in MAO, they're in Paris, they're in Burgundy, and there's a guess now, right? Because there's Spain Open. Always have Paris.
Yeah, there's some guesses going on for sure.
They can take Brest. You can take Brest. The English can take Brest.
Spain.
Well, England can take Brest, which is not pro Wardy though.
Well, we're totally objective here.
I am.
We're not really pulling for anybody in particular.
No, definitely not. Never.
I'm not pulling for Wardy to have this moment where he was planning on going into the game, was sticking up for himself more, and then doing that and having it work out. Why would I be rooting for that?
No, there's no way you could possibly be rooting for that. Well, we still got several turns in this game. There is some play here.
Yeah, and also still no English units next to Sweden.
True.
I mean, just saying. Not that we're trying to point anything out to anyone.
Although Baltic to Bothnia probably means that the plan is for him to support St. Pete to make sure the Russians can't take it.
Well, that could be the plan.
I know that was the plan. That was definitely the plan.
Well, let's see what happens in the fall. Since we were talking about the East,
Let's go.
David, start us off in the East.
All right. In the East, we actually have Austria ending up with both Warsaw and Moscow.
Yes,
which
Peter.
is quite a thing for that to happen that way. That's Sarah. I'm not really sure how Saren. I guess she gets a Romania. That's what I'm sorry. So it's +1 both ways. I'm sorry. I missed Romania. So never mind. +1 both ways. That makes perfect sense. There are Austrian armies now. None of them are lined up to go after German centers. Although Germany does go into Silesia wondering, let's get that guy out of Silesia. But of course, all the big stuff's happening in the West. So I'm going to zip it. and let Katie talk.
All right.
Well, Wardy does take Sweden, and I do not believe it was intentional, because why is St. Pete going to Bothnia? That's absolutely wild. I mean, yeah, that I think this is Wardy probably making his move. He keeps Paris. He loses Brest, so he's going to be +1, and Ed's disbanding for the first time in a while, I think.
And Ed doesn't take Brest because Gascony supported the Germans there to Brest.
Yes, because
that's awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh, I thought Paris supported Picardy.
Gascony supports Picardy to Brest.
Great.
Is this Doug just signaling, "Hey, I'm throwing everything to Wardy now"?
I think this is Doug following through on what he's been telling Wardy he would do for 2 years, and
Wardy
has not been.
What did Paris do?
Paris supported Burgundy.
Oh.
But then Burgundy moved.
Why did Burgundy move?
That is an excellent question.
Because you know, well, I guess
this just makes it all more complicated now.
Yeah. Because it's not the greatest for Wardy in the world, unless Doug is truly antagonistic towards Ed, that he'll just work with Wardy, because now Doug probably wants Paris back, right? Like, he wants the centers back.
Mm-hmm.
And what does Wardy get next?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think this is too. I personally think this is too early for Wardy.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, actually, the more I look at that, I'm with Marcus on with the Diplostrats on this. Why not just have Gascony support Brest? I'm not sure supporting Picardy to Brest.
Yeah, well, because Brest,
you can't support somebody to. That's
why did
only
Brest go to MAO? Why? What does that do? Why do you bounce yourself in MAO? And also, just you left Spain open. That was risky. What did MAO do?
Portugal bounce now.
To Brest with support from the channel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I know this is wild in the West, but also this is now a real turning point, I think, for AT. There's no more Russian dots, and we will now see.
Let's go AT.
Yeah.
There's no more Russian dots, and the only way to take the French dots for sure is to get some more units over there.
Right. And that's a process. It'll take a second. And do they want to wait?
Well, build in Trieste, go to Venice. That's not very much longer. That's just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, it is, but it's for one center. And what's Saren doing in that time? Let's see. I don't know. Let's see.
Okay, so before I reveal these builds and disbands, I'll do a little game I like to call Guess What We're Getting or Given. So you're Ed Sullivan. You've got to pull one unit right now. David, what do you pull?
All right, give me a Tatanchi.
Tatanchi time.
Give me a Tatanchi time.
Think on it. I'll go to Katie.
I think I'm sorry. I think I pulled.
Oh no, go
North
ahead. Okay, Katie, you're France. Is it a fleet or an army in Marseille?
Oh, that's such a good question. I want to say it's an army because I think that it would be more secure, but I also think you've just got Wardy on your side, and now you need to continue that. So I think it's a fleet. But that makes me unhappy because it's France with too many fleets. But I think diplomatically for this turn, I think you want to make Wardy feel secure.
Okay. Then David, what is Peter building in Austria?
I mean, I think you build Army Trieste. Yeah, I think you go to Venice, and I think you go and try to take some stuff from France. I think, or you build in Trieste and you defend against the Turks, or you something. I mean, but I think Trieste is a better build than Vienna.
Okay. Then Katie, you're Wardy. What do you build?
I think it's a fleet.
And?
Because I think you've just stabbed Ed, and I don't think Peter's coming after you. I think AT is going to not last much longer.
Okay, so then if it's against Ed, it's got to be Kiel, right?
Yeah, I think Fleet Berlin is always. If Kiel's open, you kill. But yeah.
All right. David, you're up for Saren. What's she building?
Oh, I think Saren needs to build an army con. That would be my guess. That would be my guess. The only other alternative is build an army and move it to Armenia, but I think army con's definitely better.
All right. And last but not least, Katie, you're on Tatanchi time. What 2 units is he pulling?
Oh, give me a second. That was mean. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, Matt. Since David made the joke at the beginning, I had to follow for full circle for that.
Yeah.
It is tough to play Russia.
It is.
Yeah.
In a game in which you don't have a strong alliance partner in both sides of the map, and he did the best he could for a while, and then I think there were some decisions that were maybe not the best, but he played pretty well, and so rest in peace, Matthew Tatanchi.
Yeah, good game, Matt. All right, so we did not get Army Con. We got Army Smyrna. Army Trieste was correctly called. Fleet Kiel was correctly called. Army Marseille.
I was
and
wrong.
Ed disbanded MAO.
Yeah. Well, if Ed's going to disband MAO, then you don't even need the fleet.
Yeah. There we go. All right.
Yeah, I understand why he did that. He's saying to France, "All right, fine, then we're not fighting anymore." But in North Atlantic can go to Norwegian faster and all that sort of. I get all that, but I just thought he wouldn't want to slow the French down a little bit more. But
all right. So exciting year, lots of stuff happening. I would love to hear what's going on behind the scenes from our favorite and only sideline reporter, Zach Moore.
It is spring 1912, and all of the focus in this game is about which alliance is going to devour itself first. Will it be Ed and Ward turning on each other in the west, or will it be Peter and Saren turning on each other in the east? We start with Peter and Chris talking about exactly this dilemma. Peter says, "Whatever you do, Ward, do not let Ed have a 2-dot stab on you." And Ward says, "Well, he's got one down." Peter says, "Not if you cover it." And they talk about how to cover it. Peter goes back to Saren, and finally they have to have a hard conversation about how to divide the dots. Now that Moscow and Warsaw are the next two, it's starting to get awkward positionally. Saren throws out that the fairest way to do it is for Peter to take both Moscow and Warsaw, and for her to fill behind in Rum, to which he actually readily agrees. He says, "Obviously, I would prefer if you put the fleet in Rum." And Saren says, "Yeah, I can see that," but doesn't exactly commit to doing it by the fleet. The conversation then turns to Doug's dots, and after a little simple math, they determine that the two of them absolutely must take the Italian boot from Doug, but the question is when. Should it be now or should it be later? They don't want him to collapse too quickly in the west, and they have to decide, if we take these from him, what does he do? Where does he pull? Finally, they come to the agreement that it should be now, at least partially now, and Peter agrees that he will support Saren into Naples, but everybody on the board seems to know that the orders are Peter supports Saren to Naples. So did he leak the orders? Did she leak the orders? You can get. Doug is hard selling a stab toward here on Ed. He says, now is finally your chance. He points out that Sweden is wide open. In past years, Ward could protest that there really wasn't a good stab available. There weren't any dots on the table for him. Now that's just clearly not the case. Sweden is there, and Doug is pointing out that he has the opportunity. He says, I'm okay with you winning this game, but I won't just throw it to you. You've got to take it. Shifting now into the fall of 1912, it is decision time, and players are scrambling around, and a lot of the focus is on what Ward is going to do. Nobody's expecting anything to break in the East. Doug pulls Peter aside, and he says, is this just game over in favor of Saren? And Peter says, it depends on Wardy. If he moves towards me, it's game Saren. If not, it's game on. Ed, Ward, and Doug all get into a room together, and Ed tries to make a last-second deal with Doug. He says, how about this? I'll take Brest, and then I'm done with you. I'll swing everything back and fight against the Eastern powers. Doug says, if you take Brest, I throw everything to Saren, and Ed has had enough. He says, just get out, Doug. You have nothing to offer. Meanwhile, Ed struggles to find any good pitch to Ed for what he should do with his units. He says he tries to tell him to just create a strong line on the center of the board under the theory that if Ward aligns himself defensively, Saren and Peter will have to stab each other, and that will provide opportunities. But it doesn't really provide Ward with a clear vision of where he's getting his next dot. And you can tell everybody else on the board is giving him a vision of where his next dot comes from. They're all saying it's Sweden. Now, Saren and Doug get into a room, and Saren has been trying to plant the seeds to everybody that Peter McNamara is the primary threat to win this game. We all know Saren's not one to admit that she's the primary threat to win a game. She tells Doug, I win this game if Austria is any number of people, but Peter McNamara is not among that number. He's too strong for her to exploit this position. And Doug tells Saren he'll throw whatever dots are required if it means preventing Ed from winning. But that's the only case in which he'll throw. He's fine with Ward winning. He's fine with anyone else winning. The only way he'll throw is if Ed is the other option. He'll throw to Saren to prevent that. Now, Ward and Peter get into a room, and they're talking about Silesia. Peter says, I need you not to play games with Silesia. You cannot order there. Ward says, well, you're moving in the wrong direction. What am I supposed to think? You need to be fighting Saren. They kind of go back and forth, and Peter says, I can't fight Saren if you follow me into Silesia. I'm taking Warsaw here, then I swing south. They finally come to the agreement that Chris will bounce himself in Silesia, and Peter is okay with that. You can see that is not a deal that Chris kept. He wants to be involved in the East as he puts his foot on Ed's neck in the North. And Doug and Ward, in the last 45 seconds of negotiation, get together and hash out their plan. Ward has clearly made his decision. For the first time in several years of haggling, Ward is laying out, is promising very clearly that he is taking Sweden, that he is moving against Ed right now. And they just, with 20 seconds before the clock expires, both confirm for each other that the orders that you see entered right here on the screen are what they're going to do. And Christopher Ward takes his swing.
All right, and what a swing it was. So what are your thoughts after hearing the behind the scenes there? Katie, we'll start with you this time.
I think that makes it really unlikely Ed wins. I mean, I think it was already not super likely based on the board, but if Doug really has that strong of a vendetta against Ed and he's going to throw to Turkey just to prevent that, even if it can't be somebody who he maybe prefers like Wardy, I don't know who he really prefers, but I mean, a 7 center power when the board leader has 8 saying you're not going to win this game. I don't think Ed wins this game. I think that's what I mostly got from that is it sounds like Ed's chances are over. It also makes the build of Marseille more interesting to me because it's not really a pro-Wardy move. It's not really an anti-Ed move. So there's also the chance that this is one of those times where people will say things like that to... Well, but he said it to Saren, actually. If he said it to Wardy, right? Like
that would have been different.
It would have been different. But saying it to Saren makes it more real to me. Because he doesn't have to say that to Saren, I don't think.
Okay.
I don't know. I've certainly been in a position where people are like, look, I hate this person and I don't want them winning, like work with me against them. And then you do that.
We've all been there.
End it immediately. Nicola Tellier. But you know what I mean? Like people do that all the time though. And I think if he had said that, it would have been more of maybe a tactic, but I just feel like him saying it to Saren makes it more real, which is worth it.
And as for you, David, what's your big takeaway from what you heard in the sidelines?
The animosity between Doug and Ed, even when they're trying to negotiate with each other. It is easy for me to sit here and say, man, you shouldn't be like that. You're limiting your options. And I know it's because of the history of the several hours of talking to each other. But it is absolutely true that if your position is that rigid in either direction, then you have really limited your options. Now, Doug can say until he's blue in the face that he doesn't mind if this person wins and he'll throw if that person wins. Doug's at 7, and the current Doug could still win.
Yeah.
And I think that and Doug's an absolute possibility for winning because he can take Paris back. So, I mean, we'll just have to see how it goes. The real issue here, now that the West has fallen into disrepair, is what will the AT fall into disrepair? We're getting ready to find out.
There is the question indeed.
Silesia may seal it the other direction. Who knows?
It's gonna.
All right. Well, we're going to start in the East with David and 3, 2, 1. We're all watching Silesia.
He does.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Yeah, he had to worry that Turkey would be coming at him. So that's why Peter has done, if anything, defensively there. Now,
what does Apulia do?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask. What is that fleet doing? Supporting Naples.
Ionian to Naples.
Yeah.
Okay.
So still the same moves.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of that is, let's see.
Wait, Bulgaria to Greece, though?
Oh, my gosh.
This
is why Khan had to be Khan and not Smyrna. Because that is way too dangerous. Because now Romania's gone, right?
Yeah. I think Romania's completely gone. Yeah.
This is why I didn't like Smyrna when it came down. I thought that's just too dangerous.
Smyrna never made any sense.
Unless you were going to immediately convoy it somewhere, it didn't make any sense. And where would you convoy it?
Yeah.
I guess Greece. You could have convoyed it to Greece, but
it can only go to Armenia. But
yeah.
You could have she convoyed it to Greece and left the army in Bulgaria. See, that's something you could have done. Would have been a little risky. That there would be some kind of different move on Ionian. But that would have been the thing to do. I don't like this for Saren at all.
I don't like it for Saren either. Yeah. And it's the Peter supporting Ionian to Naples is really interesting to me because I think it says I want to win. It doesn't say I want to mess up Saren. It says I don't want France winning. I want to win. And it's one of those things where he's half following through on moves because it's just whatever is technically the best for him, which is how he plays. He said that's how he plays.
That's what the calculator does.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what the math will do.
Yeah. So, okay. So we've heard about the East. We've got our drama from there. Is there any drama in the West? Katie?
There's so much drama. What, Wardy? Okay. So, but, okay.
I'm going to need a compilation of you just being like, Wardy.
Okay. So Wardy loses Sweden. I think it's guaranteed. Fine.
Yep.
But also Munich to Burgundy and Paris tapping Gascony and all this stuff is not I'm turning on Ed behavior. This is maybe panic. Maybe it's Wardy saying I have enemies.
He's made a deal with Ed. That's why he lost his fleet on purpose in Sweden.
But why? What?
I don't know.
But I don't know why. I mean, is it I saw that Marcus commented, was it the army in Marseille? Maybe, but I don't know. It's a little, I don't know why. Because I think that I don't know if France and Germany have a really good attack on England, but I think that Germany comes out on top of it if they stick with it. So I don't really see a reason for Wardy to flip on Ed to flip on Doug.
Maybe it was
especially with Austria going completely away from him. He has no enemies. Maybe he can. I don't know.
Maybe it was Marseille. The problem, of course, with this is Ruhr. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a huge problem for Wardy because he's not with Doug, which I thought he would be after the last.
Let me just advance this to the position now.
Yeah,
and highlight what we're talking about.
It's got to be the army. It's got to be Army Marseille. That must have been what spooked him.
That little army right there is going to cause so many problems.
Yeah, because Wardy's gonna be protective, right? He's not gonna just.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay.
All right. Interesting.
Well, on to fall. We left off in the West. Let's start back up in the West. Katie.
Wardy's back in the West. Why not?
And killed the French army in Ruhr. It's dead.
And killed the army in Ruhr. And now has Paris and Brest. And this is some 40 chess from Wardy. And I'll never say anything about him again.
Yeah. No, this is very merry-go-round. Just going around in circles.
I love it. It's really great. What I don't understand is Portugal to Spain, but I guess it doesn't matter. But why not maybe support something to MAO? I'm not sure what Doug thought was going to happen this turn. maybe he thought North would support him to Belgium. No, because does Gascony support Picardy to Brest too? Okay, then I don't know what I don't know what Doug is thinking.
So why didn't Portugal support Brest to MAO is a question.
Yeah, 100%. If Gascony supporting Picardy to Brest, why is Portugal not? Yeah, 100%. Because that's
All right,
blown
David.
up. Your fleet's gone.
David, let me throw that back to you. Is there any logic to Portugal to Spain that we're not seeing?
Help us, David.
I'm searching. I mean, the only thing that you do in Spain is you can support Marseille, and I'm not sure why you would think you would need to do that. So that's,
So the answer is no.
I don't know. I cannot figure that one out. Now, we do see in the East that the thing that we knew was going to happen has happened, which is that the Turks have lost Romania. And this just full on war here. And so the question is Doug just going to sit there with those fleets? I mean, I guess we'll find out.
Ireland's empty.
I know.
It's Saren's situation is not great.
No,
for sure.
Yeah.
I'm reaffirming my tentative. I'm Team Peter now.
Well, because now that Sevastopol can't be held, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe it can't. No, I don't think it can.
I don't think it can. Let's take a look at the position itself. Sev cannot be held.
Well, I guess there are some guesses here, but it's not great. It's not great.
Because, I mean, presuming that Ed's not going to interfere in that, to guarantee Sev, you'd have to move from Romania, which means risking, well, no, you could use Bud and Gal to guarantee keeping Rum. But again, there's a lot of guesses in this situation.
Doug not supporting his fleet out from Brest to Mid-Atlantic really hurts here because he can't rebuild the fleet.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Doug, that we've had so many of these why moments, but why? Did you? And it's possible it's just one of those things where you're pressed for time at the end of a negotiation period, and you forget to order one unit.
Yeah. Or at least you've changed your plan, but you didn't have time to go back and change all your orders. I mean, these things are all possible.
Yeah. We've all been there. So,
yeah.
All right. So
can Sullivan figure out some way to get back in this game? I don't know. I don't know. Really know how you would exactly.
It's wild that there's like 3 French centers that are. I mean, they're never going anywhere. Those Italian centers, they're going to be, I think, France's till the end of the game, and he barely has to even put any effort into holding them. Which I don't know. Does that matter? I don't know. But
now, one thing we haven't pointed out, which could be really relevant here, is Ed's got an army in St. Pete, which can now cooperate with Saren.
So someone said a while ago, and I'll find the comment, but Ed and Saren finally have an opportunity to cooperate on this board as the witches.
Well, and if Ed thinks he's got a shot at winning, or if he wants Christopher Ward to win, he's got to make sure Peter doesn't. And that cooperation is one way to do it. In addition to the fact that he could get some centers out of it potentially. If he hits Moscow, that'll at least help save Sev, maybe.
Well, speaking of things we don't know right now, let's go to Sideline. Zach.
Well, in the spring of 1903, the talk around the board is not about Christopher Ward's successful taking of Sweden in the fall of 1912, but about his failure to take Brest on the other side of the board. It becomes clear from listening in on him and Doug's conversation that Paris was supposed to support that Picardy move into Brest, which would have put Christopher Ward into that center and up to 9 with a commanding position. Instead, he failed to put in the order. Doug in France builds, and now it's game on, anybody's game in the West yet again. And you can tell that Ward is kicking himself for that order. He goes back to Doug, and they're talking through possibilities. And Doug asks, what do you want to do from here? He says he's still fine with Ward winning the game. They took a draw vote. Doug says he voted in favor of the draw, and they quickly agree that they're locked in together and start working on tactics. Ed and Doug get into another room, and they seem, they seem very alive in this game. They're not talking like people who have given up. In fact, Doug cracks that this is the most disentangled we've been this entire game after Ed's disband of his fleet in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Ed says, do you want to take Paris? Doug says, well, in the fall, he's got some retreat opportunities if I do it in the spring. But you could tell, I mean, Ed and Doug have a pep in their step in their negotiations, talking more seriously about working together than they have since probably 1904. Peter and Ward get into a room, and Peter's upset about Ward being in Silesia. He says, you're in Silesia and you want me to fight Seren. Those two things are incompatible. But Ward makes the case that clearly he has his hands full up north. It's not like he's going to be flooding the line with armies. He can't afford to send anything more down there. So Peter says, I will give you the space to fight, but you have to accept that space. And he says that he's not moving toward the line at Ward. He says, if I do that, either you throw to Ed or Seren stabs me and wins. Neither of those is good for me. Moving into the fall, we get into a little bit of a tactics fest here. There are conversations going on, but the moves in the spring told the story of the year, and everybody kind of knows where everybody is. Ed and Peter chat, and Peter goes right to Ed and says, you're good, referring to his ability to turn Wardy back on side. But Peter also reminds him, remember, you need me to fight Serens, so don't dick around with me. You have to fight Wardy. I don't want to see you in St. Petersburg. Peter tells Doug, I'm going to give you all the room in the world as long as you commit to fighting England and Germany. Clearly, Peter is committed against Turkey here and not turning back. But Ed and Ward get back together, and the tone of their conversation is that they're back on side. And in fact, the moves in the spring had the air, and the rest of the board clearly senses that those moves in the spring were arranged. And Ed and Ward start talking about tactics around Brest, with Ward promising Ed that he's going to get it, and they're going to bring the alliance back. Seren and Doug pull each other aside in a separate conversation. Seren asks, are you happy with Peter winning? And Doug says, yeah, sure. Continuing both of these players' trends of insisting throughout the game that they're fine with someone else winning. They don't really see a path for themselves. Seren says, well, I'm just going to keep proposing draw votes. Wardy blew his chance. It might as well be Peter. And then they finally get to talking about the pieces, particularly Ionian Sea. And now they finally arranged the demilitarized zone in Ionian that Doug wanted years ago. Seren says, I promise I'm moving out. Doug says, in that case, I won't follow back in. Now, Doug and Ward have a crucial conversation towards the end, where Doug takes one final shot to pull Ward back on side. He says, do you want to win this game? In case you didn't know, the only way is to have more centers than everybody else, so you need to go get more centers. And Doug reiterates what he's been saying for years. I can't let Ed win this game. I'm Italian. We're sworn to vendettas. You can win it, or I can get it to Seren. Your choice. But he can't move his pieces in a way that risks Ed winning.
So I'm just going to come out with my favorite takeaway from that sideline, which is you can't win this game unless you have more centers than everyone else.
My favorite takeaway was, I'm Italian.
We hold
We do
vendettas.
vendettas.
Yeah.
So, okay.
It's so much good stuff in there.
That is good stuff.
Yeah. How about you, Katie? What are you feeling from this sideline?
What stuck out to me was actually not something that Zach said, but something that I didn't really realize as it was happening is like the spring moves were really not like congruent with what had just happened, right? Like Ed disbands MAO and then immediately sends NAO to MAO and taps Brest. Like it seems like everything that happened at the end of 1912 like didn't matter. I guess they were like England and Germany and Wardy were like able to immediately get right back on track. But it just seems like what I saw the moves was like, this is game changing, and the disbands and Wardy building a fleet, and then it just was like, oh, never mind, it's back to normal. So I don't know.
Yeah, and the thing I'll say about this game is nothing that happened in 1912 mattered this year. I feel like that could be applied to so many years of this game.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, we just went in one direction and never mind.
Which
So-
which doesn't surprise me from some people, but it does a little bit from Wardy and Ed to me. I mean, I don't know Doug's play as well as I know other people's, but yeah, Wardy and Ed are, I think they're more consistent players, but maybe this is the DBNI top board, and maybe people are refocusing a lot more than. Wait, what?
Oh, sorry. I was about to transition us into talking about the moves. I had no idea, clearly. I don't know if you saw that, David, but
I saw that. Why would Christopher Ward agree?
Why?
So we've seen it. It's there. The spoiler's out there. I see our winner in the background waiting for an interview. So
it's Peter, right? Because
it's Peter
thing?
because of the tiebreaker.
Oh my god!
Peter chose 7th. So before we bring Peter on stream,
Wardy.
Let's talk about this result.
He's explaining it in the comments. He's saying Ed and Saren were done. They didn't want to play anymore.
You're not Ed and Saren.
Okay, so Katie, you're having a very strong reaction to this.
Well, I was Team Wardy.
I know.
Team Wardy.
Talk me through it. Talk me through it.
I am.
Do you
Team
feel like
Wardy.
this was the right result?
The right result is really iffy because you love a comeback story, but that could have been from like every single player on the board at some point. I mean, like it could have been everyone. I think in terms of like Peter 100% got the tactical advantage on Saren last year when Saren moved, I think, out of Bull to Greece or something. Like he got into a position where she's in a rough spot and he's in a good spot, and he and Wardy aren't competing for the same centers. So I think that's a really good position for him. So in that sense, like, yeah, it's the right result now. It's not what I expected. I think I don't know. I don't know why Wardy agrees to this. I mean, I know he says that Ed and Saren are done, but
sometimes the reasons go outside the game. So
yeah, I mean, Peter is going to keep growing, right? Like Peter's got Sev.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah, it's guesses. It's guesses.
But that's the point. If Ed is not going to bother to stop Peter, then yes, Peter's going to win anyway. So I guess that's the theory, is that Ed's saying, well, I'm done. I don't want to play anymore.
I'm over it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to belabor this too much. I'm going to circle us back around to some of the themes that we started this show with. One of the themes was the freshman 4 and the fan favorites. I'm not sure that those pulled a huge play in this game. Like the amount of alliance flipping, redirection, indecision, all of this turns out not to have been so much a thing. And well, Ed and Saren, long known to be very good allies, were across the board from each other as the witches, which brings up our secondary storyline. Rivalries or relationships. And so a lot of relationships didn't get the chance to get used for someone like Ed and Saren, for example. And the rivalries that we were all looking at, something like Ed Sullivan still being a little bit salty over Matt Tatanski's coin flip from round 1. But our third storyline was Peter McNamara's legacy. And so we counted him out at some point in this game. We thought it was over. Did we?
Yeah,
I'm going to go back and watch the tapes tomorrow. But I mean, it looked pretty much out. None of us were picking him for the winner at certain points. None of us were seeing that coming. And then
look at 1909, 1910.
Okay.
France is at 10 centers.
Yeah.
Just look at
He's at 4.
Yeah.
He's at 4 and 5 in those 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
France is at 9 and 10.
That's a steep line. It's almost as steep as Matt's.
I know. This is wild.
So this is quite a comeback story. If anybody can ever call Peter McNamara a comeback kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I feel like I've seen this game before. I've seen Peter as Austria on 3 centers and he tops the board. I've commentated on this before.
we don't know exactly what would have happened if the game had continued another year, but I tell you what would have happened if Saren had built Army Con.
Mm-hmm.
We would not be having this conversation right now.
Yeah.
Some other outcome would have occurred here if she hadn't built Army Smyrna. Or even if she'd built that, if she had convoyed it to Greece and kept the army in Bulgaria. The problem was Saren making that critical mistake. Remember that time I said, you got to build Army Con, and then she built Army Smyrna? That gave Peter the advantage he needed to make this happen. If that hadn't happened, and sometimes these things turn on small things. Now, maybe Peter would have won anyway. He would have been in contention to win anyway, but it probably wouldn't have been conceded like this.
All right. Well, I think we have luxuriated long enough in talking about a game that we've been spending, 4 or so hours on. We have a guest to welcome, and that guest is, of course, Wardy. No, I'm kidding. Peter McNamara.
Hey.
Oh, you got
It's
your
a
whip
bear.
sleeve. I saw you.
I almost
in,
commented on that.
The Paris selection. You waved the Austria bear.
It's the only bear I have, so it's lucky that they let me play Austria.
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of a wild Paris method, wasn't it?
Yeah, there were a lot of surprises there. I was shocked to end up with Austria, actually.
Well, let's talk about the Paris method for a second. And when you say you're shocked to end up as Austria, there were a lot of surprises, some things that we didn't expect to see. What would you have expected to end up with?
I was prepping all week for Turkey. What do I do? What should Army Con do in spring of 01 as Turkey? Difficult questions like that in opening preparation.
Wait, can I interject? What do you do with Con besides go to Bulgaria?
I don't know.
I want to know. What else? What other options are there?
Well, you have to find out it next time I play Turkey.
There are a lot of options, Katie. We'll talk through them later.
Con? All right.
Well, I will say that in this game tonight, Saren opened. Oh no, she didn't do Conda Bowl. No, yeah.
Who doesn't do Conda Bowl?
Seen it once or twice.
Peter, I first want to say congratulations.
Yes.
Not that anybody didn't think you were an odds-on favorite to win the game, because I think we did, but we certainly didn't think so in about 1909, 1910.
Nor did I, to be honest.
So how did you turn things around there during that time frame?
I think the key was that Saren didn't feel like she had any growth with the Russia-Turkey anymore, and so I was able to flip that and get her on side, and we could take out Matt. But somehow Saren wasn't set up in a way to take my dots. She sort of needed Matt to give them to her.
Well, if she had built Army Con there at the end and gotten into Bulgaria so you couldn't take Romania, do you think how do you think that would have affected how this game ended up?
I didn't think about that. I was kind of surprised that the draw passed. I think it was a lot to do with what Ed was talking about in the negotiations. We had a lot of, we didn't draw at the start of the turn. We had a significant amount of negotiation first. Ed was threatening to move to Norway, which I think affected some of the outcome. If Saren is there to put up the extra army, I've still got to play against her, but it's just more of a guessing game.
More of a guessing game, and maybe even more of a defensive play than an obvious "I'm going to take Romania" kind of play, because it would have been
turned into an obvious "I take Romania," yes, because she didn't convoy into Greece,
right? Or build in Con to begin with and move it, whatever.
Why?
Well, are you talking, Peter? I'm missing it.
Uh-oh. We may have lost Peter's audio for a second. So we will fill some time while he figures out his settings, because he can clearly hear us based on his facial expression. So two-time DBNI champ. And we've been doing this for how many years? He's the first two-timer.
This is the fourth one, and he's won half of them. Is one way to look at it.
What an achievement.
Let's talk about him while he can hear us but can't respond.
No, sorry, Peter. Have we lost your audio?
Speak again.
Yeah. No. Thank goodness that didn't happen during the game. As someone who's done a post-tournament winners interview with spotty cell service, I can feel for that because I did it from the back of a car going from Vancouver to Seattle one year and wasn't great. So Peter, we got lots of questions for you. Maybe we'll put them on another DBN segment for you soon. But I appreciate you having the badass whipping best country bears
They're the
to
most
bring you good luck
important-
with Austria.
They're the most important award in this hobby.
Yeah.
Those bears mean the world to me.
I remember how much that Italy bear meant to you, Katie. All right. So as we wrap up, congratulations, Peter. Wonderful game, everyone. We have a lot of questions. We'll reach out individually. But I think we're going to bring on... Oh, is he back?
Am I back?
You are back.
Yes. There we go.
Hurry,
Let's
say
do it.
something before you get silenced again. Say what you need to say. Hurry.
Who's silencing me remotely?
It's
That's not what I wanted you to say. I
Wardy.
wanted you to say something pithy about your win. Go.
Probably
Ed.
Ed.
It's Ed.
It's Kevin. Well, I will say that while some of us have access to mute other people, I looked at your user box and nobody had intentionally muted you.
I just saw in the comments that it's Kevin, so I'll blame Kevin.
Fair enough. All right. Well, when did you realize that you were back in this game? Because you said that you counted yourself out at a certain point as well.
Yeah, I felt like when I lost the guess and lost Trieste, that was a bad set of moves, so it wasn't good for my headspace.
Mm-hmm.
But I felt like I was back in it once I opened up Vienna for my build and I got that 5th unit down. And Saren was working with me at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Although that turn...
Oh no, he's gone again.
I wanted you to
and-
be pithy quickly because this was going to happen again.
Well, before we lose you on the stream, I think we're gonna have to do this interview another time. Marcus has a very specific question in the comments for you, and I want you to think on this as we go forward.
It's important.
Can we ask you at the end of whether 2 DBNI wins beats 3 World Championship wins? Are you officially better than Andrew Goff?
I think they both stink.
Yes or no?
They both stink.
I don't know.
That's
I don't
my
know.
Grape's answer. Peter, all seriousness, congratulations on this victory. It was well earned to come back from where you were.
Yeah.
Positionally, you had a great situation where you didn't have to worry about a couple of your flanks. Your Italian flank, you didn't have to worry about. Your northwestern flank, you didn't have to worry
I'm
about.
gonna do one
really
thing
cute.
for 1 second. It looks like Peter's trying to join us from another machine. And so I'm going to remove this, add this. Peter, can you hear us? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Perhaps he's just not speaking. Perhaps he's just mouthing the words and trying to screw with us. And if so, he's winning. He's being very successful.
The ultimate.
But nothing better than
oh my God.
Nothing better than 1 Peter McNamara is 2 Peter McNamara. As long as they're silent, as long as I don't have to listen to them talk, I don't care how many Peters there are.
Well, I think Peter, either I or someone else from DBN will be reaching out soon to do a proper interview. It's wonderful, wonderful game. Love the Peterception at the end of this. And wait, this is how you win games? Is there are 2 of you doing negotiations at the same time? You just share the same. You can't talk to us, so I think we're gonna say good night, good morning, good whatever it happens to be, Peter.
Good day, mate.
Yeah. All right. Talk again soon.
Oh,
and I think we're gonna invite back on stream, or not back on stream, but onto stream, our producer Kevin O'Kelly.
I swear it was not me muting him.
Sure.
I can tell when you mute people behind the scenes, Kevin, and it was not you.
And in Peter's defense, he did want to do a mic check before he got on here, and I was like, "No, we'll be fine.
It'll be
So
fine.
it is your fault.
Well, it was fine until it wasn't. To
Yeah.
be fair, yeah. So yeah, it's just before we go to the end of show wrap up. Last thoughts, David Hood, your biggest takeaway from this game?
Persistence pays off. You know, Saren probably thought she was out of this game earlier in the game as well. We did.
Honestly. And Wardy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Christopher Ward, same thing. Ed had some frustration there, and then he was back in the game. So persistence pays off. However, if you get so caught up in your negotiation and how things have not gone your way that it affects your ability to be flexible, you've just given up your chance. And I'm afraid that did happen a little bit with at least one of our players. But, you know, let's all of that aside, this is really a Peter McNamara victory because of the way Peter played. And you talk about somebody that is not going to get flustered and not going to let somebody control their diplomatic flexibility or their strategic flexibility, it would be Peter. So kudos to him. Kudos for him for getting Saren to build that army where she did. As I recall, he was insisting on that. So kudos for him getting her to do that, and kudos to him for a great tournament. Kevin, thanks for all the work you did on this whole thing, both weekends. Outstanding work on this DBNI, and Siobhan and Katie, it's always a pleasure to share the screen with you all.
You too, David. Yeah, I think one thing you said about Peter getting Saren to build an army, you know, he was like, oh, I don't do the negotiations, I do the tactics. But like, if that was really as big of a deal as it looked like, then, well, he did do the negotiations. He really did both parts. So yeah, he's a calculator with a persuasive personality, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Well, and we've got a few more points we want to discuss before we log off tonight. I'll start off with one of the most interesting things to me about this DBNI championship was the diversity of formats that came together tonight. The top 28 and the Super 7 included people from extended deadline face-to-face, virtual, and virtual face-to-face. It's been amazing watching these communities come together. They play in different formats, they play in different ways, and watching the style of play and the clashes has been fascinating. And so I encourage each and every one of you, no matter what format is your primary format of diplomacy, go try another one. See what you find out. You'll learn some things. And we'll see you back again for the DBNI next year.
Speaking of following up for the DBNI next year, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this, but I have one more shout out for Hal Shilden. We've got one last video to show before we get to our final points. You can see by that extended diplomacy is organizing and batting. We've got Olympus, we've got Nexus Press Leagues, ODC, just diplomacy arena communities, virtual face-to-face. I remember last March and April after this DBNI, I think we had record boards in 2 consecutive months because the turnout was fantastic. And the games were great. They were different types of games. We've got the Blitz. We've got 7 Years War. We've got a lot of tournaments. Let me get I think I put it up a little earlier. Sorry, hovering above David Hood there. This is where your online action is. I'm lucky to be in a community in Chicago where we have face-to-face games often, but if you're not, we play games 3-4 times a month virtually on this server. There are other ways to connect with people face-to-face in your areas. Denver, New York, DC is coming back a little bit. I think they had a game on the West Coast not too long ago, non-tournament game. There are lots of places to play diplomacy. And this is, I know it's the end of the DBN year, but it's the kickoff of the next year, which will be our 5th virtual year. And I'm so excited about it.
Yeah, and I'll say to that, like all of these communities we have, whether they're face-to-face communities, virtual communities, extended deadline, whatever they are, the thing every community needs more of is more people to come in and get involved. It's running a diplomacy community and managing it is hard work. I've done it myself here in the Bay Area in California. I know, David, you've done it. Kevin, you've been involved with the Weasels in Chicago. So please just offer your help, offer to be involved with organizing, figure out what everyone wants. Running a tournament is no joke either. And try something different. If you're only a face-to-face player, try virtual face-to-face. Try extended deadlines. See, you're going to meet players you haven't played with before. You're going to have a different experience. You're going to learn new things. And, you know, there's nothing better than getting outside of your comfort zone once in a while.
I'm going to talk about a part that I'm usually behind the scenes, but I have to say a thank you for the fans supporting DBN. This season, DBN produced 57 videos and had over 36,000 views, 16,000 hours. Wow. These videos do not happen on their own, and a huge team of people participated with us. For this broadcast specifically, I thank you, David. Thank you, Katie. And of course, thank you, Siobhan, for hosting a great broadcast. The sideline reporters of Zach and Karthik, those reports were fantastic. The technology kind of glitched halfway through, and Zach on his own had it looked perfect. So we thank you for that. Cal Shield had the promo videos all week, the videos that were associated with this broadcast, all that. It took tons of time, and he got it. And Brian Preble wrote a lot of this, you know, text that I'm writing on here, and Brian left his name off of every single piece in here. This tournament, this whole tournament does not happen without Brian's effort. Brian and I were DMing until midnight on nights, and then I'd have follow-up replies from him at like 6 a.m. the next morning. This doesn't happen without Brian. So
and you, Kevin, too.
No.
Yeah.
I like being behind.
He's going to read his own name at the end.
Is he? Yeah, right. I'll say my name. No, but seriously, Brian didn't. We forgot to put him in the opening thank yous in the beginning because again, Brian wrote that piece of it too. So Brian, we do not make this work, and I'm happy to give you a high five, and I'll take partial credit.
Yep. Brian was on the phone with me today solving some issues I was having pre-broadcast. So he gets some thanks.
Yeah. So cheers to Brian on that one. And lastly, I'm going to read them all out. We had, I think 19 people on stream this year. Andrew Goff, Andrew Zick, who made a great appearances last weekend. Adam Siegel, who I miss seeing on here. Adam Silverman, who both wins tournaments and broadcasts with us. Ben Kelman on screen and behind the screen last weekend. Chris Brand, Christopher Ward, Dan Lester, who's new to the team, and we enjoyed his participation last weekend. Ed Sullivan, who you saw on tonight's board, but Back Channel makes this network what it is. Johnny Gillum, Marcus Zylstra, Michalis Kamaridis. I think Michalis stays up overnight into more hours on stream than anyone, and we love his commentary. Nicolas Sahuge, Nicolas Taye, Robert Chupa, who is late at night in Europe as well. Sabi Ahuja, who these games do not happen without Sabi. Sabi does the sandboxes for all the face-to-face events. It's unbelievable. Tanya Gill, Wes Ketchum, and of course, I am certainly not going to leave out Brandon Fogel, who's
you could have
me.
Another person who was on right before I jumped on our tech check before this stream, fixing all the issues. The reason the stream happened tonight is that he fixed my tech issues.
Brandon play, and this is something we don't like. So we'll go into a game, and he was in the qualifying rounds. He'd do his Paris method and then sign off, go load everything up, and get us the broadcast. He's sacrificing his playing time. We're trying to figure out a way to do it without him, but we can't do it without him. We're going to make it happen this year so that way he can focus on playing. Because when he does, he wins. So maybe it's a good thing we make him.
Maybe just make him focus on the software. Yeah.
Zach and Brian for all the countdown videos they do all year long. Zach was behind the scenes today, and then David with Deadline every month. Like, this network is a group project, and we may get to say this at the end of this broadcast, but it's nothing without the whole group. And we need 7 to play, and we need a whole lot more than 7 to do this. So anyone who's watching, drop us a line, go to the website. I'm sure I got a banner for that too somewhere, which I'll let it off. But come and help us. It's a lot of fun. I looked at it. I think I've played 7 online games in 4 years, but I get to come on this, once a month, and
this is the place to be
and share it. This is the place to be, and we can't do it without everyone. So cheers to everyone who's watched, and we can't wait for next year.
Yeah, and I'll just add a couple of extra thank yous in. Liam Stokes, who GM'd tonight's game, thank you so much for that. And Kevin O'Kelly, you promised you were going to name yourself, but literally you're behind the scenes doing everything for me. He's the one clicking to make sure the videos get going and do this and do that. And that makes my life so much easier. And I just get to hang out with my 2 best friends, David Hood and Katie Gray. So thanks to the both of you as well. I always enjoy being on stream with you. But most of all, thank you all to all of you who are here in the comments section and the audience watching us. I know these streams go long. I know they're kind of a marathon, but we appreciate you. And so thank you so much for watching this broadcast, being a part of the diplomacy community. Let us know anytime, any way we can help you find new parts of the community, whether it's a different version of playing diplomacy, you want to get into extended deadline, you want to get into this. We are here to help. And you all love each other too, and we can see that in the comments. And we could not be more grateful that you all are here today and every time we're on stream to watch us and chat with each other. So with that said, that brings us to the end of our DBNI Invitational Championship game for 2024. Congratulations to Peter McNamara, and until I see you all again, stay safe and stab well.